To increase crop yields, the three-field system must be adopted. With 300,000 acres of arable land, it is perfect for cultivating 2 plots while resting one, allowing for cyclical sowing. Compared to the previous lime roads, the current state of carriage use and population makes them far too narrow. On the lime roads, only one carriage can pass. When the carriage passes, pedestrians have to walk to the very edge, or even stand in the nearby fields to make way. In order to make transportation smoother, townsmen must be arranged to widen the roads. The outer city in front of the city walls needs personnel for construction. The wooden tracks of several major industries within the domain need to be laid. Temporarily suppress the thoughts of territorial development in my mind. These can only be approached slowly, step by step. Lynn continued to enjoy the distant sunset until the sky gradually dimmed. Only then did he rise from the bench, leading Red back towards the castle. Passing through the town and by numerous red brick houses, Lynn returned to the castle. Kesey was leading a few maids, lighting the tall oil lamps beside the walls. Upon seeing Lynn, Kesey handed the torch in her hand to the maid beside her. She stepped over to Lynn. Upon reaching Lynn's side, she slightly bent and explained, "Lord, as per your instructions, I've asked the kitchen to prepare extra food. Besides food, is there anything else that needs to be arranged?" Walking in the reception hall, Lynn glanced at Kesey, thought for a few seconds, and replied, "Prepare some gin to satisfy their cravings." Kesey bowed. "All right, Lord, I'll go right away." Lynn pondered for a moment, passed through the reception hall, and came to sit at the main seat of the dining table. Turning his gaze, Lynn looked through the floor-to-ceiling glazed windows out to the castle. The sky had already become completely dim and dreary. Fortunately, with the illumination of oil lamps, the spacious reception hall didn't seem dark. Under the flickering glow of the oil lamps, there was a unique ambience. In the reception hall, apart from Lynn seated at the main table and Red standing behind him, and the occasional maid passing by, almost no other figures were visible. The castle area is originally where the Lord and his family live. Even the foremen of various workshops in the domain can only reside in the residential area behind the castle. Without urgent matters or a summons from the Lord, they cannot enter and exit freely. Hence, the inside of the castle appeared somewhat quiet. Compared to the bustling market, he preferred staying in a quiet environment. It allowed him to better contemplate future developments and how to face external territorial situations. As Lynn was pondering, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase opposite him. The sound wasn't very loud, and one could even sense some cautious trepidation. In the distance on the staircase, Flint's half-exposed head and eyes were observing the scene in the reception hall. Lynn raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat helpless inside. Aren't dwarves always fond of lively gatherings and banquets? Why does Flint seem a bit socially anxious? Last time, when invited to a dinner party, this guy flatly refused. This time he managed to come. Clearly, it was because he used the trump card, cutting off gin supply. Lynn said, "If you don't want to drink gin in the future, you can leave." Flint, who was about to withdraw his head, suddenly furrowed his coarse eyebrows. He stepped up, walked into the hall. Crossing the reception hall, he approached Lynn, muttering as he walked, "Lord, you misunderstand this old man. This old man came here because your guard summoned me, out of respect for you. Not at all because of gin." Lynn glanced at Flint and said, "Oh, so that's the case? I misunderstood, Master Flint. Then starting today, the brewing workshop will no longer provide gin for you. We can use it for sale, earning an extra income." Flint, startled, quickly said, "That won't do, Lord. Without gin, let alone teaching apprentices, this old man doesn't even have the strength to walk or swing a hammer." Lynn playfully looked at Flint and questioned, "Master Flint, didn't you just say it wasn't for gin?" Flint's face was full of embarrassment. "Gin is for better work, Lord. You wouldn't want this old man to have 200 apprentices in the blacksmith workshop go untrained, would you?" Hearing this, Lynn couldn't help but once again give Flint a glare. This guy, he even knew how to use blacksmith apprentices to threaten him. However, Lynn understood. This was merely a joke. Another set of footsteps echoed again from the distant staircase. Lynn turned his head to look. It was Rose and Wesley returning from the castle's outer city, and behind them followed Colin, Arello, Yamini, and Jose, several foremen. Everyone came to stand in front of Lin. They all bent respectfully and spoke. Lin glanced at them and said, "Sit down. It's been about half a year since our last gathering. Now, while things are relatively quiet, it's just right for a gathering." Rose Wesley and the others exchanged a few glances, didn't say much further. Each person searched for a wooden chair and sat down on either side of the dining table. Kisi, accompanied by her maid, brought up portions of food and placed them on the dining table one by one. Looking at the steaming dishes, Lin said, "Everyone has been busy all day. Let's save the conversation for later." Upon hearing Lin's words, those who were eyeing the food and swallowing their saliva showed expressions of relief. Although their status was now above that of ordinary townsmen, they were once just ordinary people. When hungry, you eat. When sleepy, you sleep. And their clothing, food, housing, and transportation were not much different from the ordinary townsmen outside the castle. They all ate the big pot meals served in the canteen. Now, seeing the table laden with well-cooked, flavorful, and aromatic food, they naturally couldn't resist the hunger within their bodies. Following Lin's guidance, Irello and the others expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your hospitality." Lin glanced at Kisi, who immediately understood and arranged for the maid to assist with the dining. Kisi walked to the table, picked up a bottle of gin from the tabletop, and began to pour drinks for Lin. Similarly, each of the others had a maid beside them, devotedly attending to their needs. Watching the golden liquid flow from the bottle and fall into the glazed cup, and smelling the rich aroma of the drink, everyone's eyes widened with anticipation. In the last banquet, they had already savored the taste of gin. However, they could distinctly feel that this time the aroma of the gin was even stronger and more intense. Especially Flint, who couldn't take his eyes off the gin in the glazed cup. That appearance could almost be described as being addicted to alcohol. Once the gin was poured into the glazed cup, Flint didn't hesitate at all, swiftly grabbing the cup. He downed the gin overflowing from the cup in one gulp. As his Adam's apple rolled with a gulp, the gin had already been swallowed by Flint. Feeling the pleasant sensation within his body, Flint's face was full of joy. As the effects of the gin gradually dissipated, he turned his gaze to the maid standing beside him. The maid, caught under Flint's gaze, blushed slightly and had no choice but to start pouring wine again. Lin spoke to the maid, "Let him do it himself." Upon hearing this, the maid gratefully glanced at Lin and responded, "Yes, master." After speaking, the maid placed the gin bottle on the table in front of Flint. Seeing this, Flint's face broke into a wide smile. It was exactly what he wanted, as he had been dissatisfied with the slow pace at which the maid poured the wine. Under Kisi's service, Lin began to enjoy today's dinner. While chewing the food in his mouth, Lin's gaze swept across the faces around the dining table. Perhaps because of their previous banquet experience, they weren't too nervous this time. With Rose and Wesley sitting straight, and Arello and Jose not concerned about dining etiquette, Colin and Yamini were calmly eating their dinner. However, no matter the comparison, compared to Flint, whose face was flushed from drinking, they seemed more composed and normal. Although Flint kept belching, he showed no signs of drunken disorder. Until half an hour later, Lin, feeling 80 to 90% full, put down his knife and fork. He picked up the glazed cup on the table and drank the remaining gin in one gulp. Received a napkin from Kisi and wiped his mouth clean. Lin's gaze turned again to the people at the table. The others also put down their tableware, waiting for their master Lin to speak. Their master Lin had gathered these workshop foremen at the castle, but not all the workshop foremen. They naturally speculated that there were important matters to be discussed with them. Lin, without unnecessary words, addressed them, "Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I had the guards summon you is indeed because there is an important matter I need to announce to you. Although you don't participate in the decision-making of the territory, as the few managers in the territory, you have the right to know the future development direction of this territory." Irello Colin raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes revealing some surprise. Lin continued, "This afternoon, merchant Boar Hansen arrived at the town and once more delivered 50,000 pounds of barley to me. To be honest, up till now, I've almost lost count of how many times Boar has come to trade within the territory. Boar is undoubtedly one of the best trading partners of this territory and myself." Several people nodded in agreement, though non-committally. They are workshop foremen. usually busy working within the workshops. Yet, they still often see boar arriving at Master Lin's territory either in the morning or evening. Brandishing torches, braving the black night, they left. Lin continued. However, Boar has encountered trouble. He informed me that Frank Manor has taken control of all Morgantown, strictly forbidding free people from leaving, and even enforced heavy taxes upon him. Transit tax, education tax, and even property tax. Property tax. It's blatant robbery against Boar. It's fishing with the pond drained. Those seated at the table fell silent. They could vaguely speculate on what their master Lin was preparing to discuss. Lin's gaze swept across the assembly. If it had happened just once, it would have been okay. However, Frank Manor wants to impose a property tax on all passing merchants, essentially looting them. This will undoubtedly cause merchants who come to my territory to feel resentment, even fear. We must solve the troubles and obstacles on the road for the merchants coming to this frontier area to trade. Lin's voice grew louder and more resonant. The crowd, infected by his words, couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Lin. Lin said in a deep voice, "Therefore, I have decided to declare war." Declaring war on Frank Manor. The crowd's expressions were solemn. They had no doubts, nor did they voice any opposition, because they understood. Their master Lin had already considered all factors before making any decision. All they needed to do was to act according to orders. Seeing the crowd remaining silent, Lin's gaze moved, first landing on Rose and Wesley. He asked, "Do you have any objections?" Rose and Wesley, with solemn and stern expressions, responded, "No objections." Lin nodded, his gaze turning to Arello and Yamini. Both swiftly responded in unison, "No objections." Lin acknowledged and then looked at Flint, Colin, and Jose. All three answered, "No objections." Lin nodded in satisfaction, "Very good. However, before starting the war, I need to account for the current armed forces in the territory." Lin's gaze once again turned to Rose. "Rose, report." Rose stood up directly and began to report. "Master, as of now, excluding Captain Red's Territorial Guard, the total number of soldiers is 2,750. Among them, there are 300 heavy cavalry, 200 heavy infantry, 350 light cavalry, 500 archers, and 410 light infantry. There are 1,000 soldiers undergoing physical and weapons training. The vacancies were due to the Bandit Corps' attack and defense battles, the destruction of Morrison Manor, and military support to Frank Manor, resulting in the sacrifice and death of soldiers. Lin asked Rose, "When can the training of 1,000 soldiers be completed?" Rose frowned slightly, thought for a few seconds, and said, "If it's just the use of weapons, shield defense methods, and basic physical training, it will take at least 1 or 2 more months." Rose paused, explaining, "Master, basic training is not difficult. The challenge lies in their poor physical condition. Many men are physically weak, get winded after running a few miles, and can't stand straight. Not to mention asking them to wear armor and carry weapons for high-intensity physical training. They need a process to adapt and strengthen their bodies." The 1,000 newly recruited soldiers were all peasants from the 3 great estates, even though they were picked as the tallest from among the short. But their physical condition was still very poor. By providing better meals for a few months to these soldiers, and with Rose's various training, their physical abilities would gradually improve. Lin continued to ask, "How many sets of armor and weapons are still needed for the soldiers in the barracks?" Rose did not hesitate. Including the newly recruited 1,000 soldiers and previous vacancies, a total of 1,450 sets. "I just conducted the statistics 2 days ago, so I'm very clear." Lin nodded, gesturing for Rose to sit down. His gaze shifted, looking at Arello and Yamini beside him. Arello and Yamini stood up in unison. "The current warhorses are limited, so I don't need you to fully forge heavy armor and horse armor. Assemble a team of blacksmith apprentices to handle the forging. I only need you to quickly forge and assemble 1,450 sets of composite armor. Equip all the soldiers with weapons and engage them in training, allowing their bodies to adapt to the armor and weapons." Both replied in unison, "Yes, master." Lin said with a shake of his head, "I don't need empty promises. Tell me, for 1,450 sets of armor and weapons, how much time do you need from me?" How soon can I see these armaments? I know you've been leading the apprentices in high-intensity forging and assembling. These days may have been tough, but I can only tell you, there's no other way. For this territory to survive in the coming turmoil, for all the townspeople to maintain their current way of life. You both know well what kind of life you've lived before. I won't elaborate anymore. Your blacksmith workshop and textile workshop can only work tirelessly, forging and assembling, manufacturing armor and weapons. Hearing Lin's words, Irello and Yamani's expressions were full of complexity. Irello took a deep breath, suppressing the grievance in his heart, and answered loudly. Master, the current total workforce of the blacksmith workshop is 1,700 people. Among them, 500 are the peasants you recently reassigned over. They lack experience and concepts in forging and production, requiring training and guidance before they can have the ability to forge armor plates. Lin nodded, continuing to listen to Irello's recounting. Only by explaining the production capacity and difficulties can he know. With the blacksmith workshop's current workforce of 1,700, maintaining the original production levels, Lin could completely assume they were slacking off. Irello continued. That is to say, the blacksmith workshop currently produces 15,000 armor plates daily. Lin said nothing, but turned his gaze to Yamani, asking, Foreman Yamani, on average, how many armor plates are needed for a set of composite armor, excluding the helmet and chest armor made by sandbox casting? Yamani immediately responded, Master, on average, about 900 pieces. Because the current armor plates are somewhat different from the initial ones. The size of the plates has become smaller, and the plates on the composite armor are denser, allowing soldiers more flexibility. Lin nodded, calculating in his mind. Roughly estimating, with the blacksmith workshop producing 15,000 armor plates daily, and each set of composite armor requiring 900 plates. 16 sets of composite armor can be produced daily, based on the required amount of armor plates. Irello concurred, if excluding the cast chest armor and helmet. Indeed so, Master. Lin said. In other words, for 1,450 sets of composite armor, the blacksmith workshop would need 3 months to produce the required armor plates. Foreman Irello, isn't that a bit too long? Lin's inquiry was not loud, yet it reverberated throughout the entire reception hall. It wasn't just Lin's gaze. Seated at the dining table, the eyes of Rose and Wesley, Colin and Yamani. Even Flint, holding a glazed wine bottle, looked curiously at Irello. The previously relaxed and leisurely banquet atmosphere gradually became heavy. An invisible pressure weighed down on Irello, not just because of their gazes, more so because of the lordly aura that Master Lin unintentionally exuded at that moment. That aura quickened his heartbeat and breathing. Irello inhaled a sharp breath, making his voice calm and steady. Master, according to your calculations, it would indeed take 3 months. However, the blacksmith workshop now has 1,700 people, as I continually teach and improve their forging skills. The production of 1,450 sets of composite armor will definitely take less than 3 months. Lin stared directly at Irello and said in a deep voice, I need an exact time. Irello furrowed his brows tightly and fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Irello suddenly lifted his head, meeting Lin's gaze, and replied, 2 months. Master, I need 2 months. Lin nodded. Very well, I will give you 2 months. If, after 2 months, I don't see 1,450 sets of armor and weapons, you, as the foreman of the blacksmith workshop, can step down and go dig in the open pit coal mines. You can return when I say you can. Irello was taken aback, but he made no excuses. He firmly and resolutely responded, Yes, Master. The others seated beside him had varied expressions. From the questions just now, they too felt Lin's oppressive presence. With the command of the Lord, everyone must exert their utmost effort to complete their mission. Signaling that Irello could sit down, Lin turned his gaze to Yamani next to him. Aware it was her turn, Yamani immediately stood up, waiting for Master Lin's words. Lin looked directly at Yamani and began. Foreman Yamani, the blacksmith workshop needs to forge 1,450 sets of composite armor plates. This means your weaving workshop also has 1,450 sets of composite armor to assemble and fabricate. However, Fortunately, the weaving workshop does not need to produce weapons. Let's hear it. How much time do you need from me? Yamini made no excuses and promptly replied, 2 months' time. As long as the blacksmith workshop completes the corresponding armor plates and delivers them to the weaving workshop in batches. At most, in 2 months, we can complete the assembly. Lin nodded, needing no inquiry about the consequences of not completing the task. Yamini promptly said, if the fabrication is not complete in 2 months, I too can go and do the mining. Lin replied, very well. The blacksmith workshop and weaving workshop, I give you both 2 months. Similarly, he let Yamini sit down. He then looked at Flint, whose face was flushed. Sir Flint. About to drink the gin in his glazed cup, Flint hurriedly set the cup down. Lin said, your abilities are strong, whether in forging or construction. I have always respected people with technical skills. Even though I acquired you from a slave merchant at great expense, I have nonetheless provided you with superior living conditions. Flint blinked his bulging eyes, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Lin continued, let's temporarily set aside enchantment enhancement. Of course, as ordinary people, they do not have the ability to learn it. However, I need you to bring up all 200 of your blacksmith apprentices. Make them true blacksmiths. At the very least, in the future they should independently forge sets of armor. Flint nodded in understanding, explaining, Lord, I too need only 2 months. 2 months later, I will have 200 blacksmith apprentices present their learning outcomes. 200 sets of scale armor with chain liner. Lin nodded in satisfaction, very good. Likewise, if not completed, I will cut off your supply of gin, Sir Flint. Flint's mouth opened slightly, about to speak. But feeling Lin's direct gaze, he ultimately gave up. Even though he usually argued with Lin, now was obviously not the right time. Having lived over 100 years, Flint did not intend to challenge the Lord's authority on such a formal occasion. Flint lowered his head in acknowledgement. Lin's gaze shifted once more, landing on Jose. Jose, who had been keeping his head down, heard Lin call his name. He immediately got up from his wooden chair and respectfully responded, Lord, Jose is here. Lin acknowledged, tell me about the current production progress of the bow and arrow workshop. Jose did not hesitate. Master, currently the bow and arrow workshop has a total of 300 people. To improve production efficiency, I have divided them into teams. Initially, the first 100 people, because they have the corresponding production experience and techniques, I have let them continue making standard longbows. According to the current production efficiency, the 100 people can produce 10 qualified standard longbows in a day with assembly line work. Lin scanned his thoughts. Producing 10 qualified longbows a day is already an efficient output. Jose continued speaking. The 200 people you've just dispatched, sir, are under my leadership to produce crossbows. However, the production process of crossbows is too intricate and clever. To enter mass production, more time is needed. Jose seemed to have remembered when Lin inquired several other foremen. He quickly added, but don't worry, sir. In a month at most, I'll be able to teach them hands-on how to start producing crossbows. Lin nodded, very good. Whether it's standard longbows or juga crossbows, he needs the bow and arrow workshop to carry out production, and must be assembled into the hands of the soldiers. The standard longbow has a long range, with an effective range of over 200 meters. Fast shooting speed. An experienced archer can shoot 6 to 10 arrows per minute. Strong penetration. The triangular armor-piercing arrow launched by the standard longbow can even penetrate most armor, leather armor, cloth armor, and armor, etc. Low cost and easy production. The production materials for the standard longbow are relatively easy to obtain. On the premise of having production technology, only wood and hemp ropes, etc., are needed for mass production. As for the juga crossbow, the range is medium to close, but its ability to fire consecutively is strong, and it can continuously fire multiple arrows. It can empty the arrows in the arrow quiver in a short time, forming dense firepower output. High accuracy. With the crossbow's small size, soldiers can easily control the direction of the arrows launched, improving hit rate. Easy to carry, whether cavalry or infantry, they all can carry and use them. The combination of both, before the two armies engage closely, is enough to deliver devastating blows to the enemy forces, significantly weakening enemy power. Zhuge crossbow is not easy to produce. To achieve mass production, more time should be given to him. After asking Jose, Lin turned his gaze to Colin. Colin stood up calmly and steadily and bent over to explain. Sir, currently I hold the position of foreman for both the woodworker workshop and the shipyard. Excluding the production of furniture and tools needed for the territory, the woodworker workshop is fully engaged in the production of large-scale equipment. During this period, 50 winch wolf fawn clubs have been made and installed on the city walls in Wong City. 2 gates seaman knife cars have also been completed according to the gate dimensions. Now the woodworker workshop's focus is on crossbow cannons and catapults. 5 catapults have been produced and 4 crossbow cannons. Listening to Colin's orderly explanation, Lin nodded. Colin continued, and then the shipyard. By mid-June, the second small ship, Noel's ship, can undergo sea trials. If there are no accidents, it can be put into transportation use. Whether it's the woodworker workshop or the shipyard, as long as Colin is present, he need not worry about production progress. Lin couldn't help but praise, very good. However, waiting for Avery to complete the construction of 2 outpost fortresses outside the territory. I'll have him build an outer city. Hence, more wolf fawn clubs, catapults, and crossbow cannons are needed. The woodworker workshop needs to speed up progress. Colin bent over and nodded. I understand, sir. Lin's gaze shifted from Colin and swept across the people sitting at the dining table. After some inquiries, Lin collected the military might of the territory and the current production progress in the workshop entirely in his mind. Confirming there are no omissions, Lin said, Today's banquet meeting shall end here. You may leave and rest. Upon receiving Lin's instructions, everyone rose from their seats, respectfully addressing Lin. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. Then we shall take our leave. Lin nodded, likewise rising from the main seat at the dining table, looking at Rose and Wesley. You two stay a moment. Rose and Wesley did not hesitate to respond. Yes, sir. Lin stepped toward the outdoor balcony of the reception hall. Rose and Wesley followed closely behind. After Red opened the balcony door, Lin strode out. Instantly, a comfortable night wind blew from afar, blowing Lin's black hair and the robes he wore. Perhaps because of the distant location in the reception hall, where oil lamps and candles are burning, the air is not very ventilated. Upon reaching the balcony, standing beside the stone railing, with both hands bracing on it, Lin felt a lot more comfortable and smooth in breathing. Rose, Wesley, and Red following Lin felt the same. The expression shook, and they involuntarily took a few extra breaths. Lin's gaze looked at the Lord's Square in the distance. There, a built bonfire was burning fiercely. Wisp after wisp of fire sparks and smoke spiraled upward into the sky in the night wind. Fire sparks ultimately disappeared. Around the bonfire were the townsmen sitting or standing and a group of children playing. Lin, back to Rose and Wesley, said, I want to launch an attack on the Frank Manor. What are your thoughts? Rose and Wesley exchanged a glance, hesitated to speak. Lin continued, Speak freely. They have their experience and advantages in workshop production. But in marching and warfare, your ideas are still needed for reference. Rose stopped wasting words and spoke bluntly. Master, I wasn't present at Frank Manor during the last military aid. Therefore, I think it's more appropriate for Wesley to offer his opinion. Lin still didn't turn around and responded. All right, Wesley, share your thoughts. Wesley, standing next to Rose, had long brown straight hair tied up at the back of his head. In his brown eyes, he seemed to be pondering. Lin did not press Wesley but let the night wind blow as he quietly waited. Wesley finally looked at Lin and respectfully responded. Master, I believe your decision is correct. Just as you said earlier, Frank Manor controls the entire Morgantown, acting recklessly. This is bound to affect the merchants coming to your territory later. This time, it's about collecting various taxes from the Boer merchants, which might not have a significant impact. At least the transported goods have safely reached your territory. But next time, no one will know what consequences will arise. Turning around, Lin nodded as Wesley spoke. This was also one of his concerns. If a manor lord or lord observes the great lord's laws and regulations, whether they are free people or traveling merchants, they can receive appropriate protection. Now, The entire Caridi Empire is about to face war. The system established by the Caridi Empire or the Dukas clan can hardly constrain or influence the manor lords and lords. All the regulations are nothing more than empty talk. Wesley continued, Master, rather than waiting for unknown situations to arise, causing adverse effects, it would be better to take the initiative and nip the danger in the bud. Moreover, during the last military aid to Frank Manor, I roughly observed Frank Manor's castle. Their manor walls are not high, at most 6 meters with battlements. Apart from simple rolling wood and stones as defensive weapons, no arrow towers were built, nor any large-scale fortification equipment. Although, Master, you currently have more soldiers than the combined forces of the 3 great estates. But with the catapults and crossbow cannons you have now, attacking Frank Manor is not difficult. However, in besieging a city, unavoidable soldier casualties will occur. His gaze shifted to Rose. Regarding siege, do you have any good strategies? Rose, who had been standing by listening, looked at Lynn and responded, Master, whenever it comes to sieging, the attacking side is always at a disadvantage. Even if the enemy only has a 5 or 6 meter high city wall, even if they only have simple rolling wood and stones. For the attackers, it's a fatal blow. Because as soldiers climb the cloud ladder, they must hold steady and keep balance to prevent falling from the shaking ladder. At the same time, they need to hold shields to defend against possible arrows or other ranged weapons. At this time, they can easily suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, to siege often requires several times more troops than the defenders. If it's not absolutely necessary, my advice is not to engage in a siege. Wesley also nodded in agreement. Seeing no further comment from Lynn, Rose tentatively asked, Master, if possible, can we attack Frank Manor's soldiers on an open plain? Lynn's brow raised slightly, and he instantly thought of a strategy from the 36 stratagems. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Hearing the 4 words suddenly spoken by Lynn, Rose and Wesley were momentarily stunned. The 2 repeated Lynn's words in confusion. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Lynn acknowledged, I've thought of a way to attack Frank Manor. Rose and Wesley exchanged glances again. Lynn spoke solemnly. You 2 may go rest now. However, before dawn tomorrow, I need you to gather the soldiers. I want to see a ready-to-march army waiting beneath the city wall. Rose and Wesley's expressions were shaken. Lynn continued, At dawn tomorrow, march with me. Rose and Wesley responded firmly, without hesitation, Yes, Master. With those words, the 2 no longer had much doubt. As long as Lord Lynn had a plan. As generals, they only needed to follow orders. Watching them leave, Lynn turned his body and looked once more at the distant night sky. Presently, Frank Manor indeed controls the entire land and labor of Morgantown. The land is crucial for a manor lord. This includes arable land, pastures, forests, and so on. The manor lord can organize peasants or hire free people for farming and breeding, producing grains, vegetables, meat, wool, and various agricultural products. Some of these products are used to satisfy the manor lord's needs and the living needs of castle personnel. The rest can be brought to the market to sell for money or trade for other goods. It is one of the main sources of income for the manor lord. And on the other hand, the source of income naturally comes from Morgantown, now controlled by Janet. Although Boar previously brought him hundreds of free people from Morgantown, it still doesn't affect the fact that over 3,000 free people continue to live in Morgantown. To continue living in the town, they have to pay various taxes. If they rent land from the manor lord for farming, they must pay land rent taxes. As long as they live in the town, they must pay a poll tax. If the free people want to trade in the market, they must pay a certain percentage of a transaction tax. Even if they engage in crafts like weaving, blacksmithing, pottery, etc., they must pay craft taxes to the manor lord. The various taxes from the 3,000 people in Morgantown are also a huge source of income. Just like Frank Manor now increases the proportion of transaction taxes and passage taxes on merchants, and forcibly levies property taxes, that would be a considerable amount of income, almost equal to an entire year's crop yield from Morgantown. This is why both Frank Manor and the other 3 great estates want to control Morgantown. They all want to obtain the desirable tax revenue from Morgantown. He can fully utilize Frank Manor's interest in Morgantown. To attack Morgantown, Divert all the armed forces from Frank Manor. While they prepare to support Morgantown, the two armies converge on the open plains for a direct confrontation. With his current force of 300 standard plate armor heavy cavalry and 200 heavy infantry, plus 350 light infantry and 500 longbowmen, as well as a large number of light infantry, he doesn't need to fear Frank Manor at all. Even in close combat, the casualties would be far less than a siege battle. With similar physical conditions, the number of fully armored soldiers is enough to determine the outcome of a battle. Lin couldn't help but exhale a breath of warm air. As the military power of the territory grows stronger, he now has to consider not only the food supply for the townspeople, but also the future development of the territory. Within the territory's ability to eliminate all threats incubating or emerging outside the territory, before they form a scale, nip them in the bud. Otherwise, endless troubles would await him. Even if this external campaign causes massive casualties among his soldiers and severely weakens the military power of his territory, he still has to execute it. Military orders are as solid as a mountain, unshakable. The orders given to Rose and Wesley cannot be changed. Otherwise, his authority as the Lord will be questioned. Lin's gaze once again turned to the Lord's Square. On the square, dozens of children were playing around the bonfire, running and laughing. They were carefree and innocent. At this moment, they and the townspeople are unaware. Their Lord will lead the soldiers to war at dawn tomorrow. After withdrawing his gaze, Lin returned to the reception hall. The dishes on the dinner table and the leftover food had been cleaned up. After freshening up, Lin returned to the Lord's bedroom, lay on the big bed, and fell into a comfortable sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, under the night sky, within Frank Manor, Janet, wearing a cream-colored silk robe, sat leaning on the throne in the reception hall. Perhaps because the silk robe was designed too low-cut, the rounded and fair skin on Janet's chest was tantalizingly visible. The rest was barely covered by the silk. At this moment, Janet rested her chin on her right hand, supported by the throne's armrest. Her eyes stared straight at the stone tiles on the floor, somewhat lost in thought. She seemed to be contemplating something, letting the breeze blow in from the gate, rustling her robe without any concern. The undulating curves went unnoticed by her, just as Janet was frowning in thought. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the reception hall. The steps were heavy, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal striking the ground, and they were approaching. She saw Joao, dressed in chain armor, stepping into the reception hall. His 2-meter-tall and burly frame, combined with the chain armor and iron helmet, made him appear like a steel beast. As Joao walked closer and finally stopped before her, Janet looked directly at Joao and asked, "Uncle Joao, have you negotiated with the weapon merchant from Kakasong City?" Joao didn't waste any words and replied, "It has been negotiated and the trade is complete. A total of 500 long swords and scimitars, 200 wooden shields, and 200 sets of chain armor have all been delivered to the castle. The recruited soldiers can now be armed." Turning the conversation, Joao added, "However, to purchase this batch of armor and weapons, a huge sum of gold pounds was spent. Just the 200 sets of chain armor cost nearly 2,000 gold pounds. With the weapons and round shields, the total reached over 2,300. Of course, part of it is because the weapon merchants are asking exorbitant prices." Janet frowned and said seriously, "Over 2,300, then so be it. We'll take the gold pounds from Morgantown. If a month isn't enough, then 2 months. If 2 months isn't enough, then half a year. There are so many merchants. I can't believe we can't recover such a small amount of gold pounds," Janet said coldly. "If they refuse to pay taxes, find any excuse to reduce them to peasants and confiscate their properties. Let them know who is in charge in Morgantown now." Joao nodded in understanding. Janet shifted the topic and asked, "Uncle Joao, besides the weaponry and armor, is there any progress on what I instructed you?" Joao responded affirmatively. "There's progress, Janet. The Bladewind Corps, with 1,000 mercenaries at Wind Hill, is willing to accept Frank Manor's employment." Joao spoke hesitantly, but Janet frowned slightly and asked, "But what?" Joao sighed and explained, "The leader of the Bladewind Corps said the journey is long and he needs a higher price. He needs 1,000 gold pounds." Hearing Joao's words, Janet, who was originally leaning back in her throne, suddenly stood up. She stared directly at Joao and said sternly, 1,000 gold pounds. Why don't they just rob it? Have their brains been spoiled by the prostitutes in the brothel? Do they have no idea about money? Do they know how much grain 1,000 gold pounds can buy? Joao remained silent. Before informing Janet of this result, he had already anticipated such a reaction. It's not because Janet's temper had become increasingly explosive, but because, during this period, Frank Manor had been continuously spending money, recruiting soldiers, buying weapons and armor, and now hiring the Mercenary Corps. Even though, over these days, he had enforced taxes on a few merchants in Morgantown and collected head taxes from the free people of the town, it was still not enough to cover the expenses. The enforced taxation had already caused the townsmen and merchants of Morgantown to grumble in discontent. If not for the armed forces of Frank Manor, and if he hadn't hung a few free people on the gallows as a demonstration, the townspeople would have surely risen in rebellion. After shouting a few phrases to vent her anger, Janet began to calm herself. Janet, slightly appeased, sat back on her throne, but her chest still heaved rapidly. Janet looked at Joao and said sternly, "Tell the leader of the Bladewind Corps, I'll agree to the 1,000 gold pounds. Have them come to Morgantown as soon as possible. I need them to guard Morgantown for me." Joao nodded in response. "Yes, Janet. I'll go arrange for people to bring them overnight." Janet nodded and said no more. Joao bowed slightly, then turned and headed towards the exit of the reception hall. Watching Joao's gradually retreating figure, Janet's eyes narrowed slightly. Her face was full of seriousness. If she hadn't known the exact whereabouts of the gold pounds, Janet might have even suspected whether Joao had embezzled the gold pounds spent within the manor. Janet muttered to herself, giving herself some reassurance. It's nothing. As long as I can take over the territory behind the city wall and make it part of Frank Manor. A few thousand gold pounds, that's all just small stuff. As long as I can take down Lynn, it's all worth it. The value of the coal mine, salt mine, iron mine, and vast farmlands, plus an unknown amount of labor force. The value of that territory was beyond her estimation. Her initial thought was to eliminate all her uncles and replace Jonas as the manor lord of Frank Manor. This way, no one would dare insult her or touch her again. If given the chance, to obliterate all the manor lords in Morgantown, too. Janet wanted Frank Manor to become the largest manor lord in Morgantown. Despite some twists and unexpected turns, it was Lynn's military support that achieved this goal. But the end result, Frank Manor indeed controlled Morgantown. What surprised her, however, was that in Lynn's territory, there were 3 significant mines that could even make someone sacrifice everything. Any manor lord or lord, upon knowing, would undoubtedly send troops to seize them, to capture and claim them. Janet, originally full of anger, grinned, her eyes filled with anticipation. The next day, at dawn, the sky had not yet lit up. The dark night still enveloped the silent red brick town. At this time, the townspeople were still in their dreams. Several figures riding fast horses departed from the castle. They galloped across the town, traversing vast farmlands, heading towards the distant, even darker forests. Only a few townsmen accustomed to early rising looked on in confusion as their lord, accompanied by a few guards, left the town early. One by one, the soldier platoon stood arranged on the lime road. The formation of heavy cavalry, clad in standard plate armor, wielding exotic long spears, riding Badon war horses. The formation of heavy infantry, also in standard plate armor, holding shields in their left hands and spears in their right. The formation of light cavalry and infantry, riding ordinary horses, wearing composite armor, and wielding winged spears. The formation of archers holding bows in their left hands, with quivers full of triangular armor-piercing arrows slung over their shoulders, and one-handed swords hanging at their waists, wearing half armor. And the formation of light infantry, dressed in plate armor, holding wooden shields in their left hands and iron spears in their right. The soldiers in the 5 formations stood in order, stretching from beneath Wing City to several tens of meters beyond. Under the illumination of torches held by soldiers on both sides, their solemn faces could be clearly seen. Rose, mounted on a horse, circled the formations of soldiers, ensuring everything was in order. He glanced at the sky, then turned his gaze to the other end of the forested hills. The sound of galloping hooves began to echo from behind the formations. Due to the forest and the current silence of the soldiers, the sound of galloping was particularly distinct. Not only Rose, but also Wesley and the Earl, who were on horseback, couldn't help but look into the distance. Until half a minute later, the silhouettes of cavalry appeared in the torchlight, approaching them. As the cavalry came galloping forward, Rose and the others finally saw the faces of those coming. It was none other than their lord, Lynn, clad in black armor, helmeted. A black cloak billowed behind him, swaying freely with the galloping warhorse, rustling. Lynn, riding Moing, arrived at the very front of the formation. The slightly weary soldiers, upon seeing Lynn, their armored bodies stood even more upright. Even their heads adorned with iron helmets were tilted upward, their eyes full of determination. Rose, Wesley, and the others quickly bowed their heads, calling out, "Master." Lynn glanced at them. "Are the soldiers assembled?" Rose tugged the reins in his hands, making the warhorse beneath him face Lynn. He replied, "Master, 300 standard plate armor heavy cavalry, 200 heavy infantry, 350 light cavalry, 500 longbowmen, and 650 unarmored light infantry. In total, 2,000 soldiers have been assembled. The remaining soldiers I have arranged to guard the city." Lynn nodded. "Very good." Rose bowed slightly in response. Lynn pulled the reins, turning Moing beneath him around. After a few strides, Lynn stood squarely facing the formations of soldiers ahead. His gaze swept over the faces of every row and column of soldiers. Perhaps because these soldiers had experienced several battles, their faces no longer showed obvious fear. Or perhaps it was because Lynn was standing in front of them, scrutinizing them. Their eyes were filled with fervor and resolve. Because standing before them, their Lord Lynn was reviewing their military appearance and discipline, looking at the variously shaped but spirited faces. Lynn inhaled a breath of air and in a deep voice spoke to the soldiers. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your Lord, Lynn." Upon hearing Lynn's name from his mouth, the soldiers' faces were full of solemnity. Perhaps many of you still don't know why Rose woke you from your slumber, assembled, and lined you up. Now, I can tell you. Lynn's words gradually became forceful and resonant. For an external war, the voice was so loud, like thunder, reverberating throughout the forest, echoing in the ears of all the soldiers. They all widened their eyes, staring straight at their lord on horseback in front of them. Lynn's voice continued. "Upon hearing this, perhaps you become confused, puzzled. In the current territory, there is grain if we need grain, soldiers if we need soldiers. Why must we wage external war? Simply guarding the city walls, can't we live steadily?" The soldiers made no sound, not daring to make a noise. Indeed, that's true. Under current conditions, unless a particularly powerful regular army comes to siege the city, this city wall, this winged city, is hard for enemies to breach. However, you may not know. Now, in Morgantown, the townsmen are suffering. Being forcefully taxed, head tax, transit tax, land tax, transaction tax. They are miserable under the oppression of Frank Manor. Among you, there might be residents from Morgantown. You could think about it. If now you were like them, subject to various oppressions, unable even to leave Morgantown freely, how would you feel? Listening to Lynn's account, the soldiers from Morgantown began to breathe heavily, their eyes widened. Even becoming excessively angry, blood vessels showed in their eyes. Lynn scanned their faces and continued speaking. To free the residents of Morgantown from such a life. To liberate them from their suffering. I, Lynn, have decided to wage this war. Not only did the soldiers from Morgantown breathe heavily, all the soldiers were filled with righteous indignation, clenching their hands tightly. Some gripped winged spears, others longbows, or held tight to their reins. Their eyes wide open, eager to fight. It was only because their lord was still on horseback, not having given any command to attack. As soon as their lord said a word, they would charge out of the city walls without hesitation, heading straight for Morgantown. Lynn's words continued. For the townsmen of Morgantown, this will be a war of liberation. But for you, it might be a battle requiring you to offer your lives. Who is willing to fight in this battle to liberate others, even if it means sacrificing their own lives? As soon as Lin's words fell, a loud shout rang out from the front of the formation. Everyone's gaze shifted forward. A young yet robust man was riding a war horse, raising the winged spear in his right hand high. The hearts of the soldiers trembled. If it were someone else, they might hesitate. In the last expedition for military aid, as a centurion, he was at the forefront of all the heavy cavalry. A succession of shouted responses rang out among the soldier formations, listening to the deafening roars echoing through the mountains and forests. Watching the soldiers' faces, excited under the torchlight, Lin nodded in satisfaction. The residents of Morgantown, living under the oppressive Frank Manor, were in dire straits. Leading these soldiers to overthrow Frank Manor was naturally a liberation war. Once Frank Manor was destroyed, the entire Morgantown would be under his control. All the townsmen would cultivate and plant for him. A war always needs to be justified, perhaps in the name of religion, by the will of God, or through legal claims, rights, and obligations, or in terms of honor and revenge, a noble ethical battle. Only a justified war can better inspire the courage and determination of soldiers. So, he bestowed upon these soldiers and this war a name, called Liberation War. Tip: Commander's roar skill successfully activated, boosting the morale of the entire army, increasing soldiers' attack power and defense by 10%. Duration: 3 hours. Looking at the prompt on the text panel before him, Lin raised an eyebrow. The passionate speech before departure was extremely effective. At least, within these 3 hours, the soldier's abilities have been temporarily enhanced. With a thought, he closed the panel. Lin looked at Wesley beside him. No need for words. Wesley hurriedly pulled the reins in his hand, heading to Wung City and below the city walls, arranging for the soldiers to open those 2 heavy iron doors. After a series of heavy opening sounds, Lin drew the one-handed sword hanging at his waist and waved toward the soldiers in front of him. He shouted, "Set off." As soon as the words fell, orderly and mighty shouts erupted from the soldiers' mouths. Lin steered Mo-ing beneath him, squeezing the horse's belly. Mo-ing neighed in pain, then suddenly lifted its front hooves. As the front hooves landed, Mo-ing galloped toward Wung City. Behind him, Red, Rose, Earl, and Wesley, who was waiting at the gate, followed along. Passing through the iron gates into Wung City, passing through the city walls. Lin reached the open space outside the city walls. Mo-ing galloped on the red brick road already repaired by Avery. With the red brick road, the horse's running speed was faster and its body more stable. Behind Lin and the others were teams of heavy cavalry, light cavalry, and also both heavy and light infantry, along with archers. To accommodate the infantry, after galloping for several hundred meters, Lin tugged on the reins in hand, slowing Mo-ing's speed, switching to a fast walk. The cavalry was fine, especially the heavy infantry. If high-intensity marching occurred, they would be exhausted before reaching Morgantown. Wearing 60 to 70 pounds of standard plate armor, with 5-meter-long winged spears in hand, such weight was not light. Under the leadership of Lin and Rose, the soldiers left the city wall, passing through a large area of wild grassland, reaching the nearly completed outpost fortress built by Avery. Around the outpost fortress, they were already starting to construct defensive works. Lin's gaze shifted. He didn't see any construction workers. He thought for a moment. The sky was still gray and early. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin led the 2,000 soldiers behind him, marching into a vast forest in front of the fortress, perhaps due to the soldiers' heavy steps and armor. As soon as they entered the forest, a flock of birds and beasts scattered in fright. The chaotic rustling sound continued to echo. As they marched on, the sky gradually brightened. Meanwhile, on the other side, groups dressed in yellow garments, either on horseback or walking, entered Morgantown. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, observing the terrified faces that they passed. When they saw women in their 20s or 30s, many eyes flashed with greed, unapologetically scanning over the women's faces, the curves before them, and even between their legs. At the very front of this group, seated on horseback, Joao naturally noticed the mercenary's expressions. His brow furrowed. Looking at the skinny middle-aged man beside him, he spoke full of warning. "Leader Keith, I suppose you still remember our agreement?" On horseback, Keith Alva withdrew his gaze from a young girl. He grinned and assuredly said, "Of course, Mr. Joao." We, the Bladewind Corps, highly value cooperation. As long as it's a request from the employer, we will fulfill it 100%, doing it perfectly. Joao responded. Yet, Leader Keith, I still need to remind you once more. Your task is to help Frank Manor guard the entire Morgantown. Only townsmen who have labor contracts with Frank Manor are allowed to leave the town to go to their respective posts to work. All other townsmen are not permitted to leave. As for merchants coming to the territory, they are subject to passage tax, transaction tax, and property tax, etc. If they refuse, I believe Leader Keith knows what should be done. The smile on Keith's face became more evident. Of course, Master Joao. As agreed, the commission for the Bladewind Corps will be deducted entirely from the merchant's taxes. Joao nodded. As long as you know. One last thing, Leader Keith. During the upcoming period, I don't want to see the whole town thrown into chaos because of your arrival. They are the free people, the workforce, and Frank Manor still needs them. The smile on Keith's face remained unchanged. Of course, Master Joao. I guarantee there won't be any chaos. Joao gave a contemplative hum and ceased further words. He sped up the horse beneath him. Accompanied by a dozen soldiers clad in chain armor from Frank Manor, he headed towards the town's exit ahead. Mounted on his horse, Keith watched Joao's figure disappear into the distance, shouting loudly, Master Joao, have a safe journey. As Keith watched him depart, a similarly thin young man drove his horse over to Keith's side. The young man asked, somewhat puzzled, Bro, are you just going to listen to Joao Frank like that? Aren't we the Bladewind Corps? Hearing the voice beside him, Keith withdrew his gaze from afar and looked over. Keith spoke bluntly, Of course, Wyatt. In front of the employer, we naturally have to act sincerely, to show our heartfelt dedication. The young man, referred to as Wyatt, couldn't help but purse his lips. Keith's voice rang out again. Did you see that young girl just now? Wyatt nodded with some confusion. I saw her. Is there a problem? Keith grinned. Go find her quickly. Then, bring her to that 3-story building. I'll be in the room waiting for her. Usually, I go in and out among those thick-waisted prostitutes. Today, I can finally enjoy a change in taste. Wyatt asked in puzzlement. Bro, didn't you just promise Joao to ensure the town's order? Keith couldn't care less. Yeah, I did promise. But how does me liking a young girl relate to the town's order? Wyatt's eyebrows shot up instantly. Hee bro, I also just saw a very young girl, and I'd like to. Keith waved his hand dismissively. If you like her, then go for her. Right now, this town is under the control of our Bladewind Corps. Can't we do whatever we want? Wyatt promptly replied, Okay, bro. I'll go find that young girl now. I'm going right now. Watching Wyatt drive his horse back with a team of Mercenary Corps members, Keith's face was full of smiles. What does it have to do with him when he's a registered bandit corps with loads of money in the Mercenary Corps? In front of a powerful employer, naturally, he should be humble. Now that Joao Frank has left the town with people, he can certainly follow his desires. Keith prodded his horse. Moving ahead, he ordered the Mercenary Corps captain walking beside him. Arrange personnel to split into 3 shifts to guard the entire Morgantown's front and back exits. Outside the town, arrange a cavalry patrol team to prevent the town's residents from sneaking away at night. A man following behind him immediately responded, Yes, leader, I'll make the arrangements now. Keith's voice continued, Arrange personnel into groups of 3 and enter every house in the town. Confiscate all their money and belongings from before. The town is too dangerous now. Keeping them at home isn't safe. We must be responsible for them. So let's have the Bladewind Corps safeguard them. A smile appeared on another middle-aged man's face, and he quickly responded, Yes, leader. After arranging all matters to control the entirety of Morgantown, Keith arrived at the door of a 3-story stone building just in time. He dismounted and stood before the double doors. Without needing Keith to speak, 2 mercenaries strode forward, lifting their right feet to kick hard at the door. After a crisp sound, the door bar behind the door snapped, and the wooden door was forcibly kicked open. Several guard figures rushed up immediately. They questioned loudly, Who are you? This is the home of Saren Ram, the merchant. Hearing the guard's shouts, 2 mercenaries who had just entered the reception hall looked towards the door. Keith stepped inside, his gaze shifting to behind several household guards. A middle-aged man in light yellow brocade robes was protectively shielding a young woman behind him, his face full of fear. Keith's gaze swept over the young woman, past the middle-aged man. Upon seeing the woman's curvy figure, his eyebrows shot up instantly. Isn't she 1,000 times better than that group of middle-aged women? Keith stepped directly toward the middle-aged man and the young woman. The middle-aged man and young woman naturally heard his words. The middle-aged man's face was full of anger, shouting, "What are you doing? Stop him! Make them get out of here!" The 5 household guards looked solemn. The guard captain among them extended his right hand, trying to block Keith. After a metallic scraping sound, blood splashed. A spine-chilling scream echoed through the house. Keith grabbed the hilt of the sword with his right arm, performing a twisting motion, and sheathed the long sword still stained with blood. After doing all this, Keith glanced at the guard captain who was kneeling on the ground, his face twisted in pain, wailing miserably, and the 4 guards standing tensely in front of him. Keith's face still carried a trace of a smile, his words full of persuasion as he spoke. "If you don't want to die, you can leave now. Of course, the woman stays with me." Listening to Keith's words and looking at the dozens of men with long swords and scimitars gathered behind him, the 4 guards said no more, stepping forward, ready to flee. However, they hadn't taken more than 2 steps. Keith called out to them, "Wait." The faces of the 4 guards instantly turned pale. Seth looked at the struggling guard captain lying on the ground. "Too noisy, take him along." The 4 guards dared not utter a single word. Ignoring the blood, they lifted the guard captain and picked up the severed arm, quickly exiting the house. Seth stepped forward, walking over the blood-soaked ground. He came before the middle-aged man and the young woman, and Keith looked at Saren Ram in surprise. It seems Mr. Saren loves her very much, even in the face of a life-and-death crisis, unwilling to leave. Facing the approaching Keith, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed tightly. He asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you people? Don't you know this is a town under the jurisdiction of Frank Manor?" Keith grinned. So Mr. Saren didn't know. "Well, after all, we rushed here overnight from Wind Hill. I forgot to tell you, Mr. Saren. The Blade Wind Corps from Wind Hill, at the request and employment of Frank Manor, has now taken over the entire Morgantown. Which means I call the shots in Morgantown now." Saren's face changed rapidly. He hesitated for a few seconds, his voice becoming compromising and soft. "This, leader, I am Saren Ram, a businessman from Morgantown. I often have business dealings with Frank Manor. Please let my family go. You can name any price. I will do my utmost to satisfy you." As he spoke, Saren covered the woman behind him more securely, trying to avoid Keith's direct gaze. Keith smiled. "Mr. Saren, I might disappoint you." "Heh. I also want your woman." Saren's body stiffened, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. Keith spoke calmly. "If Mr. Saren is still unwilling to leave after a count to 5, I can only let you watch helplessly." Saren's eyes widened, looking at Keith in confusion, then at the woman behind him. Saren quickly spoke. "Leader, please spare my family." Keith didn't pause at all. 3. Saren's expression changed drastically. He turned to look at the young woman behind him, gripping her hands tightly. "Brittany, it's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." The young woman's face was full of terror and fear, nodding woodenly. Just as Keith finished speaking, Saren suddenly let go of the woman's hands, running towards the door without looking back. Keith's face showed a slight surprise. The young woman and the dozens of mercenaries' faces were full of shock. Keith didn't have his men stop Saren, but instead greedily surveyed the young woman. He stepped forward, standing beside the young woman, unceremoniously wrapping a hand around her waist. At this moment, perhaps due to fear or Saren's betrayal, Keith could clearly feel her whole body trembling like a sieve. Keith's arm around her waist gradually shifted downward. A sense of comforting softness appeared in his palm. He kneaded as he spoke with a smile, his words full of comfort. "You don't need to be afraid. As long as you serve me well, I certainly won't harm you." Keith exerted some force with his arm, pushing the young woman towards the room at the back. A group of mercenaries with envious faces dispersed, rummaging through boxes and sitting around casually. In just a few minutes, in the room at the back, sounds of rhythmic clapping and a strange, tearful voice resonated. Janet, wearing tight brown leather armor, stood at the edge of the open courtyard of the manor castle. Her right hand rested on the city wall, her gaze gazing at the fields planted with crops beyond the walls. The gentle breeze blew the crops, the green leaves swaying like a sea of green waves. Janet slightly parted her rosy and moist lips, taking a deep breath in, letting the scent of grass and soil enter her nose and mouth. After a few seconds, she gently exhaled. Janet's face was full of comfort and relaxation. After admiring for a while, Janet's gaze shifted, looking at the dirt and gravel road between the fields. A team of cavalry was galloping rapidly towards her. As the speed was too fast, a cloud of dust rose up behind the cavalry team. Several minutes later, the cavalry approached the manor castle. Janet finally made out the burly man at the front of the cavalry team. It was Joao Frank. With the grinding noise of heavy chains descending, the wooden gate of the castle lowered to the ground. Under Janet's gaze, the cavalry team entered the manor castle. As the gate of the manor castle gradually closed behind them, Joao's tall and burly figure ascended the steps from below. His eyes swept around, soon landing on the detailed silhouette of Janet not far away. Without any hesitation, Joao strode over. Arriving behind Janet, Joao called, "I'm back, Janet." Janet turned around, looking at the dust-covered Joao, and revealed a look of relief. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle. Traveling all night to Windhill and then rushing back in a hurry. Presumably, the mercenary corps from Windhill has been arranged?" Joao nodded in response. "It's been arranged, Janet. Just as you instructed, to avoid the mercenary corps taking money and doing nothing. I changed the payment method of the higher fee to tax collection from the townsmen and merchants." Although the leader of the Blade Wind Corps was somewhat reluctant, he eventually agreed. Joao shifted the topic. "However," Janet frowned slightly. "However? Uncle Joao, you might as well speak directly. Now, at Frank Manor, only the two of us are left. No matter what happens in the future, we are destined to depend on each other." Joao nodded heavily and said, "However, Janet, is it really wise to withdraw our forces stationed in Morgantown and leave it to a mercenary corps for supervision? Even if we impose head taxes and other taxes on Morgantown, as long as we don't harm the townsmen's livelihood, they won't revolt no matter what. But now handing it over to the Blade Wind Corps, if I were there with the soldiers, perhaps they could be suppressed. If I am not there, I cannot guarantee what might happen in Morgantown." Having personally sought out the mercenary corps, Joao naturally understood what kind of existence the Blade Wind Corps was. They were nothing but a gang assembled from thieves, bandits, gamblers, rapists, and so on. Janet pondered in silence. She looked directly at Joao and asked, "I know, Uncle Joao, but, besides the Blade Wind Corps, can you find any other armed forces to cooperate with our Frank Manor?" Joao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. "The armed strength of Frank Manor. Uncle Joao, you understand better than I. Even after recruiting soldiers for so long and spending a fortune on weapons and armor, we have barely managed to muster an armored force of 800 men." Joao nodded to show his agreement. Janet continued speaking. "Among them, only 500 are cavalry, the rest are infantry, and 1,000 are unarmored infantry. Even with an additional 100 archers. With such military strength, how can we possibly resist the attack of Lin's fully armed soldiers? Uncle Joao, you know, in the last battle, Lin took all the labor force from the 3 great estates for his own use. My rough estimate is at least over 5,000 people." Joao listened quietly. Janet's face was solemn. "What does over 5,000 people mean?" "Uncle Joao, it means a massive population. You must know, Lin's territory contains coal and iron mines ripe for exploitation. And there are blacksmiths who can transform coal and iron into armor and weapons. With a large population, combined with armor and weapons, a fully armed army could be formed." Janet's chest, tightly encased in leather, rose and fell rapidly, causing the curve of that snow-white expanse to become ever more pronounced. But neither Janet nor Joao had the mind to address this at the moment. Janet felt a strong sense of crisis from behind that city wall. Despite being a woman, despite having not personally killed many people, Janet considered herself to have an extraordinary military talent. Why would Lin offer her, or rather Frank Manor, military assistance? She could intuitively understand. Lin wanted food, labor, and gold pounds. He wanted to use the military aid she requested to rightfully expand from his territory to plunder others. After entering the city walls, she had seen the prosperity and rapid development of Lin's territory. But she also knew that Lin's territory was still in the early stages of development. There was a large amount of undeveloped, weed-ridden land. A great deal of labor was needed for development and construction. At the same time, to meet the daily needs of this large labor force, he also needed a large supply of food. This explained why Lin only wanted peasants and other goods from the three great estates. Lin did not need more land right now. As for why Lin didn't wait for the three great estates to become exhausted fighting Frank Manor. Wait until both sides' soldiers are nearly exhausted before mobilizing troops to wrap things up. Lin just needs Frank Manor to follow up with Morgantown's reception and management. He needs someone to manage the population in Morgantown, to prevent this labor force from dispersing or going to other lords' territories. Lin can have enough time to integrate the thousands of peasants brought back to the territory. Janet couldn't think of any other reason Lin would want to keep Frank Manor. Because of her figure and beauty? That's absolutely impossible. When she first met Lin, she had deliberately displayed her impressive whiteness in front of Lin. But Lin just casually glanced at her and chose to ignore it. Even when her hand brushed against Lin intentionally or unintentionally, Lin turned a blind eye. Such a man must think highly of himself. How could he possibly fancy her? After Janet sighed, she continued speaking to Joao. Therefore, even if Frank Manor pays a higher price, and even if Morgantown is temporarily occupied by the Mercenary Corps, as long as the Mercenary Corps can cooperate with Frank Manor to create a pincer attack situation, at least we can still get a portion of the tax revenue from Morgantown. We can still hire those free people from Morgantown for future planting efforts. In this way, ensure that Frank Manor continues to grow and develop. As long as we can continue developing, there will come a day when we have a chance to counterattack that wall. Otherwise, once Lin exhausts all the peasants, Frank Manor will face destruction. Listening to Janet's explanation, the doubts in Joao's mind suddenly became clear. He apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, Janet. My thoughts were too shallow." Joao even bent slightly to express his apology for his earlier doubts. Janet smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Joao, there's no need for that. If it weren't for you looking after Janet by her side, Janet wouldn't have been able to support such a large manor." Joao nodded. "Janet, then I'll withdraw for now. The soldiers recruited as mercenaries still need me to organize them and arrange training plans. For now, they are just free people in origin. They must undergo rigorous training to become real soldiers capable of being thrown into the battlefield." Janet nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Joao." Without any further ado, he turned and headed towards the distant staircase, watching Joao's silhouette gradually fade away. The smile on Janet's lips was also gradually fading. Turning her gaze, she once again looked at the vast sea of green plants in the distance. Janet quickly mulled over it in her mind. If there is enough time for training, to train the free people in the manor castle into soldiers, then relying on the manor castle's towering structure, that should be able to hold off Lin's army of soldiers. If she wants to launch a counterattack on Lin's walls. Janet's face showed a stern look, filled with anger. With her right hand clenched into a fist, turning pale with fury, she bitterly uttered, one day, you will fall into my hands. By then, I want to see just how arrogant you can be." Compared to Lin intentionally slowing his attack on the united soldiers of the three great estates, causing Frank Manor to pay a heavy price. What angered Janet more was the way Lin looked at her. That gaze was like she was a prostitute in a brothel, trying desperately to please Lin, so that Lin would favor her and harshly discipline her. She is the manor lord of Frank Manor. How dare Lin look at her with such eyes? Thinking of this, the hatred in her heart grew stronger. Janet flung the brown cloak behind her and walked towards the castle's reception hall. Time was swiftly advancing. A golden orb emitting heat was slowly moving, gradually setting towards the western horizon. At least 10 miles away from Morgantown, in a forest area, several figures were hidden under the shade of the trees, sitting on the soil-covered ground, enjoying the cool breeze blowing through the forest, to alleviate the heat brought by wearing armor. Since there's quite a distance from Morgantown and in the remote forests, Hardly anyone would come to this place. A clearing had been opened up. Inside a hastily erected linen tent, Lin reclined on a leather-covered wooden chair. An hour ago, they had already marched to this forest, concealing their presence, quietly waiting for nightfall, awaiting the right moment to attack Morgantown. In Lin's mind, he contemplated whether to seize the opportunity by day or by night to launch an attack on Morgantown. An attack during the day offers clear visibility. The soldiers can clearly observe the town's layout, identify weak points in the defense works, and enemy troop deployment. During the attack, the soldiers can communicate and cooperate better. The daylight and open view can help the soldiers clearly see their comrades and the surrounding battle situation. This aids in boosting their fighting morale. With advantages come disadvantages. Launching an attack during the day, the soldiers' movements would be immediately detected by the guard of Morgantown. The guard would have more time to prepare defenses. This would increase the mortality rate of the soldiers. An attack at night also has its advantages and disadvantages. Attacking at night, darkness provides natural cover for the soldiers, increasing the success rate of night raids. Moreover, the town's alertness naturally decreases at night compared to during the day. They can even approach the town's edge without the guard noticing. The most crucial thing is, the night raid imposes strong psychological pressure and fear on the guard in town. They don't know the strength of the attacking force, nor the direction of attack, making it difficult to organize effective defensive formations. Attacking at night severely affects the soldiers' field of vision during the attack. Darkness makes it difficult for soldiers to see paths, terrain, and enemy positions. It even makes battlefield commanders struggle to anticipate battlefield maneuvers and adjust effective battle strategies. Despite there being advantages and disadvantages to both day and night assaults. But Lin still chooses to attack at night, because he needs plenty of time to use the battlefield sand table to simulate the attack on Morgantown. Before conducting the simulated battle, he waits for spies in Morgan to report on the current military strength in town. At this moment, a semi-transparent battlefield sand table panel appears before Lin's eyes. On the panel is a plain, planted with lush green crops. At the center of the plain is a town filled with various stone and wooden buildings. The style of each building, every stone and plank on each building is clearly visible. You can even see some cracks on the buildings. A slightly dilapidated cobblestone road, 5 or 6 meters wide, runs through the entire town from front to back, twisting and extending to the far end of the plain. It was because of the road connecting to the outside world that the town came to be. Not far beyond the town, a river dozens of meters wide flows past not far from the town, providing the town with water for living and irrigation. The terrain and outline of the town on the panel is indeed Morgantown outside the forest. The scenery on the panel changes constantly with Lin's intentions. Even if he only passed through Morgantown with little impression, the scene on the panel achieves an almost one-to-one realistic restoration. He hadn't used the battlefield sand table function before. Now that it's opened, upon careful inspection and comparison, Lin can't help but marvel once again at the powerful function of heavenly artifacts. With this function, not to say deploying troops like a god, at the very least, he can consider all possible scenarios during the siege within the attack plan, aiming to minimize casualties among soldiers and warhorses. Because war inevitably means soldiers will perish, he can achieve victory in a war and bring back all soldiers alive as much as possible. For a lord, that's enough. The sound of running footsteps echoed from afar. The sound was somewhat hurried, approaching him from afar. It was the intelligence captain Gasper, who had been infiltrating Morgantown. Gasper quickly walked up to Lin, bowed slightly, and respectfully greeted him. Lin nodded and asked, "How is the situation in Morgantown now? How many soldiers has Frank Manor arranged to station in the town?" Listening to Lin's inquiry, Gasper's face showed some hesitation, but he still responded, "Lord, there is some bad intelligence." Lin frowned. "Let's hear it." Rose and Wesley, who were resting not far away, stepped forward. Standing behind Lin, listening quietly, Gasper continued, "This morning, Joao Frank brought a large mercenary troop to Morgantown. Due to their sudden arrival, I only received the intelligence this morning and couldn't report to you in time, Lord." Lin pondered for a moment. "Go on." Gasper, A little nervous, swallowed, and continued. According to the intelligence I gathered, Frank Manor paid a great price to invite this mercenary corps called the Blade Wind Corps from Wind Hill to guard the entire Morgantown for Frank Manor, watching over the townsmen and travelers. Or did someone in his territory become a traitor? He had just convened Rose, Wesley, and a group of foremen yesterday to explain his plan for today. Yet morning comes, and Frank Manor brings in a mercenary corps? Lynn dismisses the suspicion from his mind. With the existence of loyalty value, he can see the loyalty value of everyone present at the banquet at a glance. On the panel, except for Flint, whose loyalty value is only 70%, Rose, Wesley, and all the foremen have a loyalty value of 100%. Thus, it must be a coincidence. Looking at Gasper lowering his head, Lynn asked, "What's the strength of the Blade Wind Corps you mentioned?" Gasper didn't hesitate. "Lord, I have already investigated. The mercenary members of the Blade Wind Corps, including the leader Keith Alva, his brother Wyatt Alva, and group captains, total 1,000. Among them, only 200 are cavalry, while the remaining 800 are infantry. By the way, Lord, they are all either wearing cloth armor or unarmored. Their weapons vary, with longswords, scimitars, etc., not standard issue." Lynn nodded. "Do you have any intelligence on their defensive arrangements and the mercenary camp where they live?" Gasper responded, "I've made inquiries, Lord. The Blade Wind Corps organized guard teams watching the front and back exits of Morgantown. Each guard team comprises 100 men. Outside the town, they also arranged two 50-man cavalry teams for patrol. Ordinary townsmen find it extremely difficult to go outside, let alone escape the town. I had to exhaust all possibilities to get out this time myself. Moreover, in the morning, the Blade Wind Corps turned the entire Morgantown upside down. All the townspeople's valuables and money were looted by them, leading to widespread discontent. Some mercenaries even directly moved into the townspeople's homes. But scared by the sheer number of Blade Wind Corps members, they dare not speak out." Lynn's frown deepened. She uses heavy taxation on Morgantown's townsmen, a killing the hens to warm the room strategy, to quickly amass wealth, in order to recruit soldiers and buy weapons and armor that he can understand, allowing a mercenary corps into Morgantown and letting them do whatever they please. Does Janet want to incite the anger of Morgantown's residents? If we push them to desperation, 3,000 townsmen ready to face death, even with nothing but farm tools in hand, would still be a formidable fighting force. Looking at Gasper, who still stood with his head bowed before him, Lynn pondered. Gasper, who had been lurking in Morgantown, brought him timely information. But the arrival of the Blade Wind Corps Mercenary Corps, invited by Frank Manor, took him by surprise. It even disrupted his previously planned strategy. His initial plan was to launch a surprise assault on Morgantown, guarded by a divided force from Frank Manor, under the cover of darkness, utilizing the high mobility and overwhelming advantage of the cavalry to swiftly eliminate the soldiers from Frank Manor stationed in Morgantown and seize control of Morgantown, to wait for Frank Manor to learn of Morgantown's fall and send a large force for reinforcement. He would then deploy all his troops outside the town, in the fields planted with crops, to engage Frank Manor in the final battle. With the sturdy defense of standard plate armor of heavy cavalry and heavy infantry, the sharpness of winged spears, and a rain of arrows, it was entirely possible to annihilate Frank Manor's active forces with minimal casualties. Seeing that Lynn was silent, Gasper dared not disturb him at all. He just stood there quietly waiting. On either side of Lynn, Rose, Wesley, and Red stood as well, their brows slightly furrowed, also pondering how to respond. Lynn's gaze shifted, looking at Rose and the others. "You too. You've also heard what Captain Gasper said." Listening to Lynn's inquiry, Rose and Wesley quickly stepped forward and bent slightly. Lynn continued, "Let's hear your suggestions." After exchanging a glance, Rose spoke first. "The arrival of the Mercenary Corps, if they unite with Frank Manor, will place our soldiers at a numerical disadvantage. If we attack Morgantown and can conclude the battle swiftly, then so be it. But if it drags into a prolonged battle, and Frank Manor learns of the fighting and sends a large army to support, then we'll be surrounded, attacked from both front and back." Rose continued, "Of course, Master, there's another option. Continue to expand our forces and enhance military strength. Wait until we have enough forces, then bring large machinery to launch an attack. Lin remained silent, merely staring at Rose. Rose continued. But, Master, retreating presents a problem. The depletion of morale. Losing heart before even fighting is far worse than the impact of defeat. When Rose finished speaking, Lin pondered for a moment and looked at Wesley. Feeling Lin's gaze, Wesley took a slight breath. He spoke resolutely. Fight. Master, this battle must be fought. Lin raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised at Wesley. Compared to Rose's neutral speech analyzing the pros and cons of the upcoming war, Wesley's stance indeed seemed a bit radical and belligerent. Oh, tell me your thoughts. Wesley spoke directly. Master, Morgantown is a vital passage from Kakasong City to your territory. Whether controlled by Frank Manor or the so-called Blade Wind Corps, it will undoubtedly affect the development of your territory. Traveling merchants can't reach your territory, preventing them from supplying you with various goods, rather than being pinched and restricted by the enemy at every turn. Better to bring the army forward and wipe out all potential crises on your territory. Wesley ignored the surprised looks from Lin and Rose and continued speaking. Moreover, as Rose said, losing heart before the battle not only affects the soldiers' morale, it will also diminish your authority in their eyes. Lin nodded and said, Both of you make valid points. I have already made a decision in my heart. Rose and Wesley slightly raised their heads, waiting for Lin's words. A voice loud and imposing echoed from Lin's mouth. Rose and Wesley's hearts trembled. Regarding their master's character, they gained further understanding and recognition. Their master was never one to fear death or be a coward. Unwavering, indomitable, Lin looked directly at Rose and said sternly, Prepare enough food for all soldiers and warhorses, let them eat and drink their fill, and rest in place awaiting orders. Be ready to launch an attack on Morgantown at any time. Rose lowered her head and responded, Yes, master. Turning his gaze, Lin looked at Wesley. Strengthen the surveillance of the surrounding area. If anyone approaches, capture them immediately. If capture is not possible, shoot them on sight. Ensure that our information hidden in the mountains and forests does not leak out. Wesley also responded, I understand, master. After dismissing Rose and Wesley to execute their orders, Lin looked at Gasper and spoke solemnly. Captain Gasper, I need you to do something. Gasper, with a resolute expression, quickly replied, Lord, just give your command. My family owes our survival to your help. Without you, we wouldn't have the life we have today. Therefore, as soon as you give the order, even if it's to face death, Gasper would not hesitate. Lin responded, Captain Gasper, you're too serious. However, what I'm asking you to do indeed carries a significant risk. I need you to lead your squad of scouts to start a fire in Morgantown. Gasper raised an eyebrow. A fire? Lin responded, Yes, a fire. The bigger and the fiercer it burns, the better. The plan to start a fire in Morgantown naturally involves certain risks. Gasper's squad of scouts is likely to be captured by the Blade Wind Corps. Once the fire gets out of control, it could cause devastating damage to the entire Morgantown. It might even attract the attention of the distant Frank Manor. The occurrence of a fire can divert everyone's attention in the town, including the Blade Wind Corps occupying Morgantown. This will provide favorable conditions for the soldiers to approach the town undetected. The flames from the fire can conveniently illuminate and guide the soldiers' assault. In Lin's view, the benefits of the fire far outweigh the drawbacks. Gasper seemed to have thought of something. Without any hesitation, he responded, No problem, my lord. When would you like me to light the flames and initiate the fire? Lin pondered for a few seconds before speaking. At midnight. The formation of the fire will mark the moment the army attacks. Gasper's expression was stern as he answered, Yes, my lord, Gasper understands. After instructing Gasper to be careful when returning to town, Lin dismissed him. Lin leaned slightly back, half reclining against the wooden chair's backrest. The soldiers have marched here. Returning empty-handed is not an option. The expressions of excitement on the soldiers' faces and the eyes full of anticipation from last night. Lin still remembers them vividly. The soldiers crave war, eager to gain military honors. Plus, Frank Manor's hostility towards him. whether it's for him or the three coming and going. To eliminate future threats, it's already an arrow nocked, ready to be released. He used to be not strong enough. Facing bandits, he could only choose to rely on the city walls and defend. In this intricate, crisis-filled chaotic world, barely hanging on. Now he has built momentum. Standard plate armor, heavy cavalry and heavy infantry, light cavalry, and archers. Though the total number of armed soldiers now is about 3,000. But nearly fully equipped, they already possess the strength to wage war externally. The current occupants of Morgantown are just a cloth and unarmored mercenary corps. What is there to fear? Without the determination to defeat 1,000-strong mercenary corps, afraid of a mere Frank manor, how can one consider future conquests of the entire Caridi Empire? Military strength is crucial. The courage to wage war is even more important. An inexplicable yet powerful aura emerged within Lin, causing his chest to rise and fall rapidly, making his breathing start to accelerate. Red, who had been silently waiting beside Lin, seemed to notice something unusual. He slightly turned his head toward Lin. Lin was just sitting back on the wooden chair, making no movements, uttering no words. He could clearly feel Lin's presence spreading, an aura of authority originating from the Lord, from the upper echelon. Compared to the Lin who once led him and Kisi in cultivating and planting, the Lin now is the true Lord. Lin naturally was unaware of Red's thoughts at this moment. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Taking a few deep breaths of air and then slowly exhaling, Lin steadied his breathing and heartbeat. A thought crossed his mind. The battlefield sand table interface surfaced before him. Having decided to fight, he must naturally prepare by simulating the battle in advance. Relying on sheer passion, charging into battle, fighting fiercely, those are the soldier's tasks. As a lord, as a commanding authority, he needs to consider how to achieve maximum benefits with minimum casualties. Do you wish to consume 100 energy stones to start simulating the Battle of Morgantown? Lin silently recited in his mind, yes. With his thoughts settled, a series of command prompts appeared on the battlefield sand table. Battle of Morgantown. Defensive strategy. Deep defense / scorched earth / proactive strike / lure the enemy. Attrition. Stand firm. Total number of defensive soldiers. Types of defensive soldiers. Attacking strategy. Blitzkrieg. Encirclement. Firepower suppression / feign attack. Total number of attacking soldiers. Types of attacking soldiers. Unexpected situations. Reinforcements arrive / natural disaster / morale collapse / misjudgment. Examining the interface with all the command entries required, Lin raised an eyebrow. The battlefield sand table function encompasses all the details a battle requires, from major strategies and tactics between the attackers and defenders, to minor events and types and numbers of soldiers on both sides, including unexpected situations in the mix. Though it's just a simulated battle in the battlefield sand table, but it strives to reach the pinnacle like a real war. Lin first selected the battle time for midnight. Regardless of whether they are defenders or attackers, they will have different states at different times. By midnight, the intensity of the defense naturally decreases. With the night falling, the defender's vision is also limited. Lin continued to make additions and adjustments to the soldiers of both sides and the strategies to be implemented. With the intelligence information brought back by Gasper, he can precisely integrate the soldiers of the Blade Wind Corps into the defense of Morgantown. 200 light cavalry, 800 light infantry. As for the strategy to be executed by the Blade Wind Corps, Lin pondered in his mind. The Blade Wind Corps is merely a mercenary corps. It is naturally impossible for them to conduct in-depth defense like a regular army. As long as the heavy cavalry and light cavalry make a single charge, the Blade Wind Corps with heavy casualties will collapse and flee. In front of the cavalry in standard plate armor, the mercenaries are merely a rabble. With a thought, Lin still chose the hold-fast strategy for the defenders. He always liked to think with the worst-case scenario. At the same time, Lin wanted to see, facing the hold out of the Blade Wind Corps, what kind of situation would the attackers face? After determining the number and strategy of the defending soldiers, Lin began to input the number of his attacking soldiers. Rose, Wesley, and Earl. 300 heavy cavalry, 200 heavy infantry, 300 light cavalry, etc. In terms of strategy, he chose Blitzkrieg without any hesitation, with the advantage in the number and quality of the cavalry, and choosing a night raid. Of course, it was to suppress the Blade Wind Corps with the speed of lightning before they could react. Achieve victory in the war. Lynn chose sudden occurrence as reinforcements arriving. Frank Manor is not far from Morgantown. If the cavalry rides at full speed, it would take at most an hour to arrive. Blade Wind Corps holding fast, combined with reinforcements from Frank Manor arriving. This is currently the most challenging situation Lynn can think of with the existing forces of Morgantown. If his cavalry does not wipe out the entire Blade Wind Corps in Morgantown within an hour and quickly reorganize the army formation, they will face the attack from Frank Manor. All instructions set. With a thought, Lynn clicked start. The originally still scene of Morgantown changed. The light from burning oil lamps in the houses radiated through the windows. At the town entrance, behind a few cheval de frise, several figures were pacing back and forth. At this moment, Lynn's perspective was on Rose. Despite being some distance away, he could still hear the voices occasionally coming from the mercenaries of the Blade Wind Corps at the entrance of Morgantown. Under the leadership of Rose and Wesley, the cavalry and infantry units, taking advantage of the cover of night, were gradually approaching the town. The crunching sound of horses' hooves on the earth, the rushing sound of soldiers trampling over crops, and the occasional neighing of horses. In the silent fields under the night sky, it was so piercingly loud. As the soldier units approached 100 to 200 meters from the town, a terrified shout suddenly echoed from the town entrance. Night raid! Night raid! This shout broke the silence of Morgantown. Warnings and the crisp sound of alarm bells continuously echoed in the town, awakening all those in the town who had fallen asleep. Seeing they were exposed, Rose at the front had no hesitation, instantly drew the long sword at his waist, and with a sound of metal scraping, swung it forward. Rose shouted loudly, "Charge!" As soon as the order was given, the urgent sounds of riders urging their horses sounded behind Rose. In the midst of the neighing of the war horses, the sound of galloping hooves spread out under the night sky. Under the leadership of Rose and Earl, wearing standard plate armor and wielding winged spears, the heavy cavalry charged towards Morgantown. 300 light cavalry clad in composite armor followed closely behind. All the cavalry began their charge, and the sound of galloping hooves started to spread under the night sky. It was like a thunderclap. Behind the cavalry were 200 heavy infantry, light infantry, and 500 archers led by Wesley. They marched rapidly, following behind the cavalry and charging towards Morgantown. Lynn, with a thought, moved the perspective up to above Morgantown. Because of the night raid, they were in a state of panic. He could clearly see members of the Mercenary Corps running out from the houses in the town, not even having time to properly dress. Teams of mercenaries began to assemble and head towards the town's entrance. Lynn's perspective shifted. In just a few seconds, Rose and Earl had already led the heavy cavalry to charge at the entrance of Morgantown. What amazed Lynn was, which Rose and Earl, riding their war horses, directly leaped over the cheval de frise at the town entrance. Upon landing smoothly, they charged into the crowd of mercenaries. The 5-meter-long winged spear in Rose's hand instantly pierced through the chests of 2 mercenaries. Moreover, carrying their bodies, they staggered backward and knocked down several other mercenaries. At this scene, Lynn felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. During the last military aid, he had Rose lead a group of soldiers to guard the city walls. Lynn finally truly witnessed Rose's strength. No wonder he was the former deputy captain of the 6th Cavalry Brigade of the Kruma tribe of the Shar Khanate. Even though he is not an extraordinary person, the strength he possesses is already incomparable to ordinary people. Following the 2 of them, dozens of heavy cavalry also rode their top-tier Badon warhorse and leaped into the barricades. They joined Rose and Earl, wielding their winged spears, slashing at the approaching Blade Wind Corps mercenaries. After them, the advancing light infantry lifted each barricade and pushed them to the sides. The entrance to Morgantown, deprived of barricades for defense, was like a fallen harlot. All the cavalry and infantry surged in, mercilessly striking the newly arrived mercenaries. These mercenaries, wearing cloth armor or even unarmored, How could they possibly be a match for the fully armed soldiers led by Rose? In just 5 minutes, the 200 to 300 mercenaries gathered in Morgantown fell into pools of blood. Rose once again lifted his winged spear high, gathering the heavy cavalry to charge deeper into Morgantown. The cavalry drove their warhorses beneath them, gripping their winged spears under their arms, forming a horizontal line with the charging horses. The 300 heavy cavalry formed like a sharp blade. Where they passed, mercenaries were instantly pierced and scattered. The heavy infantry following behind the cavalry were responsible for cleaning up the mercenary formations torn apart. Despite the mercenaries executing a hold-the-line strategy, continuously swinging their long swords and scimitars, they couldn't hurt the well-armored heavy infantry at all. Wave after wave of mercenaries fell, their mouths continuously issuing cries of anguish. The mercenaries, ended by the infantry's final strikes, lost all sound and breath. As time swiftly passed, with the incessant advance of the heavy and light infantry, the number of mercenaries in the town gradually dwindled. Lynn glanced at the battlefield sand table, where the defenders' soldiers numbered less than 100. The entire Morgantown was plunged into stillness. Simultaneously, a panel appeared on the battlefield sand table. Seeing the panel prompt before him, Lynn felt no relief. With the heavy cavalry and heavy infantry he currently possessed, if he failed to conduct a night raid on a mercenary-occupied town, then that would truly be absurd. Cavalry, armor, decide everything. With a thought, Lynn opened the battle simulation results, confidently reviewing them. In this simulation battle, a total of 1,000 Blade Wind Corps mercenaries were killed, including the leader of the Blade Wind Corps, Heath Alva, and his younger brother Wyatt Alva. Lynn furrowed his brow. In this night raid battle of Morgantown, 40 soldiers lost their lives, and 15 warhorses perished. Such a rate of casualties was naturally unacceptable to him. Even the Allied soldiers in the previous attack on the 3 great estates did not suffer such heavy losses. Lynn looked at the 5 large characters, attacker's victory, before him, quickly recalling in his mind. He meticulously analyzed the settlement panel of the battle. Conducting a blitzkrieg night raid on Morgantown was naturally the best strategy. This is beyond doubt. Moreover, both Rose and Earl had excellent battlefield performances in this battle. They led from the front, charging into battle. The only drawback was that the Battle of Morgantown became urban warfare. The 500 archers led by Wesley couldn't exploit their advantage. They could only use longswords for close combat melee. Not only the archers, the urban warfare also prevented the cavalry from fully utilizing their advantage. They could only make charges on the bluestone main roads of Morgantown. Since it was merely a simulation, he couldn't, like in reality, have Gasper set fires in Morgantown. It couldn't draw the mercenaries' attention in Morgantown, nor could it gather them from each house in the alleys, thereby reducing the soldiers' urban battles. Another major reason was the Blade Wind Corps mercenaries' hold-the-line strategy. The mercenaries, fearless in battle, attempted one-on-one attacks on his soldiers. They died fighting to the last man, with none fleeing. Such circumstance would be impossible even for a systematically trained regular army, even if regular army casualty rates reached 20%. If commanders cannot effectively stabilize morale, or if the enemy attack intensifies, signs of collapse, panic, desertion, and more can occur. Lynn was already aware of the reasons for the high casualties. He glanced at the sky, noting it was only afternoon. Lynn's thoughts emerged once more. Would you like to spend 100 energy stones to start the simulation battle for Morgantown? Lynn didn't hesitate, mentally affirming. He continued simulating the Battle of Morgantown. With a thought, he changed the strategic tactics of the Blade Wind Corps to deep defense. As Lynn clicked Start, again, a new round of the Morgantown simulated campaign began again. Sitting on the wooden chair, Lynn's eyes were glued to the screen of the simulated campaign. From when Rose led the soldiers to sneak in, to being discovered by the mercenaries of Blade Wind Corps. Then, to when Rose led the cavalry to launch the attack. Lynn tried to capture each moment into his eyes, and he observed the defense and counterattack of the Blade Wind Corps soldiers. As time continued to pass, this time, the Battle of Morgantown gradually reached its end. Only lasted 15 minutes. The familiar victory for the attacker prompt screen appeared in Lynn's eyes once more. Lynn opened the campaign settlement screen again and examined it carefully. This time, Rose surprisingly killed 15 mercenaries. Earl also killed 11 mercenaries. Although the defensive ability of those mercenaries was limited, killing double figures in a campaign clearly shows the strength of Rose and Earl. Lynn's gaze moved, finally resting on the casualty rate. 8 soldiers died, 26 were injured. Looking at this casualty rate, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. This is what the battle damage should be between fully armed soldiers in cloth and unarmored mercenaries. This time there was no spy causing fires in Morgantown. If Gasper had caused a fire, the casualty rate could be reduced even further. Lynn thought of another issue, perhaps due to the blitzkrieg strategy tactics. The entire Battle of Morgantown attack time was too short, only lasted about 20 minutes, far from triggering unexpected situations. However, Lynn reconsidered. The attack on Morgantown ended in just 20 minutes. He had more than enough time to have Rose reorganize the troop to respond to the potential reinforcement from Frank Manor soldiers. Lynn initiated Morgantown simulated warfare once again. The final campaign settlement screen showed that only 9 soldiers died. As for the injured soldiers, there were only 18. Lynn nodded in satisfaction and closed the screen in front of him. During the battlefield sand table function, he couldn't adjust at any time according to the situation. Indeed, a bit lacking humanity. But he could completely predict some major crises in wars through multiple simulated wars in advance. When he leads the soldiers into battle, he can avoid as much as possible to increase the victory rate of the war and reduce the soldiers' casualties. This is the advantage of the war sand table. As for the consumption of energy stones in multiple simulations, Lynn could almost overlook it. Only consumed 100 energy stones at a time. He could fully earn them back by fishing. Pushing down the thoughts in his mind, Lynn got up from the wooden chair, stepped out of the tent. Under the gaze of soldiers resting sitting on the ground, stones, or fallen tree trunks, Lynn arrived at the edge of the forest. He looked into the distance, in the center of a lush farmland. That's where Morgantown is located. As time passed by, now it had reached dusk. Lynn could see from afar. Wisps of smoke floated out from houses and buildings, merging into the sky. The sky was gradually dimming. The time to launch an attack on Morgantown was drawing near. Within the 3-story house building, sounds of impacts continuously echoed from behind a tightly closed door. After a deep murmur, the room fell into silence. Keith leaned against the wooden headboard. On both sides of him lay 2 women. Although they had a thin linen blanket covering them, it still couldn't hide their curvaceous outlines. After slightly calming his breath, Keith regained his senses. His gaze swept past the bodies of the 2 women, seeing the blush on the plump woman's cheeks. Turning his gaze, he looked to his right, the young girl with tear marks at the corner of her eyes, resting with eyes closed. Keith's eyes were full of pity. He raised his arm and tightly embraced the girl. His left hand began to move, causing the young girl to frown as it wandered. The sound of footsteps approached the room. The sound of knocking on the wooden door echoed in the room. The young girl embraced by Keith instantly awakened from her exhausted light sleep. She opened her eyes wide, staring at Keith in front of her, her pupils contracted. A shriek of terror came from the girl's mouth. Following was the girl's frantic struggle. Using all limbs, punching and kicking, Keith was taken aback. He hurriedly held the girl tightly with his right hand and withdrew his left hand from the girl to cover her mouth. Looking at the girl's terrified eyes closely, Keith spoke soothingly. Don't scream, don't scream. As long as you serve me well, I can ensure you won't be hurt. Very soon, trust me, it'll be over very soon. But the young girl was different from the young woman on Keith's left. Despite Keith's attempts to soothe, her body struggles showed no sign of stopping. At the instant she broke free from Keith's grip on her mouth, she opened her mouth and fiercely bit down on Keith's left hand. The intense pain shot from Keith's palm straight to his forehead in an instant. Keith instinctively released the girl's right hand, clenched his fist, and landed a fierce punch on the girl's temple. Dizziness filled the girl's mind. Her eyes went blank, and she released her teeth from Keith's palm. Keith pulled out his left hand and quickly sat up. Staring at the bloody bite marks on his palm, Keith's chest heaved rapidly. He stood up and mercilessly kicked the girl's body with his right foot. Under this power, the girl rolled off the bed directly. She tumbled several times on the stone-paved floor before crashing into the wall and finally coming to a stop. The young girl didn't cry out. Instead, she struggled to stand up from the ground, without bothering to put on clothes. Despite the violent pains twisting in her abdomen, despite the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, the young girl didn't care in the slightest. Her wide, bloodshot eyes stared straight at Keith. Feeling a slight relief in the pain on his palm, Keith looked at the standing young girl. That youthful and delicate face, a waist that could be encircled, the curvaceous contours of her body. The anger in Keith's heart slightly subsided, and he said persuasively, "Why do you bother? I'm the leader of the Bladewind Corps, with nearly 1,000 subordinates under me. Do you think you alone can resist me? Besides, I liked you. That's why I had you brought here. Perhaps you don't know. If it weren't for me, you would be lying beside 5 or 6 men now, serving them one by one." The young girl's eyes remained wide open, staring straight at Keith. That gaze wished to grind him into dust, to devour him alive. Keith naturally felt the murderous intent in the young girl's eyes. He continued to persuade. "I know, you think I have tainted your body and you want to die with me. But do you really think your strength can kill me? Moreover, I know where your family lives. You might not want to live, but I wonder if your parents, your brother, and sister want to continue living." Hearing Keith's words, a flash of tears appeared in the young girl's wide eyes. Even though the tears kept rolling in her eyes, they stubbornly refused to fall. Seeing the young girl's change, Keith smiled faintly and continued, "Don't worry. As long as you serve me well, I can ensure not only that you live, but your parents, brother, and sister also live. I might even give you a substantial amount of money." Keith took a step and slowly walked towards the girl. As he reached the girl, she showed no sign or movement to resist. Keith relaxed in his mind, and his smile became more apparent. His arm moved, encircling the girl's warm waist, gently pushing her towards the big bed ahead. As they walked, Keith's right hand, previously placed on her waist, slowly moved down, finally landing on the roundness of her body, which had grown cold from being exposed to the air for too long. Keith grinned. "That's more like it. All I want is your body, not your life." The girl's expression changed. Her gaze turned icy as she looked at Keith. Her fair right hand swiftly sliced towards Keith's neck. Keith frowned and quickly fell backward. He avoided the sharp piece of stone tightly held in the girl's hand. Keith's body turned, and his right hand grasped the hilt of the one-handed sword on the bedside table. The blade scraped against the metal sheath, producing a piercing sound. Keith's right arm twisted. The blade, glinting under the candlelight, pierced through the space, directly stabbing into the girl's chest as she charged forward. Within moments, it protruded from her back. Feeling the abnormal sensation in her chest, the girl looked down, her eyes filled with confusion. Before she could look up, Keith pulled back his right arm, extracting the blood-stained blade from her body. As Keith withdrew the blade, it was as if he had drawn out all the girl's strength. Her entire body fell to the ground, with blood streaming continuously from her wound. Keith lowered his head, gazing into the girl's wide eyes without a trace of fear. He approached her, crouching down. Looking at the girl's young and delicate face, Keith's tone was filled with regret and a sigh. Wouldn't it be better to live well? Why sacrifice your life for so-called purity and chastity? What a beautiful body, to die like this. It's too much of a shame. Keith couldn't help but shake his head in sighs. Someone outside, seemingly hearing strange noises from the room. The knocking became urgent, accompanied by a man's concerned inquiry. "What happened in the room? Brother, are you okay?" Hearing the shouting from outside, Keith stood up and walked towards the door. As he passed by the bed, Keith glanced at the woman on the bed. At this moment, the woman was still lying on the bed covered with a thin blanket, her eyes closed, resting lightly. But Keith clearly saw the whole body of the woman trembling with fear. Keith felt a pang of emotion. Indeed, a woman with experience understands the value of life better. As long as one can live, nothing else matters. Retracting his gaze, Keith arrived at the door, moved his hand to pull open the latch, and then opened the door inward. Wyatt's face, full of anxiety and urgency, came into Keith's view. Seeing Keith, Wyatt's face relaxed. His gaze swept past Keith, looking into the room, and after scanning several times. Only then did Wyatt ask Keith with concern, "Brother, are you all right? I just heard sounds of fighting from your room. With casual words, Keith replied. The young girl wanted to resist, but it's okay now. I've dealt with it. Wyatt nodded somewhat confusedly. Keith asked, You came to find me. Is there something you need? Upon hearing Keith's question, Wyatt remembered the main reason. He grinned excitedly. Brother, all the money in the town has been looted. Brother, we're going to make a fortune. Seeing Wyatt's excited expression, Keith became interested. He curiously asked, How many gold pounds are there in total? Wyatt responded immediately without hesitation. Brother, there is a merchant guild in the small town. Although the Chamber of Commerce president is not here, they still found a large amount of gold pounds from the guild, plus other merchants and some free people. In total, there are 3,800 gold pounds. Hearing the figure reported by Wyatt, Keith couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was indeed a bit surprised. Morgantown, so remote. After turning it upside down and ransacking it, there would be so many gold pounds? Keith thought of something. The bulk of the 3,800 gold pounds couldn't possibly come from the free people at the bottom of Morgantown. The only possibility is the merchant guild Wyatt mentioned. Keith asked Wyatt, What kind of goods does the merchant guild you mentioned trade in? Wyatt's eyes shifted, and after thinking for a few seconds, he replied, Brother, it seems to be crops, barley, wheat, and the like. Even though the prices of barley and wheat have been skyrocketing recently, but dealing with the most basic crops, coupled with transport limitations, even a long-standing crop business couldn't accumulate so many gold pounds. Thoughts raced through Keith's mind. He suddenly felt like he caught on to some clue, but he couldn't quite put it into words. Looking at the grinning Wyatt in front of him, Keith said, Keep these gold pounds safe. With these gold pounds, we can gather more members, buy a large batch of armor and weapons, and arm the brothers. Only then will our Bladewind Corps have a bigger stage. Currently, the Bladewind Corps has 1,000 members. However, due to the lack of armor and standard weapons, their overall strength is extremely limited. This also makes many great lords look down on their Bladewind Corps, not to mention hiring them to go to the battlefield. They are not even willing to hire them for simple guard escort tasks. But with these gold pounds, everything can improve. Wyatt did not hesitate and responded, Got it, brother. I'll go right away. Keith nodded, letting Wyatt step back. After watching him walk away, Keith waved to summon 2 subordinates. He had the 2 enter the room to carry out the body of the dead girl on the ground. And after the 2 cleaned the blood on the ground and left. Only then did Keith close the door and walk toward the big bed. Looking at the woman lying on the bed, the rounded whiteness beneath the thin blanket was faintly visible. The interest Keith had lost gradually resurfaced. He moved his body, climbed onto the bed, and lay beside the woman. His hands moved, embracing the woman lying on her side with her back to him tightly. The round softness at the back of the woman pressed closely against his front. Keith's right hand also started to roam and explore. In just a few minutes, Keith sensed the woman's physical changes. His eyebrows lifted, his breathing and heartbeat began to accelerate, just as Keith was about to flip over and pin the woman beneath him. Outside the room, the sound of rapid footsteps suddenly rang out. Wyatt's shout came from outside the door. Brother, something's wrong. The initially enthusiastic Keith instantly frowned. His face was full of anger as he shouted toward the door, What's wrong? Wyatt, you're always being so reckless. What exactly do you want? Outside the door, Wyatt hurriedly replied, Brother, the church. The church caught fire. It's burning quickly and spreading to the houses on both sides. Keith frowned, releasing the white right hand he was holding against the woman's chest. He got off the bed, picked up the clothes thrown beside the bed, and began to put them on. Keith, wearing a linen robe and leather armor, walked toward the door again. With a face full of anger, he opened the door. Seeing the anxious Wyatt in front of him, Keith couldn't help but glare at him. Without letting Wyatt speak, Keith stepped out of the room, walked through the corridor, and came to an open window. The moment he leaned out the window, the strong smell of burning smoke instantly filled his nostrils. Keith's gaze shifted, looking into the distance. Although the burning church was obstructed by several houses, he could still see the flames, coloring the sky red and orange. There was also a column of thick smoke with sparks, rising straight into the night. If such a massive fire isn't controlled, not to mention the church and nearby houses, The entire town might not survive. Retracting his body, Keith quickly walked down the stairs. He glanced at the closely following Wyatt and asked in a deep voice, "Didn't I assign personnel to patrol in and out of the town? Why is there such a big fire?" Wyatt's face was full of tension. He hesitated. "Brother, I don't know either. I was about to hold a beauty and sleep. Someone suddenly came to report to me, so I came to notify you immediately." Keith did not speak, walking while deep in thought. In a small town with many residents, fires and fire alarms are normal occurrences. On their first day in Morgantown, such a billowing fire broke out. The most critical thing is, it's early morning now. At this time, everyone should have been asleep. Keith's eyes sparkled. He finally figured out the key issue. He was invited by Frank Manor to guard the entire Morgantown. They were even willing to entrust the entire small town of thousands to his Bladewind Corps. From the beginning to the end, Joao Frank never explained to him the reasons behind this. Keith finally understood. Frank Manor has external enemies in Morgantown. To avoid dispersing the soldiers' power in the manor, they let his Bladewind Corps come to Morgantown to guard it. And this sudden fire must be related to enemies of Frank Manor. Keith couldn't think of any other reason. Soon, doubts appeared in Keith's mind. In the town, what is the purpose of causing such a fire? To burn down the entire town? To make his Bladewind Corps and the thousands of townsmen perish together? A bold idea emerged in Keith's mind. Is this the signal for their invasion of Morgantown? A sharp pain appeared in Keith's temples. He couldn't help but shake his throbbing head. Perhaps it's due to excess with two women. Or maybe it's because of the lack of intelligence information. He couldn't predict or deduce further. Keith looked at Wyatt beside him and said in a deep voice, "Go wake up all the captains. I have orders to give." Keeping Keith's words firmly in mind, Wyatt responded, "Okay, bro, I'm on it." Wyatt quickened his pace, running past Keith, heading for the staircase ahead. With Wyatt's incessant knocking and pounding on doors, one by one, the captains of the Mercenary Corps released the women they were holding. They hurriedly dressed, grabbed their weapons, and headed to the reception hall on the first floor. Keith looked at the groggy-eyed captains of the Mercenary Corps, and Keith began issuing orders. "Talon, Stewart, and Suwa, you three lead a team to organize the townsmen to fight the fire." Upon receiving Keith's instructions, the three whose names were called quickly responded. Then, they swiftly left the reception hall. Keith's gaze shifted to the other middle-aged men. "Waylon, you lead a team to search for and capture the arsonists. I want to see which faction spies are lurking in Morgantown. Since Joao Frank refuses to inform him, he'll find out himself. As long as the spy is still in town, he'll find them." The middle-aged man Waylon responded with acknowledgement and also left the three-story building. Keith's gaze shifted again, looking at the remaining captains of the Mercenary Corps. "Your task is to guard the entrances and exits of Morgantown. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter Morgantown." As soon as his voice fell, the captains of the Mercenary Corps responded in unison, "Yes, leader." When everyone left, only Keith and Wyatt remained in the reception hall. Wyatt hesitated for a few seconds, then asked, "Bro, is there anything you need me to do?" Keith turned and looked at him with some frustration and said, "You think you can do anything other than chase women all day?" Hearing Keith's rather questioning words, Wyatt's face was full of grievance, muttering in a low voice, "I'm just learning from you. Besides, I only have one woman in my bed. You have two. And you picked the best-looking one." Keith's face darkened, his questioning voice becoming louder. Wyatt dared not say another word. Keith snorted coldly, "Just follow me honestly, and don't do anything else." With that said, Keith stepped out of the reception hall. Wyatt followed closely behind. However, just as Keith took Wyatt toward the fire scene in the town, urgent shouting rang out from afar. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Along with it was the urgent sound of gongs being struck. Keith confirmed he hadn't misheard. His expression changed dramatically, and he quickly looked in the direction of the noise. He saw a cavalryman, riding on a horse, constantly striking the iron gong in his hand. The sharp and piercing sound echoed throughout Morgantown. The cavalryman dismounted quickly before Keith, reporting, "Leader Keith, it's bad. We're under attack. A large cavalry unit has sneaked in under the cover of darkness." Seeing the frightened expression on the face of the messenger mercenary before him, Keith frowned tightly. then asked. The messenger mercenary spoke nervously. Leader, it's too dark to see clearly. But there must be many. One can see the hazy silhouettes everywhere. Keith said in a deep voice, I understand. You now ride to gather all the captains and members. Meet at the town gate. I want to see what kind of force dares to raid my Blade Wind Corps' garrison town at night. The messenger mercenary quickly responded, Yes, leader, right away. With that, the messenger mercenary rushed back onto his horse, riding towards the direction of the fire. In his hand, the iron gong rang ding-ding. Watching the messenger mercenary leave, Keith withdrew his gaze. He scanned the surroundings to confirm there were no outsiders, then looked Wyatt directly in the eye. He spoke urgently. Wyatt, are you holding onto the money stash? Wyatt nodded, somewhat confused. Of course, I'm your brother, after all. Naturally, I should be the one helping you store valuables. Keith relaxed his expression and continued. That's good. Wyatt, I have something I need you to do now. Wyatt raised an eyebrow, waiting for Keith to continue. Keith said, I want you to take all the gold pounds we've gathered and leave Morgantown quietly when no one is watching. Do you remember the cave we've been to before? Wyatt thought for 2 seconds and nodded. I remember. Keith said with satisfaction. Good. I want you to wait for me in the cave. Confusion appeared on Wyatt's face. He spoke, puzzled. Brother, are you asking me to be a deserter? No way. Even though I'm not the smartest, I will never leave you and run away alone. Seeing Wyatt's determined expression, Keith took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anger. If it weren't for the fact that Wyatt was his brother, he would have killed him with a sword. Interrupting his good deeds and mood, he let pass. He was trying to ensure Wyatt's survival, and he couldn't understand this logic. Keith spoke sternly. I'll say it again. I want you to wait for me in the cave. I'll come and get you once I handle the invading enemy. Wyatt, this is not a discussion. Wyatt's mouth opened slightly, about to argue further. But feeling Keith's cold, piercing gaze, Wyatt gave up. He said reluctantly, All right, brother, I'll wait for you to pick me up in the cave. Keith nodded. Go quickly. Wyatt responded, taking one last deep look at Keith. Finally, he headed toward the 3-story building behind him. Watching Wyatt's figure disappear into the reception hall, Keith felt a slight sense of relief. So far, regarding the number and strength of the night raiding enemies, all he could be sure of was this. The enemy night attack was related to Frank Manor, to the church fire. As soon as he heard of the major fire at the church and arranged for people to go and extinguish it, in just a few minutes, a messenger mercenary came to report an enemy night attack. The church fire was just a distraction, meant to divert the Blade Wind Corps stationed in Morgantown. Someone who could come up with such a plan and launch an attack without hesitation. Keith didn't believe that the enemy attacking Morgantown was just a ragtag bunch. He had to be fully prepared. He needed to quickly rally and organize the mercenaries for defense. He also had to arrange an escape route. If the mercenary corps showed weakness, he would not hesitate to flee with the remaining mercenaries. Defend Morgantown to the death? They were just an invited mercenary corps here in Morgantown. Now the gold pounds in Morgantown were already in hand. If faced with a life-or-death crisis, he could even abandon the entire Blade Wind Corps mercenary corps. Survival was the utmost priority. While Keith pondered, chaotic pounding footsteps sounded on his left. Keith turned to look. It was the few captains and a group of mercenaries he had sent to fight the fire. At least 600 or 700 of them at a glance. The mercenaries came before Keith, calling out with resounding voices, Leader. Keith's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, I suppose you know our current situation? The mercenaries nodded in response. Keith continued, Good. I won't say more than necessary. Life in Morgantown is great, with food, drink, and plump women. If you wish to continue enjoying such a life, then fight for me. Slay those scoundrels who dare only strike at night in ambush. Make them understand why we are called the Blade Wind Corps. The mercenaries showed fervor, voices rising in unison. Keith moved his hand, drawing the long sword still stained with blood from his waist, his right arm swinging fiercely. The mercenaries widened their eyes, bared their teeth, voicing strange cries from their throats. They ran in the direction Keith swung his longsword. Keith was also running, but as he deliberately slowed his pace. Within a few seconds, The mercenaries rushed past him to the front. The group had only run for a few minutes. A thundering, rolling sound of hooves came from the front, like a storm. The cries of horses and painful screams reached the soldiers' ears. Seeing soldiers clad in black standard plate armor, wielding exotic long spears, mounted on war horses, the heavy cavalry leapt effortlessly over the barricades ahead. The over a meter-high barricades seemed inconsequential to those heavy cavalry. Their elongated and strange-shaped long spears acted like deadly weapons. Wherever they passed, mercenaries' long sword and scimitar couldn't reach the heavy cavalry, and their bodies were instantly pierced, turning into sieves. One heavy cavalryman after another continued to leap over the barricades, entering behind the fortifications, wantonly slaughtering the mercenaries one by one. In front of these heavy cavalry, the mercenaries were like lambs waiting for slaughter. They had no ability whatsoever to fight back. And in the rear of the heavy cavalry, there was a group of light cavalry. As the messenger mercenary had said, the rear was densely packed with infantry. They were either wearing forged plate armor, with iron helmets on their heads, holding exotic long spears, or wearing armor plates, holding round shields in their left hands and iron spears in their right hands, or holding long swords, with longbows and quivers on their shoulders. Even though the weapons in their hands were different, they had one thing in common: fully armed. The enemy troops attacking at night turned out to be a fully armored soldier unit. Looking at such a massacre, Keith's eyes were filled with horror. Is this the enemy of Frank Manor? Such enemies, merely a mercenary corps made up of ordinary vagrant peasants. How can they be confronted? A thought instantly popped into Keith's mind. The Bladewind Corps is over. We must escape immediately. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Not only did Keith see the slaughter happening ahead, the captains and mercenaries around him also saw the squads of heavy cavalry and heavy infantry. Their faces were filled with panic, and the speed of their running gradually slowed down. Pairs of eyes continually scanned their companions around them. It seemed like they were seeking suggestions for the next course of action. Keith was shocked in his heart, and he hurriedly shouted loudly, "What are you afraid of? They just have an extra layer of iron than us. They're still human. There are so many of us. Are we really afraid of them?" In this situation, if the cowardly atmosphere among the mercenaries were allowed to develop, in just a few minutes, they would scatter and flee. What awaits them would be a one-sided pursuit and massacre. By then, let alone the mercenaries, he himself would find it difficult to escape. Hearing Keith shout again, the mercenaries who had originally wavered in their hearts steadied themselves. They shouted as they once again raised their weapons high, heading towards the battlefield where the fight was ongoing. Watching the mercenaries run past him, falling into battle with the cavalry and infantry ahead, one mercenary after another fell, lying in the pile of corpses and blood. Keith's face was full of seriousness. His hard-earned mercenary assets accumulated over 6 or 7 years, destroyed at once because of this trip to Morgantown. Keith's heart was full of hatred. Damn Frank Manor, damn Joao Frank. If it weren't for him inviting Bladewind Corps to Morgantown, then none of this would have happened. Even if they continued to stay on Windhill, living a life of exposure to the elements every day, at least there would be no danger to life. Watching the former mercenary members continuously fall, Keith withdrew his gaze and started running in the direction away from the battlefield. Everyone in the Bladewind Corps could die, except him. As long as he is still alive, as long as there are those gold pounds that Wyatt took away, then he still has a chance to rise again. As for the deceased personnel, at worst he would recruit again. Lynn rode on Moing, looking distantly at the slaughter at the entrance of Morgantown. The scene before him was not much different from the simulation of the Battle of Morgantown on his battlefield sand table. Under the charge of the heavy cavalry, the unarmored mercenaries were killed like withered grass beneath the horses. The top war horses from the Badan Empire, the defensive capabilities of the standard plate armor, and the 5-meter winged spear, their advantages were once again fully displayed. Although there are multiple obstacles and restrictions to gradually forming large-scale armored cavalry or heavy cavalry, the number of war horses, the forging of heavy armor and vests, the training of soldiers' abilities, etc., without extraordinary power or sturdy, targeted fortifications in front of them, it was still impossible to conceal the invincible posture of the heavy cavalry. the barricade fortifications of Morgantown, and the mercenaries defending them. Under the charge of the heavy cavalry, in just a few minutes, they were torn apart. Under the lead of Rose and Earl taking the lead, heavy cavalry and light cavalry charged towards the approaching group of mercenaries. The weight of the soldiers clad in standard plate armor, the weight of the war horses, directly maximizing the momentum of the charge. The exotic long spears held under the soldiers' arms, parallel to the war horses, instantly thrust into the mercenaries. Mercenaries, like chunks of meat, were skewered on the winged spears. The sound of bones cracking from the impacts, the painful wails, the clashing of weapons. This group of 600 to 700 mercenaries was directly torn in two by the cavalry, split into two groups. The ground passed by the cavalry was covered with piles of fallen corpses. Before a group of mercenaries could react, the heavy infantry following the cavalry, striding with big steps, wings outstretched, gradually approached the mercenaries. The neat steps of the heavy infantry stomped on the bluestone pavement. With each step, the collision between the components of the standard plate armor, forming a series of heavy sounds. Clad in black-gray standard plate armor, wearing black full-coverage iron helmets, holding black exotic long spears. Even at just a glance, they gave off a powerful psychological deterrence. Some mercenaries, driven to desperation, gritted their teeth, lifted their weapons, ready to fight, trying to resist with all their might. But these mercenaries who had just approached, once they entered the heavy infantry's attack range, were instantly turned into sieves by the spearheads. With the winged spears being 5 meters long, these mercenaries couldn't even get near the heavy infantry. The mercenaries realized the true meaning of disparity in strength. Despair, helplessness, waiting only for death. Under the attack and pressure of the heavy infantry, surrounded by the cavalry from the rear, layer upon layer, the mercenaries fell dead to the ground. At this moment, a voice of inquiry rang out among the mercenaries. "Chief Keith, they're too strong. We're not their match at all. What should we do now?" However, after the inquiry, there was no response. "Chief Keith? Where did Chief Keith go? Damn it. Keith ran. We've been sold out. He made us face the enemy, yet he ran off himself? What does this make us? Brothers, I'm giving up resisting. I'm surrendering. Don't kill me. I'm also surrendering." One by one, the mercenaries randomly threw their long swords or scimitars onto the ground. Riding Mo-ing, Lin, who was following behind the infantry, naturally heard their voices. Lin's gaze turned to Wesley beside him. "Take a team of light cavalry and bring their leader Keith back." With a slight frown, Wesley promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." Without a word wasted, Wesley pulled the reins in his hand, changing direction. Leading a group of light cavalry, he headed out of the town. Lin looked at a soldier beside him, opened his mouth, and said, "Pass this down. Those who surrender and lay down arms, we will not kill." The soldier, hearing this, immediately shouted loudly to the soldiers ahead, "Relay Lord's orders. Lay down arms and surrender. No killing." The heavy infantry who were originally stepping forward towards the mercenaries stopped in their tracks upon hearing the command from behind. The winged spears in their hands continued to aim at the mercenaries. Through the holes in their iron helmets, pairs of cold eyes stared at the mercenaries ahead, standing by, waiting for further orders from their lord. Rose and Earl drove their war horses across the heavy infantry to Lin's side. Rose bent slightly, respectfully saying, "My lord." Lin responded, "Collect the weapons of those who surrender, assign a team of soldiers to guard strictly, separate a light infantry squad, organize the townsmen, and put out the fire. Gather the remaining soldiers at the farmland in front of Morgantown, waiting for the next instruction." Listening to the series of instructions from Lin, Rose quickly responded. Then, Rose also pulled the reins in his hand, changing the direction of his warhorse. Moving forward, starting to arrange the soldiers. Upon receiving the orders, the soldiers began to act, collecting weapons, tying up the captives, driving them to a courtyard with walls for guarding. Teams of cavalry and infantry started moving outside Morgantown. Watching the orderly movements in front of him, Lin couldn't help but nod. For the soldiers to achieve this, it's naturally due to Rose training them on command instructions regularly. Such execution can only be achieved by a regular army. Lin's gaze skimmed over the captives being taken away. The number of captives was at least 400 to 500. This night raid that he had waited for nearly a day ended when the heavy cavalry leapt over the horse-denying fences, tearing apart the defensive works at Morgantown's entrance. From being discovered, to attacking Morgantown, to achieving the victory in the battle, the total time was under 10 minutes, shorter than the time he expected and the time required for simulated battle victory. Lin wasn't too surprised, because human minds are the hardest to foresee. Facing overwhelming strength, facing the threat of death, no one knows what actions the other side will take. The less time it takes, it's a good thing for Lin and his soldiers. He has more time to gather and organize soldiers to prepare to meet the distant Frank Manor. Wearing chain armor, Joao walked hurriedly along the corridor of Frank Manor Castle. With every step, the components of the chain armor on him made the sound of friction and collision. Turning around the corners of corridors, Joao stood before the double wooden doors. He raised his right hand and knocked on the door before him. After knocking, Joao directly spoke facing the wooden door. "Janet, something happened in Morgantown." His voice fell for a few seconds. There was no response from the room. Joao was just about to knock the door again. He heard the clear sound of approaching footsteps behind the door. The tightly closed wooden door was pulled open. Janet, wearing only a thin silk robe, came into Joao's view. Because the silk robe was too fitted and the difference in height, he could clearly see the snow-white curve before Janet and the ravine between the peaks. With some drowsiness, Janet didn't notice Joao's gaze. Her voice was a bit lazy. "Uncle Joao, so late? Is there something wrong?" Joao quickly averted his gaze, explaining, "There's a fire in Morgantown. And from such a great distance, we can see the sky filled with flames." Janet, who had seemed a bit languid, instantly perked up. She picked up Joao's words. "You suspect something has happened to Morgantown?" Janet didn't bother with her bare feet, stepping quickly out of the room and heading for the corridor. Joao had just taken a few steps behind her when Janet's low voice reached his ears. "What about the spies stationed in Morgantown? Didn't I say that if anything happens, they should return to the manor and report immediately?" Joao replied apologetically, "Sorry, Janet. I also don't know why the spies stationed in Morgantown have not returned yet. I suspect that something unexpected might have happened." Janet's questioning voice rang out, "Suspect?" Joao lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. The two fell into silence. Seeing that Janet had nothing to say, Joao knew he shouldn't ask anything. He merely followed Janet as she walked through the corridor and the reception hall to the open courtyard of the manor castle. Janet stopped beside the railing, leaning on it with her hands, her gaze fixed in the direction of Morgantown. Just as Joao had said, the night sky, which should have been dark and gloomy, was now painted in shades of red and orange by the blaze. Even at such a distance from Morgantown, the air at Frank Manor carried the scent of burning. Standing beside Janet, Joao also gazed into the distant night. Joao explained, "Janet, the fire in Morgantown seems to have diminished quite a bit. Perhaps the Bladewind Corps has started to put it out." Janet didn't turn around, her voice slightly cold. "Uncle Joao, how can you be sure it's the Bladewind Corps extinguishing the fire?" Joao was rendered speechless. Janet continued, "Although I don't know why there's a fire in Morgantown, but I know that if Lin's army is attacking Morgantown now, and Frank Manor doesn't come to its aid, the Bladewind Corps will definitely not withstand the attack and will be defeated and flee." Images of the heavy cavalry and archers led by Lin flashed in Joao's mind. The overwhelming attack posture was still vividly in front of him. Looking at Janet's back, Joao asked, "Janet, what do you need me to do?" Janet did not answer immediately. She continued to stand facing the direction of Morgantown, seemingly deep in thought. Janet turned to face Joao and asked, "Uncle Joao, I feel that Frank Manor is facing a life-and-death crisis again." Joao frowned, momentarily not understanding the implication of Janet's words. Janet, unconcerned, explained, "Without intelligence from the spies, I can only speculate and deduce based on the current situation. Morgantown is likely facing two scenarios. First, a fire broke out in Morgantown due to the townspeople's carelessness. Because it was at night, no one noticed the spread of the fire, causing it to escalate. Later, it was discovered by the townspeople or mercenaries who are now putting it out. If that's the case, it would be the best scenario. Joao nodded understandingly. Janet continued, the second and worst possibility. The fire in Morgantown was deliberately orchestrated. The aim is to attract the attention of the townspeople and mercenaries, reducing the manpower of the Bladewind Corps guarding the town, thus reducing the attacking pressure on the soldiers led by Lynn. The people fighting the fire now could be Lynn's soldiers. Listening to Janet's analysis, Joao was startled. He could hardly believe. Could it really be the second possibility, Janet? The moment I saw the flames, I went to your room door to find you. We then walked out of the castle and stood in the open courtyard, all within a matter of minutes. Janet did not deny it, instead beginning to speak. Uncle Joao, there are several miles between Morgantown and Frank Manor. Moreover, they both lie on the same level plane. How long or how large must the fire be to be so clearly visible to us? Upon hearing this, Joao fell silent once again. Janet's expression turned solemn. She moved her arms, crossing them in front of her, accentuating the smooth curve there beautifully. Uncle Joao, although I am the Manor Lord, you are also a member of Frank Manor. What I am about to say concerns the survival of Frank Manor. Therefore, I need you to help me think it through. Joao's expression grew serious, answering, Janet, please speak as quickly as possible. Janet nodded. Very well. Uncle Joao, if I now ask you to gather all the soldiers in the manor and head to Morgantown, bet everything, and engage Lynn's soldiers in a decisive battle. Joao's brow furrowed instantly. Before he could speak, Janet continued, I am a woman and don't understand the art of war. But I know that sending troops rashly without knowing the military situation is a grave mistake, because no one knows what kind of consequences will be faced. Joao said nothing, only nodding in response. Janet continued, nonetheless, I still want to ask Uncle Joao to gather all the manor soldiers and launch a support mission to Morgantown, because I feel this is our last chance. If the Bladewind Corps in Morgantown is annihilated, then Frank Manor will lose the flanking position against Lynn. Without mutual restraint, defense will weaken. Entrusting Morgantown to the Bladewind Corps for defense will become meaningless, even if Lynn does not attack the Frank Manor castle immediately. Once he absorbs and consolidates all the townspeople of Morgantown, he will unhesitatingly attack Frank Manor. How will Frank Manor alone defend against Lynn's army? For the dignity of Frank Manor, to fight to the death? Or to survive, to bow and submit? To seek out a stronger lord? How could she ever seize Lynn's territory for herself? She changed her mind. Janet didn't expect the Bladewind group stationed at Morgantown to withstand Lynn's steel army. She only hoped that the Bladewind group could use Morgantown's defenses, even if it's just stubborn resistance, to buy time, waiting for the reinforcement from Frank Manor. With a pincer movement from both sides, annihilate Lynn's massive army. Could Frank Manor overthrow Lynn and become the sole lord of Morgantown? Joao didn't respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head, staring at the bluestone pavement beneath his feet, as if contemplating something. Joao lifted his head, his large eyes directly meeting Janet's. He asked, Janet, is there no other way? Janet's gaze also met Joao's. She shook her head calmly to indicate this. Seeing Janet's expression and actions, Joao opened his mouth, took a deep breath. After exhaling, he spoke firmly and shouted, Since we can't avoid Lynn's soldiers, Janet, give the order. Janet solemnly nodded and said to Joao, I, Janet, as the manor lord, order you to assemble all the soldiers in the manor castle. In half an hour, the entire army will set off to aid Morgantown. Joao stood straight, his expression resolute, and he shouted firmly. With the response given, Joao said nothing more and moved toward the distant staircase. Despite wearing chain armor and an iron helmet, it did not hinder his stride at all. Quickly and steadily powerful. Watching Joao step down the stairs, Janet also took strides toward the reception hall. Entering the castle, into the reception hall, she walked down familiar corridors, back into her bedroom. Janet removed her silk nightgown. With the assistance of two maids, she began to don the leather armor and cloak placed on the rack. At this moment in the manor castle, with soldiers running and shouting, orders repeatedly echoed in the dormitory area behind the castle manor. Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. The manor lord orders. Assemble all soldiers to aid Morgantown. Everyone, grab your weapons. Only weapons can keep you alive on the battlefield. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Joao walked with strides, approaching from afar. Even without standing at an elevated place, his 2-meter stature allowed him to clearly take in the sight in front of him. Under the light of torches, squad after squad of freshly recruited soldiers rushed out of the dormitories. Their expressions were anxious, and they didn't even have time to put their clothes on properly. Urged by their captains, they hurriedly formed ranks. Joao couldn't help but frown. The current Frank Manor clearly had not recovered from the last defense battle. The newly recruited soldiers hadn't completed their training. Forcing them onto the battlefield with their physical condition was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. The impending mission to aid Morgantown would be Frank Manor's last chance. If Lynn took Morgantown and brought the free people into his fold, with the addition of the 3 mines and the blacksmith workshop in Lynn's territory, and all the farmland already planted, even if Frank Manor developed rapidly, how could it compare to Lynn, who had people, wealth, food, and resources? Even if Lynn, after taking Morgantown, didn't attack Frank Manor, it would only be temporary. The fate awaiting Frank Manor would be akin to a frog being slowly boiled. Ultimately, it would face destruction. This aid mission to Morgantown, to the Bladewind Group, must go all out, even if it's a desperate gamble. Time pressed onward swiftly. Squad after squad of soldiers stood in the open space within the manor castle. A soldier captain, clad in chain armor, approached him. Bowing, he respectfully reported, "Lord Joao, a total of 2,000 manor soldiers have been completely assembled. Among them, there are 500 chain armor cavalry, 200 chain armor infantry, 100 archers, and 1,200 light infantry." Joao nodded, just about to speak. He clearly heard a light footstep sound behind him. Joao turned around to look. He saw Janet, dressed in a brown tight-fitting leather armor, striding toward him. Coming beside Janet, he said, "Janet, you can leave the matter of leading troops into battle to me." Janet glanced at Joao and said, "Uncle Joao, if you are defeated, will an empty Frank Manor withstand Lynn's attack?" Joao frowned, then shook his head. Janet continued, "Rest assured, Uncle Joao, I can take care of myself." There, rows of assembled soldier formations were waiting. Despite being under the gaze of 2,000 pairs of eyes, Janet's expression remained unchanged. Under such an oppressive gaze, Janet's eyes scanned the faces of each soldier. Some timid soldiers felt Janet's gaze and hastily diverted their eyes. They dared not meet her eyes. After scanning around, Janet opened her mouth and said to the soldiers in a deep voice, "I know you all have your doubts. It is clearly late at night. So why have you been awakened and gathered from your sleep?" The soldiers made no response, but they couldn't help nodding. After a day of physical training, they were already exhausted. They needed rest for recovery. Transforming her words, Janet called out loudly, "That's because Frank Manor is facing a life-and-death crisis. I need to inform you that Morgantown is currently under enemy attack. I know many of you are from Morgantown. If we don't aid the Bladewind Corps in Morgantown, the enemy's next target will be Frank Manor." The soldiers' eyes widened, their breath involuntarily held. Janet's voice grew louder and more passionate. "For Morgantown, and for Frank Manor, I, Janet Frank, need you to set out right now for Morgantown to provide aid. Who is willing to join me? To aid Morgantown." Listening to Janet's final words, the soldiers' faces were full of surprise. They were shocked that Janet, both manor lord and a woman, would personally go to the battlefield. Apparently, they were infected by Janet's words. A few soldiers raised their long swords and responded vocally. The abrupt voices appeared and then quickly vanished. The soldiers who spoke up bowed their heads awkwardly under the gaze of their peers. With uniform loud responses, echoes resonated in Frank Manor Castle. Seeing the soldiers exultantly raise their weapons, seeing their excited faces, Janet's previously tense heart slightly relaxed. She loosened her sweaty right hand and turned to Joao. "Uncle Joao, it's up to you next." Joao quickly replied, "Of course. Joao will definitely not betray your trust, Janet." Janet nodded and said no more. Joao took 2 steps forward, drew his 2-handed greatsword from his waist, and shouted to the soldiers. Under the leadership of the captains, the soldiers orderly moved towards the exit of the manor castle. With a series of chain-loosening sounds, the huge drawbridge slowly lowered. The heavy drawbridge fell to the ground with a loud crash. The soldiers either rode on horseback or marched in orderly steps over the drawbridge. They held torches and walked on the gravel road, heading into the darkness ahead. At the front of the troops were the heavy cavalry wearing chain armor and riding horses. Listening to the constant echo of footsteps, the sound of chain armor clashing, and looking into the darkness ahead, Janet's face was full of seriousness. Joao, riding on horseback, glanced at Janet. He comforted her. "Janet, there's no need to be overly tense. Marching at night has always been like this. While our vision is limited, the enemy can't see beyond a few hundred meters either. Even if the enemy's heavy cavalry wishes to launch a surprise attack, they need sufficient distance for the horses to gallop and accelerate. At that time, we can clearly hear sounds and organize defensive formations." Janet nodded in response. "And I've already sent scouts ahead to Morgantown to gather intelligence. You can rest assured. Besides, even if unexpected things happen, I will spare no effort to protect you comprehensively." Despite Joao's assurances, her heart was still filled with tension. The distance between Frank Manor and Morgantown was only a few miles. As the soldiers continued advancing, they watched the flames that were coloring the sky in red-orange tones. The burning smell in the air became increasingly noticeable and pungent. Even strands of light gray ashes landed on their cheeks. Whether it was the soldiers or Janet and Joao, they were getting closer to Morgantown. As the troops gradually approached, Joao, Janet, and the others on horseback could now see the silhouette of Morgantown from afar. Buildings stood in dark shapes ahead of them, perhaps because someone in the town was organizing firefighting. The raging flames were already reducing. The sky returned to a pitch dark. Looking at the peaceful Morgantown from afar, there was no chaotic scene of widespread warfare. Both Joao and Janet felt relieved. As long as Lynn doesn't lead an army to Morgantown, then they still have the opportunity to employ free people and strengthen military power in Frank Manor, while cutting off the supply line entering Lynn territory, without merchants from beyond the territory exchanging goods. Just relying on 3 mines, how fast can Lynn's development speed truly be? As long as Frank Manor is given enough time, they still have a chance to confront Lynn head-on. The sound of galloping hooves arose ahead of them on their march, and quickly approached from afar. Joao squinted his eyes following the torchlight, staring straight ahead. When he recognized the cavalry's attire, Joao's heart relaxed slightly. He explained to Janet beside him. "Janet, the spy I sent out has returned. It seems the fire in Morgantown was just an accident." Janet nodded upon hearing this. She was about to speak, but noticed the spy rushing towards them, stumble, directly falling off the horse, landing about 10 meters in front of them. Joao and Janet's eyebrows instantly furrowed. 2 manor soldiers holding torches strode forward to check the fallen spy's condition. When they saw the sharp arrow piercing the spy's chest, blood flowing continuously, the spy had already lost signs of life. The 2 manor soldiers looked shocked and quickly looked up, loudly alerting Joao and Janet. The spy was shot dead. Listening to the manor soldiers' shouts, Joao's face changed dramatically. He quickly spoke to Janet. "Not good. Janet, we've fallen into an ambush. We must retreat immediately." Janet already understood the reason. Bladewind Corps were completely wiped out by Lynn. From the time they saw the flames at Frank Manor Castle and decided to gathering more manor soldiers, rushing to Morgantown. The total time was just about half an hour. The Bladewind Corps with thousands of mercenaries, such a weak defense? Joao's mouth opened slightly, about to respond. One sharp sound of breaking through the air followed another. This sound was both unfamiliar and extremely familiar to Joao and Janet. It seemed so familiar. Joao's face changed suddenly. He shouted loudly to Janet and the soldiers behind him. "Defense, quickly find obstacles to hide behind." As soon as his words fell, arrow after arrow sketched a beautiful arc in the air, falling like rain down upon the Frank Manor soldiers on the clearing. Regardless of whether the Frank Manor soldiers wore chain armor, under the triangular armor-piercing arrows, they were instantly penetrated. One after another hit the flesh bodies. Soldiers hit at fatal points couldn't even cry out in pain before falling lifeless to the ground. Not just the soldiers. Even the horses were relentlessly hit amid such a massive arrow rain. letting out sharp and painful cries. Joao atop his horse exerted force in his legs, leaped off the horse, and lunged towards Janet beside him. In Janet's terrified expression, Joao held her tightly in front of him. Just before hitting the ground, Joao twisted his body, using his body as a lower cushion to lessen Janet's injuries. Joao didn't hesitate, grabbing a nearby standing soldier. He didn't care about the soldier's gaze, using him as a human shield. Several arrows shot down fiercely, covering and hitting the soldier's body in front of Joao. The soldier, originally full of fear, was directly shot into a sieve from behind. After doing all this, Joao then turned his head and looked at Janet in his arms. He breathlessly asked, "Janet, are you all right?" This sudden change made Janet, already pale, even more so. She checked herself, confirmed nothing abnormal or painful, and responded, "Uncle Joao, I think I'm okay." Joao heard this, relaxed his words. "That's good." Janet's eyes widened, staring at Joao's abdomen. Her voice broke briefly. "Uncle Joao, you've been hit by an arrow." Joao followed Janet's gaze. An arrow had penetrated his chain armor, embedding within. One strand after another of blood flowed out, staining his chain armor and inner garments red. Joao directly reached out his left hand, under Janet's gaze, forcibly pulled it out. "It's nothing, just a minor arrow wound." "It won't be the end of Joao." Janet's eyebrows furrowed tightly. She clearly saw, in Joao's withdrawal of the arrow, blood flow notably increased. Joao didn't discard the arrow, instead carefully examining it. Watching the arrowhead stained with blood, holding 3 sharp edges, Joao muttered in a deep voice, "Triangular armor-piercing arrow." Both he and Janet were familiar with such arrows. Exactly the terrifying arrows shot by Lin's archers. Faced with triangular armor-piercing arrows, their ordinary armor was like paper, simply unable to withstand the arrow's damage. Discarding the arrow, Joao turned to look behind Janet. Under the cover of the arrow rain, the manor soldiers he had just recruited, each riddled with arrows. Their eyes wide open, staring at the sky, fallen to the ground. Scarlet blood flowed from their wounds, seeping into the already parched soil, staining the ground a deep crimson. Some of the luckier manor soldiers, at this moment, were trembling and hiding behind makeshift barricades of piled-up corpses. Though they survived, they could not suppress the fear of death in their hearts. Joao's gaze swept around, his face full of solemnity. Just 2 or 3 volleys of arrows. The soldiers he brought from Frank Manor, at least 200 to 300 had died. If it weren't for purchasing some round shields at a high price from the weapon merchant before, the death count would surely be higher. Joao felt a chill in his heart. This is the prowess of having archers. Even at night, they could cover the area with a rain of arrows, weakening the enemy's forces. Joao listened carefully to the dense whooshing of arrows in the sky and the number of arrows hitting the ground, confirming a drastic reduction in the number of arrows. Joao's expression showed no signs of relaxation. He said nothing, helping Janet to stand up. Under Janet's puzzled gaze, he strode towards a horse that had luckily survived not far away. Without needing Janet's consent, Joao lifted her, placing her on the horseback. With Joao's physical strength, Janet, weighing less than 100 pounds, was easily manageable. Joao looked directly at Janet, speaking in a deep voice. "Hold the reins tight. Leave quickly. If you're late, it will be too late." Janet's brow raised, just about to speak, when Joao slapped the horse's haunch. Feeling the sting from behind, the horse neighed a few times and galloped into the darkness from where they came. Watching Janet's silhouette fade into the distance, Joao turned around, scanning the battlefield once more. He shouted loudly to the soldiers, "Is anyone still alive? Quickly gather and form a defense formation." Even though the arrow rain had completely stopped, the arrows only served to kill the living forces of the enemy. The cavalry charge and infantry advance are what truly finish a war. If the Frank Manor soldiers don't form a defensive formation, what awaits them is Lin's heavy cavalry charge and the ruthless lash of long spears. Amid Joao's loud shouts, Manor soldiers with panicked expressions emerged from behind corpses and shields. They lifted their weapons, stepping through gaps in the heaps of bodies. Under the captain's assembly, the Frank Manor soldiers gathered once more. He found that under this rain of arrows, far more Manor soldiers had died than he had estimated. The dead soldiers numbered at least 300 to 400. Thundering. Joao was just about to speak. A rumbling sound like rolling thunder arose behind him. Roars followed one another, quickly closing in from afar. Even the dry clods and stones on the ground trembled and shook. Joao hurriedly turned to look back. Several hundred meters away, a cloud of dust, like a line, was rushing towards them at speed. Joao understood naturally. That line of dust was Lin's heavy cavalry, in a single file, charging at full speed. Joao hesitated not a bit, continuing to shout to the manor soldiers. All shield soldiers, move to the outermost. Join shields tightly to form a shield wall. At Joao's command, 100 or 2 shield soldiers sprang into action. Despairing thoughts floated in Joao's heart. A 50-centimeter diameter round shield simply cannot form an effective shield wall. It can't even cover the entire body of a shield soldier. If in complex terrain, he could organize soldiers to use narrow passages and valleys to break the heavy cavalry into smaller units. Then concentrate forces to encircle and attack. If there were long spear soldiers, he could arrange them into a dense hedgehog-like spear formation to repel the heavy cavalry. He had no long spear soldiers. And worse, he was in a vast open farmland, an ideal position for both the archer's arrow rain and the cavalry charge. Joao suddenly understood why there was a fire in Morgantown. It was to inform those in Frank Manor that something had happened in Morgantown. It was to plant seeds of doubt, making them decide whether or not to reinforce Morgantown. If they chose not to reinforce, Lin could easily take Morgantown into their grasp. If they did reinforce, it would be like now, trapping the Frank Manor soldiers in this farmland. Using the double advantage of archers and heavy cavalry to annihilate the living forces of Frank Manor completely. Joao did not give up in the slightest. He turned, facing the units in front wearing black plate armor, wielding exotic long spears, riding tall horses of the heavy cavalry. He lowered the mask on his iron helmet. His arm moved, gripping the hilt of the two-handed great sword at his waist with his right hand. A screeching sound of metal scraping, Joao drew out the great sword from his waist. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, the blade pointed diagonally to the sky, waiting for the heavy cavalry charge to draw near. Compared to Joao's calmness and steadiness, the soldiers behind the shield bearers, their faces and eyes filled with tension and fear. This was their first experience in battle. Having survived the rain of arrows just now, they were already drenched in sweat. Even the palms gripping their long swords or scimitars were slick and sticky. Watching the cavalry teams getting closer and closer, their hearts pounded even more. If it weren't for Joao standing firmly in front of them, providing them confidence, they would have already fled in panic. Riding on war horses, Rose and Earl were still at the forefront of the charging heavy cavalry. Rose's cold gaze pierced through the eye slits of the full-face helmet, staring directly at that tall and burly figure. His eyes narrowed slightly, with a surge of battle intent. Rose naturally knew that the sturdy figure clad in chain armor was Joao Frank. Without any fear, Rose again clamped the warhorse beneath him tightly, pushing its speed to the peak. Behind Rose and Earl were nearly 300 heavy cavalry, along with light cavalry and heavy and light infantry, closely following. As the warhorses continued to accelerate, the heavy cavalry galloped across the vast field, getting increasingly closer to the infantry of Frank Manor. Rose stared intently at the foremost Joao Frank. Rose tightened his grip on the winged spear in his right hand once more. Rose clamped the winged spear handle under his arm even tighter. Rose maneuvered the long spear in his right hand, aiming the spearhead directly at Joao. At the moment of imminent collision, what Rose imagined didn't happen. Joao wasn't pierced by the charge acceleration of his warhorse and the impact of the winged spear, penetrating his chain armor, ripping through his body, and being sent flying. The seemingly burly and clumsy Joao clad in chain armor, yet his body was exceptionally nimble and agile. With just a step of his foot, Joao directly dodged the winged spear in Rose's hand. Joao swung the two-handed greatsword he held tightly in his hand, slashing fiercely at Rose on horseback. With Joao's height of 2 meters and the 2-meter-long greatsword, even standing on the ground, he could still slash at Rose's neck. The weight of the two-handed greatsword, when swung rapidly, produced a heavy whooshing sound. watching the blade's cold gleam enlarging in his eyes. Rose's eyes widened. Without any hesitation, his body, originally riding on horseback, leaned backwards, lying on the horse's rump. The two-handed greatsword in Joao's hand similarly grazed past his cheek. With the speed of the warhorse at this moment, Rose and Joao just brushed past each other after a quick encounter. Quickly straightening his body from horseback, Rose, tightly gripping the winged spear, charged towards the shield wall formed by Frank Manor. The round shield, after all, is not a kite shield. Without the height of 1.5 meters, nor a shield face wrapped by iron plates. Unable to provide protection from shoulder to squat. Under the charge led by Rose and Earl with the heavy cavalry, the shield wall formed by round shields was instantly broken apart. The shield bearers at the outermost, additionally, were forcibly pierced and sent flying by the power of the winged spear. Finally, crashing into the crowd of Manor soldiers behind them, Rose tightly gripped the winged spear with both hands, continually swinging and thrusting, as one by one, the Manor soldiers fell dead. In merely a few seconds, more and more heavy cavalry charged, continuously pushing the formation of Manor soldiers in front further. With a pull of his right arm, Rose withdrew the winged spear impaled in the chest of a Manor soldier. A splash of blood flew. Rose pulled the warhorse under him, turning his body to look back, surrounded by a dozen heavy infantry. The entirety of Joao Frank, drenched in blood, madly swung the two-handed greatsword in his hand, trying to fend off the winged spears in the hands of the heavy infantry. Rose glanced at Joao's feet. There were even 3 warhorses and 4 or 5 bodies of soldiers wearing heavy armor with their necks severed. Rose's eyebrows furrowed tightly, just as he was about to drive the warhorse, charging towards Joao. His gaze traveled over the heavy infantry, looking further back. Lynn rode on a warhorse, approaching with Red and Wesley. Without hesitation, Rose drove the horse to Lynn's side. Rose said to Lynn, "Master." Lynn raised his right hand to signal, and Rose instantly understood, shutting his mouth and waiting. Watching Joao Frank surrounded by heavy infantry, like a beast at bay, Lynn felt somewhat surprised. Despite Joao possessing level 3 skill in horsemanship, archery, and hunting, having the guard talent to reduce damage, and the precise block skill. Yet, with just one person, slaying 3 cavalry along with their horses. Moreover, forcing about a dozen heavy infantry clad in standard plate armor and wielding winged spears, unable to approach. Such comprehensive strength was somewhat overly powerful. Sitting on Moing, Lin looked directly at Joao, asking, "Disarm and surrender. I can spare your life." Being surrounded, Joao naturally saw Lin. He grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, laughing grimly. "I, Joao Frank, vow to never surrender." Lin wasn't too surprised and said to Wesley beside him, "Shoot him directly. 1 arrow is not enough, then 10. Wesley did not hesitate at all, quickly responding, "Yes, master." Upon his command being given, Wesley waved his arm, and a squad of archers swiftly moved forward. They did not hesitate at all and directly set up and drew their bows. The fully drawn longbows produced a series of subtle, buzzing sounds. Looking behind the heavy infantry, the archers held triangular armor-piercing arrows, aiming at him. Joao shouted, "Lord Lin, I, Joao Frank, challenge you to a fair duel." Surrounding Joao, the soldiers, as well as Rose and Wesley, all stared wide-eyed at Lin. Lin's expression remained calm. "Shoot him directly." Listening to Lin's ongoing, unwavering orders, Joao continued to provoke. "Lin, is this your demeanor as a lord? Now I am a trapped beast, with no escape. You still don't dare face me?" Nor did he need to give Wesley any more orders. Wesley directly spoke, "Aim." A dozen archers aimed at Joao. Wesley spoke again, "Shoot." His voice had just fallen. A sharp sound rang out, shooting towards Joao, surrounded by heavy infantry. Joao's eyes widened, unable to continue provoking Lin, lifting his two-handed greatsword to block the arrows. The first round of arrows ended. Joao wanted to speak, but he seemed to feel the pain in his body. Joao slightly lowered his head and glanced down. His body was already pierced with 5 or 6 arrows. Joao released his grip on the sword hilt, one by one, pulling out the arrows in his body. Each time he pulled one out, blood gushed from the wound. When all the arrows were pulled out by Joao, his right hand moved, taking off the iron helmet. A face covered in blood, whether his own or the enemy's, came into view of everyone. Joao sneered again. "Haha? This alone cannot kill me." Wesley's brow furrowed, ordering again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Joao no longer had his two-handed greatsword to defend. All 15 arrows plunged into his body. Joao had no more taunting words, his body stiffening, falling backward. His massive, bloodshot eyes stared straight at the night sky above. Even in death, they did not close. Lin withdrew his gaze from Joao's corpse, speaking to Rose and Wesley. Combine cavalry, infantry, and archers. Advance swiftly with minimal casualties. Inform them that Joao Frank has been shot dead by a hail of arrows. Rose and Wesley responded promptly. "Yes, master." Responding with a word. The two retreated, continuing to lead and command their soldiers in combat. News of Joao Frank's death spread quickly among the soldiers. Whether the heavy cavalry charge, the heavy infantry advance, or the archers' rain of arrows, or using various tactics and strategies, all of it was to win the battle with minimal loss. All the soldiers and warhorses were gathered through a lot of effort or money. Lin would certainly not raise his soldiers' mortality rate for the sake of so-called honor. These soldiers were willing to become soldiers for their families, for the homes behind the walls, for their lord. To train, enter the battlefield, and fight the enemy head-on. Though they were soldiers, they were also husbands to wives, fathers to children, and sons to parents. As a lord, he brought these soldiers out. He naturally would do everything possible to bring them back. As for Joao Frank's fair duel, why bring uncertainty and even life-threatening danger close for the sake of demonstrating strength? That would be ignorance. Even if he had copied Joao's talents and skills, exceeding Joao in power, he had no intention to show off. His drive to grow stronger was mainly for self-preservation. Fairness won't sprout from someone's words. Only by possessing absolute power does one have the qualification to demand fairness. Lin continued riding on Mo Ying's back, gazing forward at the battlefield, when Rose and Earl led the heavy cavalry into Frank Manor's soldier ranks. This war wouldn't last long. Frank Manor's soldiers, before the heavy cavalry, were like lambs to slaughter, utterly powerless. Obviously, because of the previous attack by the United Three Great Estates, which weakened Frank Manor. They need substantial time to train up a qualified armed force. He originally planned to use Frank Manor to keep Morgantown's townsmen on this land. Frank Manor chose to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. He had no choice but to wage war against Frank Manor. The arrival of Bladewind Corps was indeed a bit unexpected. His prior development, step by step, had paid off. The armed force he possessed was strong enough. Everything was under control. The battlefield, once dominated by slaughter, saw Frank Manor's soldiers learning of Joao Frank's death, realizing that surrendering disarmed would make them prisoners. The remaining 200 or 300 Manor soldiers didn't hesitate to drop their weapons. Their involvement in Frank Manor was naturally for work, for future life. But the current situation made them understand survival was more important. Several minutes later, Rose led his warhorse to Lin's side. The remaining Manor soldiers have all disarmed and surrendered. However, I didn't find Manor Lord Janet Frank among them. A prisoner claimed she rode off alone on horseback. Lin nodded, speaking to Rose. Lead 500 soldiers, escort these prisoners back to Morgantown for detention, and tally up the current people and property in Morgantown. Rose responded without hesitating. Yes, master. Lin turned his gaze towards the distant darkness and continued. Everyone else, follow me to Frank Manor. Behind him, Wesley and Red, along with all the soldiers, responded. A group of people marched mightily towards the distant Frank Manor. A mighty army grasped their weapons tightly, either riding on warhorses or marching on foot, heading into the distant darkness. A dozen light cavalry wearing composite armor rode ordinary horses, spurred their mounts, and galloped ahead first. They were scouts, utilizing the speed and agility of horses, capable of quickly investigating the surrounding enemy situation and terrain on a large scale, serving as the eyes and ears of the marching army behind, preventing the army from suffering a surprise attack. Especially here at night, Lin rode atop Mo Ying in the middle of the army. Wesley, From the rear, sped up his warhorse to approach Lin. Red, who had been following Lin, turned to glance back. Realizing it was Wesley, he withdrew his gaze. Wesley reported, "Master, we captured Keith. Under our severe interrogation, he has confessed. The Blade Wind Corps looted 3,800 gold pounds. But it was all taken away by his brother Wyatt, who fled." Wesley quickly explained as his words shifted. "However, he says he's willing to lead us to retrieve the wealth. His only request is to spare their lives." Listening to Wesley's explanation, Lin nodded and said in a deep voice, "Request. He's not in a position to negotiate with me. Arrange a cavalry unit to retrieve the wealth. Expose Keith's corpse on the gallows at the town entrance to appease the people's anger." Wesley responded with a solemn expression. Wesley called over a soldier captain to begin issuing and arranging the instructions the Lord just gave. Amidst the sound of soldiers' orderly footsteps, under the illumination of the torches, on the gravel road, a black castle outline had already appeared in front of everyone. At first glance, though not as grand as Master Lin's castle, it still gave off a towering feeling. Of course, was the Frank family's manor castle. The army led by Lin marched straight ahead, without any pause. The sound of galloping hooves echoed from the front. Drawing nearer, galloping closer. The heavy cavalry at the forefront tightened their grip on their winged spears. Under the night sky, with obstructed vision, they couldn't discern the attire and appearance of the approaching ones. Unable to tell friend from foe. Naturally, they couldn't help but feel tense. Several cavalry silhouettes appeared ahead. Upon recognizing the composite armor worn by the cavalry, the soldiers felt a slight relief. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the scouts bypassed the front troops to reach Lin in the middle. The scouts reined in their horses abruptly, and amid the neighing of the horses, quickly reported to Lin, "Lord, the gates of Frank Manor are wide open. On the walls, aside from burning torches, there's not a single guard. We 15 riders circled a lap. Not even a single presence was seen. Frank Manor now looks like an empty city." Lin acknowledged, then spoke, "Scout and report again." The scouts promptly replied, "Yes, Lord." Without any wasted words, the scouts flicked their reins, driving their mounts forward into the darkness again. Wesley, who had finished arranging matters, listened to the scouts' report and furrowed his brows, saying, "The gates are wide open, no defense." "Master, could Frank Manor have set up an ambush?" Lin replied calmly, "No. If Frank Manor still had other armed soldiers, they could have launched an overwhelming attack to destroy us. Why send nearly 2,000 soldiers to their deaths? Especially including the fierce Joao Frank." As for whether it was Janet using his hand to eliminate Joao Frank, or if there were any other schemes, Lin no longer cared. Absolute strength can crush all schemes and conspiracies. Wesley nodded in understanding. An open gate, an undefended castle. This kind of situation was the first he had encountered. As the army advanced steadily, after 2 rounds of the scouts' reports, they arrived 200 meters in front of the manor castle gate. Lin scanned the manor castle ahead with his gaze. Just as the scout described. The gate was open, not a single figure on the walls. Only the torches were burning, emitting the glow of flames. Lin shouted, "Enter the castle." As soon as the words fell, the soldiers' resounding response echoed. The sound was loud and full of energy, forming a sharp contrast with the castle's atmosphere. Under the leadership of Earl, who led by example, the cavalry urged their war horses towards the manor castle gates. The heavy infantry followed closely behind. The sound of clashing armor parts persisted without pause. Until the soldiers entered, no sounds of fighting erupted for a long time. The robust Earl returned to Lin's side on horseback. He reported with a lowered head, "Master, there's no enemy within the castle. Only some sleeping maids and peasants." Lin responded, "Wake everyone, gather and guard them, and await further instruction." Earl replied with a lowered head, "Yes, Lord." Turning his gaze to Wesley. Without even needing to be instructed, Wesley immediately spoke, "Master, I will arrange for personnel right away to confiscate all the money and grain from the manor castle." Wesley has found his role after the war's end. He is in charge of ransacking homes for Lin, reporting and recording details, then handing them to Kesey for storage. Lin nodded, reminding him, "Be careful. Wesley's eyebrows twitched. He quickly replied, "Yes, master." Summoning several squads of light infantry, Wesley led them in large strides into the manor castle. Watching squads of soldiers busy at work, Lin nudged Mo Ing beneath him, urging it toward the manor castle. With several soldiers guarding the gate, saluting, Lin entered the gate, arriving inside the manor castle. His soldiers had already taken over the entire manor castle. Holding torches, they stood at intervals of 3 to 4 meters, monitoring every move inside the manor castle. Arriving at the staircase to the left, he dismounted Mo Ing and walked up, taking 3 steps at a time. Lin reached the walls of the manor castle. Though he wore scale armor with chain liner, with his current physique, he could completely disregard the weight. A gentle, cool night breeze blew in. His black cloak behind him swayed gently. Thought she had escaped. Didn't expect her to hide in the castle. Take her to the Lord and let him handle it. A burst of urging calls and heavy footsteps rang behind Lin. 6 or 7 heavy infantry in standard plate armor were escorting a young woman toward him. The heavy armor soldier captain stepped forward quickly, reaching Lin first. He bent slightly, lowered his head, and spoke respectfully. "Lord, we found Janet Frank in a room deep within the castle." Lin responded, his eyes sizing up the young woman in front of him. Janet Frank. She wore brown tight leather armor, her form delicate, the armor outlining her curves perfectly. Her white chest was tightly bound, a deep gorge faintly visible. Her slim waist and the rounded curve of her raised behind formed an alluring arc. With her fair, delicate face, she was hard to ignore. However, Lin noticed, at this moment, Janet no longer possessed her former ambition. Her eyes were filled with despondency. Despite Lin's unabashed scrutiny of Janet, Janet remained expressionless. Janet, who had kept her head down, looked up at Lin. She spoke firmly, "Kill me. If you kill me, the Frank clan will be utterly destroyed. This manor, no, the whole Morgantown will belong to you. Fulfilling your wish." Sensing the coldness in Janet's words, Lin smiled faintly. "Ms. Janet, even if I don't kill you, Morgantown will eventually come under my control." Janet's expression darkened. She naturally understood the truth in Lin's words. With an army like the Steel Corps, neither the former 3 great estates, Blade Wind Corps, nor their Frank Manor, could possibly be a match. Janet lifted her head again, staring directly at Lin. "Kill me. You've destroyed Frank Manor, dashed my hopes for the future. If you don't kill me, once I escape, I will stop at nothing to rally all powers and annihilate you and your domain. Only by killing me can you eliminate future threats. Ms. Janet, is this a request from you? Or perhaps you wish to use my hand to put a final end to Frank Manor, thus letting the residents of Morgantown believe Frank Manor never compromised to me, Lin, to obscure the fact that it was you, Janet, who led Frank Manor to its demise, to hide your incompetence with your loyal death?" Hearing Lin's words, Janet's expression finally changed. "What nonsense are you talking? It was I who wiped out the remaining manor lords of Morgantown. It was I who incorporated all of Morgantown's lands into the Frank Manor's territory. It was I who achieved what previous manor lords of the Frank Manor could not. You dare call me incompetent?" Janet's words were cut off. Lin extended his left index finger, directly interrupting her speech. "I think you may have always misunderstood." Janet frowned. "What?" Lin continued. "First, it was I who personally led the soldiers to annihilate Morrison Manor. Under the joint attack of Morgantown's 3 great estates, if not for my arrival, your Frank Manor would have been destroyed. How could it be that you led Frank Manor to destroy all the manor lords of Morgantown?" Janet's brows furrowed deeply. Lin spoke. "Next, all the lands of Morgantown were given to you by me, Lin, so that while digesting thousands of peasants, there would be farmers to tend and care for the land. Not just the land, but Morgantown follows the same logic." Janet's fair complexion turned stern. Indeed, just as she had previously guessed, all this has been under Lin's calculations. Lin continued, "Finally, you have indeed achieved something that the manor lords of Frank Manor throughout history have never accomplished. You have led Frank Manor to its downfall." Janet's entire body suddenly stiffened. She widened her eyes, looking at Lin in disbelief. "Am I the one leading Frank Manor to its downfall?" Lin took a few steps back, leaning against the edge of the courtyard wall. His body slightly shifted backward, leaning against the wall. Only then did he speak slowly. Of course, there's one point that needs to be mentioned first. Unless Frank Manor chooses to submit, it will inevitably fall sooner or later, regardless of whether the Manor Lord is you or someone else. Your actions merely accelerated the downfall of Frank Manor. Janet's eyes wavered, wanting to retort, yet she found herself completely at a loss for where to start. Lynn's words were piercing. Lynn looked playfully at the roundness in front of Janet. And one last point, Miss Janet. If you wish to die along with the downfall of Frank Manor, you are welcome to commit suicide before my soldiers enter the Manor Castle. But you did not do so, because you fear death. Unlike Joao Frank, who chose not to surrender and died after being hit by dozens of arrows. You, Janet Frank, don't even have the courage to take your own life. Janet's eyes narrowed, her entire being frozen in place. Lynn's words kept echoing in her mind. Because you fear death. Don't even have the courage to take your own life. These words seemed to touch Janet's last nerve. Her face flushed red as she began to stride towards Lynn. Before taking a step, she was restrained by two heavy infantry in armor holding her shoulders. Janet struggled frantically, trying to escape the physical restraint. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Janet's face was almost contorted, and she shouted loudly at Lynn, "Preposterous! Do you know how I've gotten through life from childhood till now? I've never feared death. Even if you are the victor of Morgantown, you cannot morally stand above me, look down on me, condemn me." Lynn, looking at Janet's ferocious face, remained indifferent. He calmly said, "Oh, really?" Lynn looked at the two heavy infantry behind Janet and said, "Release her and give her a sword." The captain of the heavy infantry did not hesitate and responded, "Yes, my lord." Immediately, he had the two heavy infantry release her and step back. He threw a standard long sword in front of Janet. Listening to Lynn's words, feeling the grip on her shoulders disappear, Janet did not rush madly towards Lynn as she had just now. She stood dazed, full of indecision. Lynn remained leaning against the thick wall, staring at Janet 6 or 7 meters away. "What's the matter, Miss Janet? Didn't you say you never feared death? Didn't you say I'm condemning you, looking down on you from the posture of a victor? Now I'm giving you a chance. I can even inform all the soldiers, all the free people and peasants of Morgantown. You, Janet Frank, died defending the Manor Castle." Janet looked bewildered, her body feeling weak, and she collapsed to the ground. She stared straight at the ground, at the standard long sword still stained with blood. Lynn's voice continued to speak in her ears. "Is Miss Janet afraid?" His voice was not loud, yet in Janet's ears, it felt like the demon's whisper, urging her towards the abyss of death. A nameless fury rose within Janet. She steeled herself and crawled on her knees towards the long sword, grabbing it. Red and several heavy infantry moved cautiously. They shielded their lord behind them. Janet raised the standard long sword, resting it on her shoulder, the weight of the long sword in her hands, the metallic and bloody smell coming from the blade, and Lynn's scrutinizing gaze. Janet's breath gradually became rapid, the white of her chest heaving quickly. She wanted to drag the long sword across her neck. But Janet found that no matter how resolved she was, her arms wouldn't move. Her arms, indeed her entire body, began to tremble. Lynn did not urge Janet further. With a crisp sound, the long sword slipped from Janet's hands, falling on the courtyard's cobblestone floor. Moments ago, full of resolve, she felt as if half of her was suddenly hollowed out. Her previously upright, slender body, sitting bent, with hands on the ground. Her face was full of despair and defeat. Seeing Janet like this, Lynn's gaze shifted to the heavy infantry and he spoke. "Take her back to the territory. Take care of her." The captain of the heavy infantry quickly responded, "Yes, my lord." As Janet sat on the ground, she seemed to hear Lynn's command. She suddenly snapped back to reality, glaring at Lynn, her voice full of questioning shouts. Taken away by two heavy infantry, she headed towards the distant stairs. "Lynn, what do you want to do? Go ahead and kill me. I will never submit to you." Watched as a few figures gradually walked away into the distance. Lynn directly withdrew his gaze. Perhaps due to her figure, perhaps due to her age, or perhaps due to her mentality. Janet considered herself superior, to the point of seeing everything and everyone as beneath her. Lin didn't mind using his strength to crush Janet, completely shattering her ambitions. A night assault on Morgantown, swiftly annihilating the Blade Wind Corps. Soldier troops were arranged in advance, hidden under the cover of night, waiting for the soldiers from Frank Manor to fall into the trap. Utilizing the advantages of heavy cavalry and archers, the soldiers of Frank Manor were completely wiped out. It wasn't just in terms of military power. Lin also intended to thoroughly break Janet Frank's spirit, bring her back to his territory, and degrade her to a slave, or even a bedmaid. Lin's gaze shifted, looking at the Frank Manor castle, which was becoming quieter from the previous hustle and bustle. He couldn't help but let out a breath. Whether it was Frank Manor or Morgantown, all the manor lords in Morgantown, all threats and dangers, had been completely cleared by him. Now, all of Morgantown would be under his control. Large tracts of arable land, woodland, grassland, and pastures, as well as a vast number of laborers, and so on. However, Lin also understood. After taking over the entire Morgantown, there would be a multitude of matters waiting for him to plan and organize. Strengthen military defenses to consolidate his rule over Morgantown and surrounding areas. Develop the economy, improve Morgantown's planting techniques, and increase grain yield. Build infrastructure, repair and expand roads from his territory to the town. Even provide basic education for the residents of Morgantown. A long time ago, Lin had thought about this. If he just wanted to occupy the land and be king, holding sway over a region, he could rely on the land behind the current walls, continuously developing and expanding. Clear land for planting, recruit an army, develop industries, research technology, accumulate capital. But the area of land he possessed was ultimately limited. The wasteland that could be cleared for planting amounted to about 300,000 mu. Even if the forested areas were later converted to arable land, the area would still be limited. With the population he currently had, the grain soon to be planted in his territory, and after the switch to planting emperor potatoes. After the summer harvest, there would naturally be no worry about going hungry. If he wanted to look further ahead, he would need to continuously increase the population on his land. From 10,000 to 20,000, 20,000 to 50,000, 50,000 to 100,000, even hundreds of thousands, millions. Then convert the population to soldiers, transforming them into combat power. He would need more land to be cleared and cultivated to feed more residents. It was necessary to plan the land of Morgantown in advance. Lin also understood that this was not easy, but he still needed to try to do it. As Lin's gaze looked far into the distant night, pondering in his mind, time was quickly passing by. Footsteps sounded from the nearby stairs. Wesley strode quickly up from the stairway below, under Red's watchful eyes. He came to a stop a few meters behind Lin. Wesley bowed slightly, speaking respectfully. "Master, everyone belonging to the manor castle has been fully assembled. All the money, grain, poultry, livestock, metal tools, and even some daily necessities have all been packed up. The exact numbers will need to be tallied later." Lin turned to look at Wesley, nodding. "Very good. Arrange a troop of 50 soldiers, leaving enough grain. Have them stand guard, awaiting further orders. All other soldiers, lead and transport personnel and goods back to the territory in batches." All manor lords in Morgantown had been thoroughly cleaned out. Unless there were external forces, bandits, or other lords arriving, whether Morgantown or the walled manor castle. In the short term, they would be safe. Apart from the 3 major mines on his territory, there was only a large piece of land barely capable of growing crops within these manors in Morgantown. Furthermore, given its remote and impoverished location, how could it possibly be coveted by any powerful lord? For Lin, this was naturally a good thing. He could have more time to plan and develop Morgantown. With Lin's clear instructions received, Wesley quickly responded, "Yes, master, I will arrange it right away." Lin acknowledged with a nod. He once again surveyed the manor castle and the large tract of farmland surrounding the castle. He thought briefly in his mind. The terrain of this castle has certain advantages, but also some limitations. Because it's located amidst vast fields, it's convenient for future agricultural production and management oversight. It allows for unified planting and harvesting to improve agricultural production efficiency. At the same time, the defense vision is broad. Except for when he led soldiers to hide in disguise, a large patch of forest in the distance. There were no tall trees or buildings around to obstruct the view, unless it was nighttime. Otherwise, from afar, one could see enemy troops approaching, sound the alarm early, and prepare for defense. The manor castle was about 10+ li away from Morgantown, which isn't very far. The manor castle can completely serve as the management center for land development and agricultural growth, radiating outwards. There's no need to build more red brick houses for the farmers responsible for cultivating and planting on this farmland. Lynn had a preliminary plan for the future development of Morgantown. With a flicker in his eyes, he activated the holographic map to take a look. Seeing the map scene that still only included the territory beyond the city wall, Lynn couldn't help but frown. He cleared all forces in Morgantown and occupied it. The holographic map still did not expand its field of view. Lynn thought of something. The current territory he holds was granted by the original Marquis Donovan Dukas, and the territory of Morgantown was seized through war and is not considered a legitimate possession. That's why the holographic map doesn't display the scene of Morgantown. This was the only reason Lynn could think of. He needs to acquire ownership of this territory. Following the reasoning, with the current situation of the Caridi Empire, with his current status, obtaining the grant of Morgantown from Marquis Duca is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It's better to bury himself in developing the territory and enhancing military power, to overthrow the Ducas clan and take their place. That would be much easier. Lynn glanced at the bottom of the city wall. Under the supervision of a team of soldiers, a group of peasants drove carts and ox carts, or carried goods on their shoulders, heading outside the castle. After watching for a while, Lynn led Lynn down the steps and came to the entrance of the castle. The soldiers quickly led up the warhorse. Lynn reached out to take the reins, placed his left foot on the stirrup, and agilely mounted the horse, slightly nudging Mo Ying's horse's belly. Mo Ying understood and began to move toward the outside of the castle. Red, who also mounted a warhorse, immediately followed. Riding atop the warhorse, Lynn joined the ranks of the peasants. His gaze swept over a group of peasants. On the faces of most peasants, there was numbness and calm. As peasants, they had long been accustomed to their current life. The fall of Frank Manor had little to do with them. It merely meant being transferred from one manor lord to another lord. Their status as peasants wouldn't change. Lynn and the others arrived near Morgantown. Rose, who had been waiting, saw Lynn under the torchlight. Without any hesitation, he urged his warhorse to approach Lynn. Coming to Lynn's side, Rose respectfully said, "Master." Lynn pondered for a moment and spoke to Rose. "Is the personnel count for Morgantown completed?" Rose didn't hesitate, replying, "Yes, Master." In Morgantown, consisting of free people, young and old, there are 3,200 people. The Bladewind Corps hired mercenaries who surrendered and laid down their arms number 300. A total of 3,500 people. Lynn nodded. "How about the food supply?" Rose hesitated slightly before speaking. "Master, the food from the ordinary residents of the town has been completely searched. There is a large quantity that needs to be weighed and measured after returning to the territory to determine the exact amount." Lynn said, "Speak freely." Rose nodded. "However, Master, there are some merchants from Mr. Boer's merchant guild in Morgantown. Because of your relationship with Mr. Boer, I stopped the soldiers from raiding the merchants. And those merchants said they have always assisted Boer in trading activities with you. They hope you can return the gold pounds their mercenaries robbed from them." Listening to Rose's explanation, Lynn instantly understood. "Is Boer not in Morgantown?" Rose shook his head. "The guild merchants said Mr. Boer hasn't returned yet." Lynn continued, "Ask them to report these matters to Boer and have him come talk to me. Exclude the merchants and families from Boer's merchant guild. All remaining food supplies and free people, bring them back to the territory." Rose responded, "Yes, Master." Rose quickly pulled the reins and rode toward the front of Morgantown. Likewise, under the soldiers' escort, groups of free people and prisoners from the Bladewind Corps began to leave Morgantown. Compared to the numbness and calm of the peasants, the faces of these free people were filled with terror. They wanted to resist, to argue for the rights free people should have. When they saw the squads of soldiers in standard armor and the winged spears in their hands, all the free people chose to give up. They knew this was a powerful standard army. Under Lynn's watchful gaze, the peasant team from Frank Manor and the Free People team from Morgantown moved one after the other in the direction of his territory. The sheer number of people and the length of the procession was such that he almost couldn't see the end. The sky, which was pitch black not long ago, gradually lightened to a grayish hue. Summoning Earl, he instructed him to lead a squad of 100 soldiers to guard Morgantown, and instructed him that if faced with a large number of regular troops, he must retreat at the first instance. Lin rode his horse, following the long procession back to his territory. Under the urging and driving of the soldiers, the team's speed gradually increased. When a streak of pale light appeared on the distant eastern horizon, the team finally walked out of the forest and arrived at the outpost fortress under construction. As the iron door of the city wall was opened and Lin entered through the gate, the heart that had been hanging in suspense relaxed slightly. Whether it was the previous military aid or this current foreign expedition, as long as he left the city walls and ventured outside the territory, Lin would feel an inexplicable tension. Without adequate armed strength, the likelihood of facing a crisis increased dramatically just by leaving the city walls. He called for Wesley, instructing him to arrange personnel to tally all the labor force, money, and goods. Under the watchful eyes of Roseway and a group of soldiers, Lin, riding his steed Moing, galloped towards the direction of the town. Such trivial matters like statistics naturally did not require a lord to handle personally. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The warhorse's hooves fell on the lime-paved road, producing a series of crisp sounds that echoed through the forest. As it was still early, the sudden sound startled birds and beasts from the trees on both sides of the forest into flight. Racing through the deep forest and across vast fields, Lin returned to Morgantown. Under the puzzled gazes of some early town folks, he rode straight towards the castle. The townsmen in the town, naturally unaware, their lord, absent for the night, had already unified the entire Morgantown, becoming the sole lord of Morgantown. As 4 guards bowed to greet him, Lin rode into the castle. As soon as he entered the receiving hall, ahead, Kesey approached with somewhat hurried steps. Kesey's gaze swept over Lin, full of concern as she inquired, "Master, are you injured? Should I call for a scholar from Rosie Territory Hospital to treat you?" Seeing Kesey's expression, Lin replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Listening to Lin's words, Kesey looked somewhat doubtfully at Red behind him. Only then did Kesey sigh in relief. That's good. That's good. Master, please wait a moment. The kitchen is cooking breakfast, and it will be ready soon." Lin acknowledged and strode towards the dining table in the reception hall. Although he hadn't directly fought on the battlefield, one night of horseback riding, rushing around various battlefields and observing the conditions, had consumed enormous physical energy as well. Lin spoke, "Prepare hot water. I need to soak for a while." Kesey smiled slightly and quickly said, "All right, master. I'll arrange it right away." Arriving at the dining table, Lin sat heavily in the master's seat. The softness of the leather and wool cushion brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. A sense of stability and solidity emerged, even though the warhorse ran with smooth gaits and steps. Nearly a day and night of continuous riding left his entire body sore and uncomfortable. After Lin rested for over 10 minutes, Kesey, leading the maids, pushed wooden carts close to his side. Once they finished placing the food, without needing Kesey's service, Lin called Red to join him in enjoying the nutritious breakfast. Swallowing the egg custard in his mouth, Lin looked at Kesey and said, "Wesley and Rose are leading people to tally a batch of grain and gold pounds and other goods. Once they've completed the tally, you'll be responsible for registration and reception, properly storing them in the castle warehouse." Kesey raised her eyebrows and immediately responded, "I understand, master." Lin acknowledged with a nod, taking another bite of chicken as he continued. "In addition to these, there will also be a large amount of labor force. Have the canteen prepare the midday meal for them, and after eating, divide them into 2 groups. One group will be responsible for building red brick houses for their future residents. The other group distribute farming tools to each and drive them to the weeds and wastelands for cultivation labor. Now it is already June, and the weather is excellent. The summer planting must be prioritized. The climate in the Karidi Empire is warm, with long hours of sunshine. He can fully utilize this labor force to cultivate a large area of farmland. to grow vegetables or beans, both as side dishes and as concentrated feed for livestock and poultry in the ranch. Even bean roots and stems can serve as nitrogen-fixing fertilizers for the next planting. Morgantown has plenty of farmland. He doesn't even need to do additional cultivation to start planting. However, the extensive area of Morgantown even connects seamlessly with the territory of Kakasong City, without natural barriers and defensive passes. If faced with a large-scale enemy attack, there isn't even a defensive structure to rely on. Without a legitimate status and without strong military power, no matter how broad the farmland, he cannot gain full control. He still needs to focus on cultivation planting within his own territory. There are still 200,000 acres of weed wasteland on his land, awaiting his arrangement of personnel for cultivation planting. The most critical aspect is having the city walls of Wang City and the Aladya River for protection. Even if enemies wish to attack his territory, they must weigh whether they possess the strength. Only within his current territory can he ensure the safety of the existing townsmen. As for the crops already planted around Morgantown, they can simply wait for natural maturation, then send farmers to harvest and transport them back to his territory. Listening to Lin's instructions, Kisi nodded in response. After serving your soaking massage, I'll go to execute immediately. Lin heard this and nodded in satisfaction. Having finished breakfast, resting for a short while, Lin walked with a steady pace into his private room. Seeing the bathtub brimming with steam and warmth, Lin raised his eyebrow. With Kisi's assistance, Lin removed the pieces of scale armor with chain liner one by one, till the last inner robe also fell. Under Kisi's furtive glance, he stepped into the bathtub, submerging his body, comfortably lying down. Beside him, Kisi promptly approached and began washing his hair and giving him a head massage. Enjoying the constant massage from Kisi's delicate fingers on his head, Lin spoke. By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. I brought Janet Frank, the Manor Lord of Frank Manor, back with me. Kisi raised her eyebrows, even pausing in her movements. She hesitantly asked, Master, do you need me to do something? Hadn't Master Lin already destroyed Frank Manor? Why did he bring the woman Manor Lord back? Master Lin has taken a fancy to the Lady Manor Lord? With his eyes closed, Lin said calmly, Make her a maid. Listening to Lin's words, Kisi's brows instantly raised. To make a female Manor Lord become Master Lin's maid? Is it to take revenge on that haughty female Manor Lord? Thinking of Janet's proud eyes, pretentious posture, and that exaggeratedly swaying hips, and then imagining her being driven like a beast under Master Lin's whip, doing things that should be done by a servant, Kisi's heart instantly filled with anticipation. Even her massage speed in hand quickened a few notches. Her voice was full of delight. Lin responded lightly, continuing to enjoy Kisi's massage. After a dozen minutes, Kisi stood up and inquired, Master, the massage is finished, so shall I withdraw to busy myself with the accounting tasks? Seeing Lin say nothing, Kisi understood. With light steps, she walked out of the private room, closing the double wooden doors of the room behind her. The thoroughly warmed Lin stepped out of the bathtub. Casual slipping into a clean robe, he walked out of the private room, returning to his bedroom. Lying on the large bed, he comfortably fell asleep. Whether it's farmland planting or handiwork production, everything was in progress, with each major workshop having a foreman to manage it. Kisi and the others, including Wesley, were conducting the post-war inventory. He could entirely use this time to rest for a moment, to recover the mental and physical energy exhausted last night. There were guards outside the bedroom on watch. Completely no need to worry about personal safety issues. Walking out of the castle, Kisi strode down the limestone road. After passing through a patch of red brick houses, she arrived at the Lord's Square in front of the town. Just as Master Lin had said, a troop of figures was transforming from the distant farmland, forming a long line heading toward the Lord's Square, either driving ox carts and horse carriages, transporting fully loaded goods, or stepping forward with a sack of linen on their shoulders. In their front, back, left, and right, Wesley was leading soldiers to supervise and escort them. These people and the goods being transported were the war spoils Master Lin had obtained during this outing. After waiting a few minutes, the foremost Wesley, riding a horse, arrived in front of Kisi. He dismounted and addressed Kisi. Kisi responded, Vice Thousand Households Wesley, The master ordered me to come to assist you in counting the personnel and goods, and then store them. Wesley nodded knowingly. Then I'll trouble Steward Kesey. Kesey smiled slightly. Shall we begin? It's not the first time Kesey and Wesley have conducted the post-war inventory and counting, starting with the Morrison Manor, then the 3 great estates last time, up to now with Morgantown and Frank Manor. Through several inventories, they have gotten quite familiar. One person led a squad of soldiers to count the number of heads, then registered names, family members, backgrounds, etc. Another person led a squad of soldiers to categorize the goods, then used measuring tools to weigh all the goods. Some passing townsmen, looking at the Morgantown free people being counted at Lord Square, had faces full of curiosity. They recognized familiar faces among the Morgantown free people brought back. Many residents of Lynn's small town originally came from Morgantown. It's reasonable for them to be mutually acquainted. They were just puzzled about why these people also came to Master Lynn's territory. In just one night and day, Master Lynn had flattened Morgantown in the bustling work of Kesey and Wesley with their soldiers. Time was passing swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Kesey, standing at the Lord's Square, looked at the various written information and corresponding numbers recorded in her hand with a feather pen. After confirming there was nothing missing, Kesey spoke to Wesley. I have completed registering all personnel and goods quantities. I will arrange for personnel to transport various goods to the castle warehouse. Moreover, the master instructed that after their lunch, they need to be divided into 2 groups. One group will be responsible for constructing red brick houses, the other for clearing weeded wasteland. You also need to arrange soldiers for strict supervision. Kesey's tone shifted. As you know, whether peasants or free people, they always think of escaping amidst the chaos. Or they might commit some misconduct. With not too many territory guards, I'm worried unexpected events might occur. Listening to Kesey's concerns, Wesley understood and said, I understand. I will keep this batch of soldiers in the town, and once everything stabilizes, I'll transfer them back to the barracks. Kesey responded, that would be great. So, shall I trouble you to arrange soldiers to escort them to the cafeteria for dining? I have already set up the cafeteria and prepared food for them. I now need to return to the castle to report these data to the master. Wesley nodded. All right. Thank you, Steward Kesey. After finishing her conversation with Wesley, Kesey bent her waist slightly as a sign of respect. She was appointed by Master Lynn as the territory steward, but Wesley was likewise appointed by Master Lynn as the soldier commander. Although the size of the positions and power between the two has not been clearly distinguished. However, as household attendants of Master Lynn's territory, they both serve loyally for Master Lynn. The necessary courtesy and respect should, after all, be present. Kesey no longer had any nonsense to say. Clutching the leather booklet in hand, she stepped towards the distant castle. Wesley watched as Kesey walked away and then withdrew his gaze. He called a series of soldier captains to organize soldiers and arrange for the free people and peasants at Lord's Square to begin having lunch. Upon hearing from the soldiers that food was now available for enjoyment, whether it was the free people or peasants, their faces were full of surprise. Especially those free people from Morgantown. They had heard before. The boar merchant in the town was recruiting free people. They were even informed that free people applying for the job would be provided with meals and lodging, including living in a red brick house. They originally thought that was merely a deceitful condition used by the manor lord to gain the trust of the free people. After all, they had never heard of any lord who would provide such superior living conditions for free people. Usually, lords can't wait to exploit the free people they hire to the utmost. The rust-red brick houses seen before them, and the free people queuing to enter the cafeteria to receive food. They finally understood. What the boar merchant said was all true. If they could indeed receive food daily and live in a red brick house, they naturally would be willing to stay in this territory. When Lynn awoke from his sleep, it was already afternoon. After washing up, Lynn arrived at the reception hall. His eyes rotated, scanning the surroundings. He just happened to see Kesey striding over from the nearby arched gate. Kesey came before Lynn, bowed slightly, and spoke gently. Master, all the personnel and goods have already been accounted for. Would you like to have lunch first or listen to the report? Lynn spoke. Let's do it while having lunch. Kesey acknowledged softly. Her gaze turned towards the two maids behind her, who understood her and retreated to prepare warm food for their master Lin. Plates of food were served on the table. Lin, without any ceremoniousness, picked up the fork and began to enjoy his lunch. Standing beside him, Kisi moved her hand to take out the booklet used for recording from her pocket. She reported clearly, "Master, according to the statistics of Vice 1000 households Wesley, 8 of our soldiers have died. Among them, 3 heavy cavalry were killed by Joao Frank, both rider and horse. The other 5 were light infantry who died in the street battles of Morgantown. 3 were severely injured, and 18 were slightly injured. All have been sent to Old John's Territorial Hospital for treatment." As Lin enjoyed the food, he replied lightly to show his response. Compared to his previous simulation of the Battle of Morgantown, where 8 soldiers died, reducing it to 5 now is a significant improvement. This number is at least within the range he can accept. The only thing he felt a bit regretful about was the 3 cavalrymen and warhorses slaughtered by Joao Frank alone. Aside from the expenditure of substantial real gold and silver, the time needed to train and cultivate cavalry was enough to make him heartache. Kisi's report continued. "In this battle, we killed a total of about 2,100 enemies, captured 500 members of the Bladewind Corps Mercenary Corps and 400 soldiers from Frank Manor, gained 3,200 free people from Morgantown and 2,000 peasants from Frank Manor. In total, gained 6,100 people." As he chewed his food, Lin nodded in satisfaction. Another 6,000 laborers entered his territory, adding to the original population of the territory. His territory now has nearly 22,000 people, a growth akin to an explosion. Lin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, only external warfare and plunder are the best and quickest ways to accelerate population growth. If he were to wait for Grayson to transport slaves, ship by ship, to his territory, even at a rate of 1,000 per trip, it would take at least 6 trips. Going back and forth to Portland's empire would take at least a month each time. This war has yielded the same labor force that would have taken 6 months to obtain. The slaves he acquired did not require him to spend any goods or gold pounds for purchase. Moreover, he obtained a large amount of goods. Seemingly sensing Master Lin's subtle change in expression, Kisi's speaking tone slightly increased in volume. Besides these populations, there's also a large amount of food. In grain, there's an estimated 500,000 gene of barley, 200,000 gene of wheat, 80,000 gene of oats. In legumes, 10,000 gene of peas, 20,000 gene of lentils. In vegetables, 8,000 gene of turnips, 5,000 gene of cabbages, 20,000 gene of carrots. Various kinds of meats, adding up to at least 10,000 gene. Kisi explained, "Master, these grains, most of them are from some merchants in Morgantown. Ordinary free people don't store much grain." Lin replied with a soft hum. "Although it's not much, the total weight of all these grains still reaches 8 to 900,000 gene, though it can't compare with the grains obtained from the 3 great estates. But with this grain now available, it can sustain the normal life of the townsmen in the territory until the barley harvest in July or August. By then, the grain crisis in the territory can be completely resolved." Kisi's report continued. "There are still many poultry and livestock. 10 adult dairy cows, 15 calves, and 100 adult oxen. A total of 108 draft horses, 94 pigs, 60 sheep, and 160 chickens. I've already arranged for personnel to send the poultry and livestock to the pasture. They have been handed over to Guy for management and breeding. Along with them, 500 warhorses were also sent to the pasture." As Lin was eating, his brows couldn't help but lift. He naturally understood. The warhorses Kisi mentioned were merely ordinary horses used for riding in battle. Whether in terms of physique, stamina, or speed, they couldn't compare to purebred warhorses from the Badan Empire. Using these warhorses to equip a light cavalry unit would be sufficient. Lin pondered slightly in his mind. With the horses currently in his territory, he could already form a cavalry corps of 1,000 men, 300 heavy cavalry riding Badan warhorses, and 800 light cavalry on ordinary horses. These 500 warhorses greatly strengthened his cavalry power. Kisi continued her narration. The soldiers also found over 30,000 pounds of linen cloth, over 50,000 pounds of linen, and more than 10,000 pounds of wool. While cleaning the battlefield, the soldiers also captured numerous long swords and scimitars, as well as standard, ordinary chain armor. Most of the armor was pierced by arrows and was quite damaged. They have all been transported to Irello's blacksmith workshop for reforging. As for finances, it's not much. In total, only 4,800 gold pounds. He had previously heard a preliminary report from Rose. Of the 4,800 gold pounds, 3,800 came from traders and townsmen in Morgantown. Only a little over 1,000 gold pounds came from Frank Manor. A Frank Manor that has been developing and ruling in Morgantown for generations has only this much gold pounds? Quickly, Lynn understood. It was certainly taken by Janet to purchase those weapons and armor. However, Lynn didn't really mind. Compared to gold pounds, what he needed more was a large quantity of grain and labor. After disclosing all the information recorded in the booklet, Master, this is the complete count of all personnel and goods accrued from this external war. And as per your instructions, Master, the personnel have been divided into two groups. They are now building red brick houses and reclaiming overgrown wastelands. As Lynn finished his lunch, he took a sip of gin and said to Kesey. With Kesey and Wesley around, he was much relieved. Just as Lynn was about to dismiss Kesey, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairwell in the distance. Lynn and Kesey both looked up at the sound. Under the lead of Rose, two heavy armor soldiers escorting a young woman up the stairs. The four of them crossed the reception hall, stopping 5 or 6 meters in front of Lynn. Rose bowed slightly, reporting respectfully, Master, Janet Frank has been brought to you. Lynn cast a glance at the dispirited Janet. He said to Rose, You can leave her here. Go back and rest now. Rose responded without any unnecessary words, bowing again. Taking a few steps back with the two heavy infantry, Rose turned and left. Lynn gave Janet one final look, then said to Kesey, She will be under your management from now on. If she doesn't obey orders, feel free to discipline her with a whip. The previously dazed look on Janet's face instantly turned to one of anger as she stared fiercely at Lynn. The sound of gritted teeth echoed from her mouth. Lynn disregarded Janet's gaze entirely. He rose from the head seat at the table and headed for the stairway leading downstairs. As he walked, Lynn spoke. If she wants to slit her wrists, let her. There's no need to stop her. No, she doesn't dare to take her own life. The hatred in Janet's eyes quickly dissipated, and her body stiffened as she hung her head in despair. Watching Lynn leave with Red, Kesey finally withdrew her gaze after they descended the stairs. Kesey turned to Janet Frank in front of her, seeing the blood and soil-stained leather armor on Janet and the dust covering her hair. Kesey looked at the two maids not far away. Take her to freshen up. Master doesn't want her maid to be this dirty. The two maids quickly nodded, stepping forward. They reached Janet's side, supporting her arm, heading towards the arched doorway not far away. To Kesey's curiosity, Janet did not resist at all, as if she'd accepted her fate. The four of them passed through the archway, walked down several corridors, and turned a few corners, arriving at the maids' quarters. While the maids heated water and poured it into a wooden bathtub, Kesey once again looked at Janet. Undress, you need to wash up. Janet made no move, merely staring blankly at the steaming water in the tub. Kesey couldn't help but sigh. Her gaze turned towards the two maids. The two maids immediately understood and stepped towards Janet. Arriving next to Janet, the maid extended her hands, preparing to remove the leather armor from her body. As the two maids approached, Janet instantly crossed her arms in front of her. She shouted coldly, Don't touch me. The two maids were startled and quickly looked at Kesey. Kesey let out a warm breath and took large strides to stand behind Janet. She directly reached over and forcibly untied the leather armor fastened at her back. Once you might have been an elevated manor lord, but now you are merely a trophy brought back by Master Lin. Master Lin can treat you as a maid, letting you live a life like ours. He can also treat you as a prisoner, locking you in a dungeon to languish in eternal darkness. If you have the courage, you can choose to end it all immediately. The most we would need to do is to summon a guard to transport your body to the cemetery for burial and then clean the floor. Janet's arms remained tightly wrapped in front of her. Kesey continued, If you had wanted to end your life, you wouldn't have come to the master's castle. Perhaps it's fear of death, or maybe for another reason. But whatever the case, if you want to live, you must accept your fate." Janet remained silent. After Kesey spoke her final sentence, Janet's arms, which were wrapped in front of her, slowly loosened. Kesey raised an eyebrow. With swift and skilled hands, she deftly removed Janet's leather armor, piece by piece, until all of Janet's clothing was stripped away. The last layer of silk garment slipped down. Janet's slender yet incredibly alluring figure was revealed completely. Her waist was so slender it could be encircled with one hand, forming a perfect ratio with her full chest and well-rounded hips. Kesey couldn't help but stare, her heart full of irrepressible envy. Such a voluptuous figure is truly a rare beauty in this world. With the assistance of the two maids, Janet stepped with her long, fair legs into the bathtub. Standing aside, Kesey watched Janet slowly squat down, sitting in the tub. Kesey's eyes widened immediately. She was astonished to find that the round, snowy white curve in front of Janet was half floating on the water's surface. Kesey seemed to understand why Master Lin had brought Janet back, and why he decided to train her to become a maid. With such a delicate face and perfect body, what man wouldn't be enamored? Especially the round, snowy white curve in front of Janet. Even just as eye candy, it's delighting to the senses. Kesey subconsciously glanced at her own front. The envy in her eyes grew even stronger. Lin left the castle and went to the Lord's Square. He stood at the edge of the square, gazing far ahead. Despite the distance being somewhat far, he could still see groups of figures busying themselves in the weedy wasteland. Gavin came quickly from afar, heading straight for Lin. Arriving in front of Lin, Gavin bent over promptly, speaking respectfully. Lin nodded and asked, "Do you see those figures clearing the land over there?" Gavin stood up a bit straighter and looked in the direction Lin was facing. After a brief glance, Gavin immediately retracted his gaze. "I see them, Master." Lin continued, "They are the free people and peasants brought back from Morgantown and Frank Manor. I need you to lead them, teaching them to use the wheel plow for cultivation and planting. By the end of this month, at least 30,000 acres of farmland need to be cleared." These free people and peasants were newcomers. Whether it was building red brick house residential areas or clearing the weedy wasteland, he needed to provide these peasants with a stable job. By making them work, he would deplete their physical and mental energy, thus reducing their psychological stress and fear of the unknown environment. It would also help them adapt to the life rhythm of this territory during their labor, adapt to the environment, which is the same here as elsewhere. The most crucial thing is, while working, they can expand the farmland area within the territory, preparing for future planting. It can achieve multiple objectives at once. Gavin didn't hesitate, responding firmly, "No problem, Master." Lin nodded approvingly and continued, "Have Wilbur oversee the growing crops for now." Gavin responded again, "Yes, Master, I will arrange it right away." After instructing Gavin a few more times, Lin dismissed him. Gavin led a team of 100 farmers towards the distant figures clearing the weedy wasteland. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Whether it was developing handicrafts within the territory or waging wars externally, that farming is the fundamental means of survival and development for a territory. Only when there's enough land in his territory to plant sufficient food, only when he can fill every stomach in the territory, will they have the energy to pursue further development and engage in other production activities, thus maintaining territorial stability. Lin stepped away, heading to the back of the small town. Under Clive's guidance, 3,000 workers had already begun clearing weeds and preparing to excavate the foundations for the red brick house. Clive's drawings of the Iron Butcher, heavy padded armor and horse armor have already entered the forging and production process. Although currently there are only a few dozen blacksmith apprentices engaged in forging, and the production is slow, but still, Clive doesn't need to supervise constantly. He can completely let Clive lead these labor forces to continue expanding the red brick housing district. After observing the construction site for a short while, passing through the town, Lin headed directly towards the dock by the Aladia River. He arrived at his previous fixed fishing spot. Lin took out a fishing rod from his backpack and received bait from the guard. With skillful hands, he hung it up, and with a flick of his left hand, Lin cast the fishing line into the river. With a splash sound, the bait sank continuously. In the end, Only the piece of cork float remained, still floating on the water's surface. While quietly waiting for the river fish to bite, Lin's mind began to plan the future development direction of his territory. Now, in Morgantown, the situation has settled. The 5 major manors have been wiped out, and all the lands in Morgantown are under his control. What he needs to consider now is how to develop his territory while also considering the development of Morgantown. The 200,000 acres of uncultivated land in the territory must naturally be cultivated this year, and next year, it will be invested in planting spring barley. The 300,000 acres of land, according to the 3-field system, will be batch planted. Additionally, with fertilizing and top dressing, planting peas or forage crops to fix nitrogen and cultivate soil, to maximize the utilization of the land's fertility, to ensure all townsmen in the territory have a source of food. Only after all the wild wasteland in his territory is completely cultivated will he consider planning and planting the cultivated land in Morgantown. The best way, of course, is to establish a garrison at the Frank Manor Castle, using the Manor Castle as the center, radiating management towards the surrounding cultivated land. Using the garrison system as the core, establish a military system integrating military organization and agrarian economy. Lin had previously considered whether to use the county system as a political system. This thought was tossed aside. The garrison system emphasizes military. The focus is on military management and armed construction. He can establish garrisons at various key locations and use them as military units, training in peacetime, deploying in wartime. The county system emphasizes administration, aimed to strengthen management of the area through administrative management and control. If it were prosperous times, he would not hesitate to consider the county system. This is an era of multiple large empires competing, coveting each other in chaotic times. Only by possessing powerful military forces can one survive on this continent. The development of the handicraft workshop district in the territory. With the existing number of workshops and workers, taking the blacksmith workshop for example, 6 iron smelting blast furnaces, 6 blacksmith workshops, 1,700 blacksmiths and blacksmith apprentices. It has already surpassed most noble lords, even those owned by the imperial royal family. Just by looking at the quantity, it might not feel like much. A medium-sized small town only has around 3,000 people. Clearly shows the massive scale of the workshop district he currently possesses. The reason why the current blacksmith workshops and textile workshops cannot satisfy the equipping of all soldiers with armor and weapon. The development time of the handicraft workshop district is too short. From the very beginning, when he had Arello build the first blacksmith workshop, then gradually expanding the scale to 6 blacksmith workshops with more labor. Only more than half a year has passed. It must be acknowledged. In the blacksmith workshops, except for a very small part of Arello with forging technology, none of the others have ever engaged in forging. In more than half a year, from zero to having armed nearly 2,000 soldiers, Lin considers it to be quite an accomplishment already. The current handicraft workshop district needs not more labor, but rather time to mature. The blacksmith apprentices need more time to improve their forging skills, to thereby increase the production of armor and weapons in the territory, unless special circumstances arise. In the short term, he will not invest more labor into the handicraft workshop district. The scientific research and progress within his territory, waiting for the blacksmith and textile workshops to forge and weave enough composite armor. He needs to further improve the quality of the armor and weapons by enhancing the hardness and strength of the armor while reducing the weight of it. The best way is to change the smelting method of the blacksmith workshops. Optimize the iron or smelt it into steel blocks. The telescope researched and developed by Bio and Xenophon also needs to accelerate production progress. He has not yet unlocked Morgan's holographic map. To observe a wider range and prevent enemy attacks, he can only rely on the telescope to observe. The most important thing he cares about now is gunpowder. To produce gunpowder, he is only lacking sulfur. He has already found saltpeter and arranged townsmen for extraction and transport. Obtaining charcoal is much easier. Just select some hardwood for burning, then it can be obtained. Only by finding sulfur or purchasing it from outside the territory can he produce gunpowder, or make follow-up gunpowder arrows, even matchlock guns. To blow up the waterfalls downstream of the territory, and to destroy enemy fortifications. Even in mining, metal processing, and construction, gunpowder can be used. To speed up production and extraction, he must prioritize obtaining gunpowder. Only by possessing gunpowder and producing firearms, cannons, and explosives can he completely change this world of extraordinary powers. The current population of his territory has reached 22,000. Aside from the labor force necessary for various industries, he can still conduct a large-scale recruitment and military expansion. The number of soldiers in the territory can be expanded to at least 4,000. Only with more armed soldiers can he survive the impending Imperial Authority War and even gain more benefits. During the Imperial Authority War, while the defenses of other lords' territories are weak, he can send troops to plunder them, seize their peasants, seize their grain. This is just a thought he had, is still to develop the territory with full effort, enhancing its overall strength. Although there is still a great threat outside the territory, but with the city walls, Wang City, siege machinery, and the ever-growing army, he already has some ability to protect himself. With the ever larger scale of territory development and an increasing population, Lin always feels there are endless things to do every day. But now thinking about it, he is the lord of this territory, holding absolute power. There is no need to personally involve himself in everything like before. Now, he only needs to give an order, direct the development direction of the territory, and execute instructions to the relevant managerial staff. He only needs to wait for the execution result, and that's it. The Morgantown garrison he is preparing to establish. He can completely find and appoint a capable person as the commander of the Morgantown garrison. Then appoint a deputy commander, and other officials to assist the commander in handling affairs. Safeguard the security of Morgantown. Be responsible for the area's border defense and public order, and resist foreign invasions. Organize soldiers for daily training, including cavalry, combat, and formations, to maintain the garrison's combat power. Train and deliver talents for him, and some excellent soldiers and officers can be recommended and selected for higher-level military positions. Achieve partial self-sufficiency of the army's food through farming, providing a stable food supply for the garrison. Besides meeting this garrison's needs, submit some of the surplus grain from farming to Lin. Only in this way can he free himself from the busy affairs of the territory, to focus on skill experience, to enhance his power. However, before establishing the garrison, he needs to draft a detailed garrison system, organizational structure, main functions, etc. But establishing the garrison is not urgent. It can be done step by step. Once the future development plan of the territory is determined, Lin only feels a sense of relief. A great force appeared in Lin's hand. He hastily gripped the fishing rod and stood up, supporting the bottom of the rod with his left hand and sliding his right hand forward, gripping it at nearly a meter's distance. With the exertion of his arms, the cork fishing float that had sunk beneath the river's surface reappeared. Following closely, a long cylindrical river fish appeared hanging on the hook. Under Lin's strength, regardless of how the river fish leaped and twisted in midair, it couldn't free itself from the hook's restraint. The river fish wasn't large, weighing about 4 pounds. The front end was thin and pointed, with the back slightly flattened. The fish's body was covered with tiny scales. Once Lin placed the river fish on the ground, 2 guards immediately stepped forward and removed it from the hook. A text panel instantly floated before his eyes. Prompt: obtained ordinary fish, pike ×1, reward, 10 energy stones. Looking at the panel before him, Lin nodded with satisfaction. While planning the territory's development, he can also gain extra energy stones through fishing. The feeling is indeed very rewarding. A thought flashed through Lin's mind, and he suddenly remembered something. With a single thought, he opened the task panel. Task: occupy Morgantown. Completed. Destroy the 5 manors of Morgantown. Control the entire Morgantown and surrounding territories. Reward: 10 magic ores. Looking at the text prompt before his eyes, Lin's eyebrows raised. As expected, the task has been completed. Furthermore, it directly rewarded 10 magic ores. Not to mention that magic ores can be used for constructing various special buildings, which happens to be what he needs most right now, considering it cost 100 gold pounds per piece when purchased from Zod. The total value here is 1,000 gold pounds. With more magic ores, he can continue to expand the mutated wild boar farm. Meanwhile, he can also consider constructing some other special buildings. After affixing a piece of bait onto the hook, he cast it back into the river. As he waited in silence, Lin once again opened the special building library and began to scrutinize it carefully. After examining it for over 10 minutes, Lin still hadn't found any special buildings suitable for his territory. The only relatively practical one was the previously seen pharmacy workshop. Pharmacy workshop. In the workshop, various herbs can be cultivated to produce medicines, using specific formulas and techniques to produce drugs with various effects for treating wounds and restoring physical strength. Just like the previously constructed wolf's den and pigeon nest, building a pharmacy workshop also requires one magic ore. But Lin quickly discovered herbs can be cultivated inside the pharmacy workshop. It uses the magic contained within the magic ores for herb cultivation. It should be noted that he has Dorothy, who possesses the potion mastery talent. Lin did not hesitate. He immediately spent 1,000 energy stones to exchange for the pharmacy workshop blueprint. Lin hoped the pharmacy workshop to be constructed would bring him some surprises. As for the other building blueprints, snowball launcher, make snowballs. After taking a quick glance, Lin directly closed the panel. He now has 6,410 energy stones left, after consuming 1,000 just now, enough to exchange for more building blueprints. However, he currently has no use for them. He can wait until he needs them in the future to make the exchange. Waited until nightfall. Only then did Lin put the fishing rod into the backpack. He returned towards the town, accompanied by Red and several guards. In just 3 hours, he caught 6 4-pound river fish. With such achievements, if the Air Force anglers knew, they'd surely gnash their teeth. Passing by the shipyard and dock, Lin stopped in his tracks. He gazed into the distance, where 2 Noel ships with sails unfurled were coming down the Aladia River. Driven by the wind, even though loaded with various oars, the speed was still fast. The second Noel ship had already undergone sea trials and was put into use. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Currently, the shipyard's production technology and ability are limited. They can only produce some relatively simple dinghies and small ships. However, as the shipyard's workers continue with production and accumulate experience, soon, they will be able to skillfully produce medium-sized ships and large ships. If he develops and equips cannons on the warships, he could control the Sea Authority, command the ocean's discourse power and dominance. Because truth only exists within the cannon's shooting range. This is merely his current developmental plan. To truly achieve it, further research in territorial technology is needed. Watching the dock workers use pulleys to hoist baskets of ores from the Noel ships, unloading them methodically, then loaded onto draft horse carriages, transported to the blacksmith workshop for storage. Observing briefly at the dock, Lin left the dock and returned to the town. Passing through the residential areas of red brick houses, Lin arrived at the Lord Square. Habitually sitting on a bench at the edge of the square, his gaze admired the distant golden sunset and the long line of townsmen gathering for return. Naturally, there were those who had just arrived at his territory from Morgantown, free people, peasants, and mercenaries. Compared to initial nervousness and constraint, now, their expressions had visibly relaxed. Mingling in the groups, occasionally conversing with companions nearby, faces occasionally showing a hint of a smile. That feeling, like they were in their own familiar town or village. After a day's labor, chatting while heading home, leisurely and carefree, without any pressure or worry in life. Even if they had pressure and worry, Lin wouldn't be too concerned. On this land, the living conditions he's provided for the townsmen are excellent. Apart from daily labor, the rest of the time belongs entirely to the townsmen. They could do anything they wanted, even though some free people and peasants couldn't temporarily accept and integrate. They would be assimilated by other townsmen. After a brief observation, Lin rose from the bench and headed back towards the castle. Just climbing up the stairs, maidens holding fire torches started entering his view, lighting tall oil lamps in the reception hall. Compared to the other skilled maids, a young maiden in a linen robe appeared much clumsier. This young maiden was none other than Janet Frank, whom Lin had brought back. Behind Janet, Kesey stood with arms crossed, calmly instructing. Every evening around 6 o'clock, before it gets dark, You must light the oil lamps for Master's illumination. Every morning at 8 o'clock, you must extinguish the oil lamps to save Master's fish oil and resin. Janet, lighting the lamps, remained silent. Kesey continued, Master also has a habit of bathing. If he calls you for a massage when not in the castle, you must go. You need to perform full-body massage. If you don't know how, you need to learn quickly. Janet, just lighting the lamp, paused with her arm in mid-motion. Serving Lynn tea and water was one thing. She still needed to massage him? Kesey continued indifferently to Janet's expression. I understand. Since you were a manor lord, others served you. But now, you are Master Lin's maid. Naturally, you must do whatever Master Lin wants. Not just for soaking massages, even warming the bed and serving at his side, we can't refuse. Because our lives are given by Master Lin, we are his property. Listening to Kesey's clear yet well-pronounced words. Seeing Janet remain non-responsive, Kesey asked, Did you hear? Janet. Janet nodded with unwillingness. Kesey, seeing this, let out a breath of relief. This woman is indeed difficult to teach. Kesey thought again and found it reasonable. Janet Frank was the highborn granddaughter of a manor lord. Raised in luxury, never lacking anything. How could she understand these rules of serving others? To train her into a qualified maid seems to require quite some time. Just about to take Janet and light the next tall oil lamp. A rustle of footsteps approached from afar. Kesey instantly sensed something and turned her head to look. Seeing Lin's familiar, elegant face, Kesey smiled slightly and hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Master, you returned quite early today. Food is being cooked in the kitchen. You can rest for a while and then get ready to dine. Standing beside Kesey, Janet heard Kesey's words but made no movement, as if she had neither heard nor seen anything. Kesey raised an eyebrow. She unceremoniously reached out her right hand and slapped Janet's high-arched rear. Perhaps it was because the linen robe was too tight and thin. The crisp sound of the slap was clearly audible. Feeling a tingling sensation from her lower back, Janet's eyes widened instantly, staring straight at Kesey. Kesey merely glared back at her and said, When you see Master Lin, you must greet him immediately. Janet didn't utter a word, only widened her eyes to stare at Kesey. Kesey raised her right hand again, preparing to slap down. Fearful, Janet hastily spoke. Lord Master. Only then did Kesey withdraw her raised right hand. She looked at Lin helplessly. Naturally, Lin saw Kesey's peculiar expression and chose to ignore it. Giving the two of them a glance, Lin walked to the dining table and sat at the main seat. Lin's gaze again turned to Janet Frank, who was being led and taught by Kesey. Even though Janet was now wearing a loose linen robe and long pants, she still couldn't conceal her captivating body, curvaceous and well-proportioned. Each movement of her body seemed to inadvertently showcase her unique charm, enticing one's imagination to wander. Janet's body outline pales in comparison to Audrey and Carrie, but this does not hinder her near-perfect body shape and proportion. As Lin admired her thoughtfully, one maid after another pushed a dining cart into the reception hall. Under Kesey's arrangement, Lin sat at the main seat and began to enjoy dinner tonight. Janet, now a maid, accompanied Lin throughout the process, pouring water and wine for Lin, assisting Kesey. Lin enjoyed dinner on his plate while listening to Kesey talk about today's matters in the territory. Master, everything is developing normally in the territory today. The new red brick residential area is under construction. Clive has planned 8,000 red brick houses for the residential area this time. The additional ones are for the townsmen arriving at the territory later. However, the construction time might take longer. Lin nodded and continued chewing on the meat in his mouth. Kesey poured a ladle of golden chicken soup and chicken pieces into Lin's soup bowl. She continued, As for the cultivation, with Gavin you dispatched leading, they are also working in an orderly fashion. Just like you taught us before, he has organized the townsmen clearing the grassy wasteland into different divisions. Kesey seemed to have thought of something and spoke to inquire. By the way, Master, Gavin asked me to inquire you what to plant on the cleared grassy wasteland. Lin pondered and replied, 3,000 acres of cleared arable land, with 2,000 acres for planting peas, and the other 1,000 acres for vegetables. Kesey responded, All right, Master, I will inform Gavin tomorrow. Lin picked up the spoon and gently drank the chicken soup in the bowl. Seeing Lin's action, Janet standing beside him couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Until more than 10 minutes later. After finishing dinner, Lin rested for a while on the main seat before stepping into the study. He needed to determine through writing the organizational structure of the garrison system and the functions that different positions needed to undertake. His current territory doesn't need to set up any 5 armies commander's mansion. As the Lord, he is already the highest authority in this land. His words are the supreme directions. Now it is time to establish a clear garrison system for Frank Manor Castle and future areas. Each garrison consists of 5,600 soldiers, divided into front, rear, left, right, and central 1,000 households. Each 1,000 households governs 1,000 households, and each 100 households controls 2 general banners. A general banner governs 5 small banners. Each small banner has 10 people. Thus, the officers at all levels are clearly hierarchical. This structure allows military orders to be issued and executed quickly and accurately, especially in dealing with emergencies like wars, enabling rapid gathering and mobilization of troops, improving the efficiency of military actions. Garrisons not only have stationed troops, they can also form a certain interaction and cooperation with local residents, establishing a military-civilian joint defense situation, enhancing the overall defense capability of the area. Aside from the defense system, the military cultivation system must also be established. Implementing a cultivation system, farming land during peace, and engaging in warfare at times of war. With Lin holding the feather pen continually writing, the clear structure of the garrison system is steadily forming. Lin put down the feather pen in his hand. The major clauses have been drafted, but will need ongoing modification and adjustment according to the territory's situation. For example, the standard weapons and armor for regional garrisons will be forged and produced by the blacksmiths and textile workshops within the territory. It ensures the quality of weapons and armor in the district garrison, and also controls the rapid increase in the number of soldiers in the garrison, preventing loss of control. As the Lord, he must help the district garrison develop steadily, enhancing overall strength. At the same time, he must find every way to firmly keep the garrison under his control. Lin rose from the leather chair, stretched comfortably, and headed out of the study. Opening the wooden door, Lin glanced at the reception hall. Apart from a few guards responsible for his safety and the faintly flickering light of the oil lamps in the hall, there wasn't a trace of anyone else. However, it was already late at night. Lin had already sent Red and Kesey to rest. As 4 guards nodded in acknowledgement, Lin opened the bedroom door and stepped inside. Removing his clothes, Lin was about to pull back the covers on the large bed. As soon as he lifted a corner of the quilt, his movement suddenly paused. Under the quilt appeared a snow-white arm, beautifully contoured, showing no surplus flesh. Lin raised an eyebrow. He swiftly lifted the quilt, revealing the body of a young woman. The woman's skin was whiter than snow, and her once slender and slim figure held a startling whiteness. Because she lay on the large bed, wrapped only in a thin silk cover, the whiteness seemed to spread even more. Due to the thin silk, Lin could even see a blush with the help of the lamplight. Lin's gaze moved downward to the smooth, toned abdomen marked by faint vest lines. The woman naturally noticed the quilt being turned back from her body. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her delicate and fair cheeks flushed with red, perhaps from being overly tense. The woman's snowy chest rose and fell rapidly. The woman, of course, was Janet Frank. Seeing Janet's enticing body before him, Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Even without asking, he could guess. Kesey must have arranged for Janet to be in his room. His body moved, getting onto the bed and lying down beside Janet. Feeling the slight sway of the bed and the body heat emanating from Lin, Janet, with her eyes closed, became increasingly tense. Her heart rate and breath quickened, her chest heaving more noticeably. The previously faintly flushed cheeks now resembled ripe apples, until Janet slightly opened her rosy mouth, breathing continuously. The once soft breathing now sounded distinct in the silent room. Leaning against the bed's headboard, Lin extended his right index and middle fingers, lightly placing them on Janet's well-defined jawline, gently sliding from her earlobe down to her chin. Watching Janet's thin but rosy lips, Lin's thumb couldn't help but graze them gently from above, perhaps due to Janet's acute sensitivity. In response to his touch, Lin clearly saw Janet's tightly shut eyelids. Her lashes trembled slightly. Fingers continued moving from Janet's chin, gently brushing over her white, delicate neck, reaching the clearly visible collarbone. As Lin's fingers kept moving down, Janet seemed to visualize something. Her breathing accelerated further. As Lin's fingers moved past the collarbone, arriving at a snowy expanse covered by silk, Janet's body involuntarily quivered. Her tightly closed eyes finally opened, staring straight at Lin, full of unwillingness and even resentment. Despite Janet's expression like this, Lin's hand actions showed no sign of ceasing. His fingers continued to twirl, jump, and tap upon her, until a few minutes later, Lin's fingers continued downward, reaching her smooth abdomen with visible vest lines. After a few gentle circular strokes, Lin could feel Janet tightening. Even her hands that were initially resting beside her were now gripping the bed sheets tightly. Lin's fingers still did not stop, continuing downward. The increasingly heavy breathing constantly issued from Janet's mouth. Her eyes kept fixed on Lin. What was once hatred had become a look of wavering. In the depths of those eyes, it was as if two flames danced. With every movement of Lin's fingers, the flames in Janet's eyes seemed ready to consume him. The desire unrestrainedly surged forth. Watching Janet's twisting body, Lin extended both arms, picking Janet up and laying her long white legs open before him. His face moved closer to Janet's face. As their lips touched, a comforting warmth spread across Lin's lips. Lin's left hand circled Janet's slender waist, the right hand swiftly exploring her body. At this moment, Janet was no longer cold as before. Her arms opened, wrapping tightly around Lin's neck. To do my best to please. From Janet's stiff body and awkward movements, Lin could clearly feel it. It was Janet's first time being so close to a man. Feeling Janet's whole body become hot, Lin no longer hesitated. With a slight movement of his body, he embraced her and stood in front. Janet frowned tightly. Her originally bent body suddenly sat up straight. The once cold and quiet Lord's bedroom became heated. Early the next morning, Lin slowly awoke from his slumber. The warmth beside him made him glance slightly. He saw Janet's fair face still carrying an unresolved blush, with faint tear stains at the corners of her eyes. In front of him, there were still some traces left from last night. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, recalling the scenes from last night. He couldn't help but shake his head silently. After some reinforcement and enhancement, his physical condition had greatly improved, his energy becoming more exuberant. Unexpectedly, this made Janet somewhat unable to bear it. Gently got up, put on a decent silk robe, and stepped out of the bedroom. On the large bed, Janet was awakened by the sound. Looking at Lin's back, her eyes were filled with resentment. She tried to get up and leave, but the weakness between her legs made her stumble and almost fall. Janet muttered softly, with a bit of reproach and resentment in her voice. "Can't you be gentler?" Walking out of the room, Lin's gaze turned to the reception hall. Kesey was already standing by the dining table, waiting. Upon seeing Lin, Kesey smiled slightly and reminded him, "Master, breakfast is ready. You can eat now." Lin casually replied and strode towards the dining table. After Red pulled out the main seat chair, Lin sat down directly. With Kesey's service, he began to enjoy today's nutritious breakfast. Lin noticed something. Today's breakfast unexpectedly included a few more eggs. Lin's gaze turned to Kesey, standing nearby. Before he could ask, Kesey explained first. "Master, eating eggs for breakfast can replenish your body." Lin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but give Kesey a glance. It seems that because of the familiarity of their relationship, she dared to joke with him. If everyone kept a rigid attitude towards him, such a life would be too dull. After finishing breakfast, Lin directly took Red and left the castle, heading towards the town. As for what happened yesterday, he didn't need to explain anything to anyone. He is the lord of this land. And Janet, whom he brought back, is his war prisoner, his trophy. He can dispose of his spoils at will, including using them as a maid to warm the bed and serve around him. Crossing through the red brick residential area, Lin paced towards the handicraft workshop district. Before getting close to the blacksmith workshop, a series of crisp and melodious metal forging sounds reached his ears. Amidst the salutes of a group of blacksmith workshop apprentices, Lin walked into the blacksmith workshop, inspecting the production progress of these blacksmith apprentices. Irello strode up to meet him. Coming to Lin, Irello respectfully called. Lin glanced at Irello and responded, "How is the forging progress of the armor?" Irello replied quickly, "Master, the forging progress is going smoothly. Daily we can forge 15,000 armor plates without fail. The soldiers in his territory still have a gap of over 1,000 sets of armor. This is without him recruiting more soldiers for expansion. If he recruits more soldiers, the shortage of armor will only increase more." Lin continued to walk in the blacksmith workshop, inspecting the surroundings. Not only composite armor, but also the winged spears, round shields, longswords needed by the soldiers should not be neglected. Irello bent slightly and responded, "Of course, master." Waiting for Lord Rose to lead the soldiers to the textile workshop to collect the armor. The blacksmith workshop can ensure to equip them with appropriate weapons. Seeing Irello's confident expression, Lin nodded in acknowledgement. He wasn't too surprised. It's known that the blacksmith workshop now has 1,700 people, even though some blacksmith apprentices were just transferred here and lack this forging experience. But as time goes by, they become more skilled in the forging technology. Overly complicated forging techniques are not yet considered. Ordinary fold forging learning is not complicated for blacksmith apprentices. By continuously studying and practicing forging every day, they could learn it within 1 or 2 months at most. These blacksmith apprentices can start performing iron forging and begin crafting various weapons. When passing by the Iron Butcher, heavy padded armor and horse armor forging area, Lin stopped his steps. Following alongside, Irello quickly explained, "Master, because the current forging focus is not on heavy armor and horse armor, not much labor is invested. But rest assured, master, most of the composite armor plates currently forged in the blacksmith workshop can be used for stitching heavy padded armor and horse armor of the Iron Butcher. Which means all special heavy padded armor components need to be reforged. Others can be fully disassembled from existing composite armor plates and restitched." Lin nodded. "I know this." When he previously asked Scholar Clive to make design modifications, he had already explained this issue to him. Composite armor consists of stitched armor plates and cast standard chest armor along with iron helmets. The Iron Butcher's heavy padded armor and horse armor can completely use the current dimensions of the armor plates as prototypes. Design a corresponding stitching plan. This can significantly reduce the laborious process of remelting and reconstructing the armor. Lin's gaze looked at the 30 blacksmith apprentices arduously forging parts for heavy padded armor ahead. He asked Irello, "Given their current forging efficiency, how many days will it take to forge a set of Iron Butcher?" Irello heard this, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. He hesitated a bit and said, "Master, if calculated based on forging a complete set of Iron Butcher under Scholar Clive's guidance, it would take at least a month." Irello changed his tone. "But if we use the armor plates we forge, and they are only responsible for forging special components, it would take at most a week to forge a complete set of Iron Butcher, heavy padded armor, and horse armor plates. As for how long it takes for Foreman Yamani to stitch them into shape, it depends on their stitching efficiency. If it requires a reduction in the production of composite armor as a cost, he would rather delay the production of heavy padded armor and horse armor. The heavy padded armor and horse armor of the Iron Butcher are naturally extremely important for the heavy cavalry. Getting all soldiers equipped with armor is more important. Only by wearing armor can the soldiers survive better on the battlefield. The forging focus of the blacksmith workshop remains on composite armor. Report back to me once the composite armor required by the soldiers is fully forged." Irello said, "Yes, master." After inspecting the 6 blacksmith workshops, Lin stood in front of one of the iron smelting high furnaces. He sent Irello away to continue busying himself. Looking at the iron smelting high furnace before him, Lin began to ponder. Compared to the previous earth kills for iron burning, the production efficiency of the iron smelting high furnaces is greatly improved. As long as there is a sufficient amount of iron, ore, and fuel, the furnace can produce iron continuously, obtaining iron blocks. Moreover, the iron smelting high furnace is highly adaptable. It can handle various grades of iron ore, suitable for large-scale pig iron production. This is also why, after finding and mining iron ore, he led the townsmen to construct the iron-smelting high furnaces. He needs a large amount of iron ore to forge and produce iron farming tools and weapons and armor. For production, for arming the soldiers and guards in the territory, and for ensuring the safety of the territory. However, while the iron-smelting high furnace has its advantages, it also has its drawbacks. Currently, these 6 iron-smelting high furnaces turn iron ore into molten iron, which cools and solidifies into pig iron. The high carbon content and relatively more impurities. Although it increases the hardness of the pig iron blocks, the toughness and ductility are poor, making it brittle and hard. Therefore, if one wants to use pig iron to forge weapons and armor, it must undergo heating and repeated hammer forging to refine out the carbon and impurities, so it can be shaped into the required armor and weapon forms. It requires wasting a lot of manpower and resources, as well as forging time. If he can optimize these 6 iron-smelting high furnaces, allowing the iron ore in the furnace to burn fully, he could produce high-quality steel. Compared to pig iron, steel has a lower carbon content, usually less than 1%. If he can further find some other metal elements, like chromium, nickel, molybdenum, and so on, he can significantly improve the performance of steel. Steel also has good toughness, ductility, and strength. Through various different methods, such as quenching and tempering processes, steel can achieve high strength and good toughness, not only for forging the armor worn by soldiers, but can be widely used in various fields: construction, machinery manufacturing, shipbuilding, etc. Even for various mechanical parts, pipe fittings. The most crucial point is, the matchlock guns and cannons he plans to develop in the future all require steel. For him, the optimization of the iron-smelting high furnace is imperative. But how to optimize the nearly 10-meter-high iron-smelting high furnace before him? An idea surfaced in Lin's mind: the steelmaking process known as stirring steel method. The stirring steel method is basically the same as the previously used stirring iron method. Both are processes for turning pig iron into steel or wrought iron by using a blowing and stirring method. When building the stirring iron furnace previously, the corresponding construction technology and knowledge had already fused in his mind. What he now needs to consider is which stirring steel process to use. The stirring steel processes in his mind come in 3 varieties, namely single-chamber stirring, reverberatory furnace stirring, and tandem stirring. First, there is the single-chamber stirring, where metal smelting and combustion occur in the same furnace chamber. During operation, first, put the furnace charge in the chamber, then ignite, blow air, and seal the entry. As the workers continually stir, the carbon content constantly decreases, the melting point of the metal rises until it finally forms a spongy solid block. Then use the forging process to eliminate impurities and obtain a certain amount of steel. The single-chamber stirring's advantage is simple equipment, but its disadvantage is also apparent. The amount of steel produced is not much. The iron ore and fuel directly contact each other, resulting in many impurities. Next is the reflection furnace roasting, with fuel combustion and metal smelting each occupying an independent space. The high-temperature flames produced by fuel combustion pass over firewalls into the smelting chamber, further heating the metal. Since iron ore is separated from fuel, fewer impurities enter the metal. However, the disadvantage is that reflection furnace roasting equipment is relatively complex. If he adopts the reflection furnace roasting method, he will need to dismantle the entire iron smelting blast furnace to reconstruct a double-chamber reflector furnace. Finally, there's tandem roasting. After the pig iron comes out of the furnace, it flows directly into the square pond for roasting, eliminating the need for reheating the pig iron. The advantage of tandem roasting is saving labor time and reducing costs. Workers don't need to reheat the pig iron, increasing production efficiency while reducing coal required for secondary combustion heating. To use tandem roasting, it's necessary to optimize and rebuild the existing 6 iron-smelting blast furnaces. The blast furnaces need optimization while also constructing a roasting furnace next to them. In Lin's mind, he pondered for a moment. Ultimately, he decided to use tandem roasting. Compared to single-chamber roasting and reflection furnace roasting, tandem roasting saves time and effort, even with a clear idea in mind. He wouldn't immediately stop all blacksmith workshops. At least he needs to wait until the blacksmith workshops have forged and woven all the composite armor required by the soldiers. Lin kept the future planning of the blacksmith workshop in mind and stepped towards the textile workshop not far away. Entering the textile workshop, Lin's gaze swept around. The current textile workshop is mainly divided into two parts. Most of the embroiderers are sitting at workbenches, swiftly embroidering various composite armor components, while the other group of workers is tirelessly making linen robes and linen pants. Perhaps because the previous task given to Yamini was too heavy, Lin entered the textile workshop with Red, noticing that few workers paid attention to them. Everyone was engrossed in their work. After Lin's inspection, Yamini hurriedly came from the back of the workshop. Coming before Lin, Yamini bent down and spoke respectfully. "My apologies, Master. I have been busy counting at the back and could not greet you in time. Please forgive me." Lin replied, "No problem. What is it that you were counting?" Without hesitation, Yamini explained. "The textile workshop has just completed 300 sets of composite armor, and Rachel and I are counting and inspecting them." Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but praise. Once inspection is complete and no issues are found, arrange personnel to inform Rose. Let him lead the soldiers to collect them. Yamini responded, "Yes, Master." Besides these composite armors, workers have also made a batch of linen robes and pants. Should I arrange personnel to deliver them to your castle warehouse? Lin replied, "Leave these tasks to Steward Kisi to handle." Yamini responded again. Following Yamini, after Lin clearly understood the progress of the textile workshop, he then stepped away from the handicraft workshop district. Lin originally wanted to go to Jose's bow and arrow workshop and to inspect the progress of Bio and Xenophon in producing telescopes. But neither the Juga crossbow nor the telescopes are things that can be made overnight. Leaving the handicraft workshop district, Lin was contemplating whether to go fishing to acquire skill books or should focus on skill experience. George came over searching. Upon seeing Lin, George's eyes clearly brightened. Even his steps quickened a bit. Coming before Lin, George hastily bowed and reported, "Master, Mr. Boar has come. Mr. Boar says that you have confiscated all the merchant's wealth from his guild." Lin nodded. "I will go over now." George remained silent. Several people followed behind Lin, walking on the red brick road, heading towards the Lord's direction. Lin arrived at the Lord's Square. Boar, dressed in a satin robe, was pacing back and forth in front of the carriage convoy, his face full of urgency. Upon seeing Lin from afar, Boar hurriedly came to meet him. Close to Lin, Boar hurriedly bowed. After bowing, he stood upright and spoke respectfully. "Master Lin, thank you for resolving the crisis in Morgantown and breaking the dictatorship of Frank Manor. If it weren't for you, not only I but all the merchants and townsmen of Morgantown would be living in dire straits." Lin smiled slightly. "Mr. Boar, you overstate. Nicely put. I destroyed Bladewind Corps and Frank Manor, allowing Morgantown's free people and the peasants of Frank Manor to no longer suffer oppression. Poorly put, I'm no different from Janet. Didn't I bring them back to the territory, starting their governance under me, becoming labor for my territory's development?" He can enhance the soldiers' morale by attributing external warfare with the title of Liberation War. Simultaneously, for the townsmen within the territory to wholeheartedly labor. He can draft the territorial law, construct the territory court, and also issue a military merit promotion garrison system. Lin deeply understands he is just a lord, essentially a feudal landowner and regional ruler, relying on free people and peasants for labor cultivation, economic development, army building, and even external warfare. Everything he does is solely to enhance the territory's strength and preserve his governance. He differs slightly from those who know only personal indulgence. In the process of enhancing the territory's strength, he doesn't mind sharing a portion of the benefits with the townsmen of the territory, even if it's just a very small portion. It's enough to make these townsmen offer loyalty and life to him. Listening to Lin's words, Boar hurriedly shook his head. "That's different, Master Lin. Though you are a lord, you never treat your townsmen as slaves." Looking at Boar's serious expression, Lin smiled slightly and no longer continued to talk nonsense with him. Lin's gaze shifted to the carts full of goods behind Boar. "Mr. Boar, Is this another batch of grain being delivered for me? Boar followed Lin's line of sight and replied, Yes, master, it's another 50,000 pounds of barley transported from Kakasong City. But it's still the same price as before, consistently at 2 pounds per penny. Lin nodded with understanding. Despite a heavy snowfall during winter, which greatly affected the winter barley planted by the Karidi Empire, the Karidi Empire's vast territory would not let the winter barley in all regions be frozen by the snow. Furthermore, because of the price increase, a large number of merchants transported grain from other regions to the Karidi Empire. The price of 2 pounds per penny might have reached the upper limit of barley's value. Lin spoke. No problem, Mr. Boar. As previously mentioned, as long as grain and goods are delivered to my territory, if it's at market price, I'll buy it all. Lin's words continued. Furthermore, the gold pounds, grain goods, and personnel owned by the merchants under your name, I can return them to you entirely. The slight frown on Boar's brow instantly relaxed. He surprisedly asked, Master, is what you said true? Boar truly did not expect. In just a few days of transporting a large batch of fine salt to Kakasong City for sale, the Lin before him had led soldiers to suppress and destroy Morgantown and Frank Manor. If not for Master Lin's soldiers remaining stationed in Morgan and informing him of the whole story, he would have thought there was something strange that wiped out the entire town's flesh and blood. He even more did not expect that Master Lin would even be willing to return the seized gold pounds to them. Lin responded, Of course, Mr. Boar. To me, the gold pounds collected are not much. But for you, it is nearly a lifetime of savings. You need the gold pounds as capital to continue buying and selling goods, to conduct trade. Listening to Lin's calm words, Boar's heart was filled with gratitude. He quickly said, Then thank you so much, Master. Your conduct has deeply impressed Boar. Not to mention the current Master Lin, who is the sole lord of Morgantown, with a powerful army. If Lin had wanted to seize his goods, it would have been as easy as pie. However, Master Lin has never done so. Indeed, he was willing to exchange for the transported goods with fine salt below market price. Lin chuckled. Mr. Boar, no need to be so polite. We are partners. After all, I still need you to continue purchasing various goods for me. Boar nodded heavily. Of course, Master Lin. I will follow your orders completely. Lin smiled slightly and called over George, who was waiting nearby, to have him oversee the verification with Boar of the gold pounds and goods seized from the merchants. With the scarcity of various goods on his territory, all have been transported back to the territory. It's no good to send them away again. Grain and goods, naturally, will be directly exchanged for gold pounds. While George and Boar patiently proceeded with the verification, Lin headed towards the direction of the pasture outside the town. Upon arriving at the entrance of the pasture, he clearly saw 6 or 7 groups of figures busily moving back and forth within. Some of the poultry and livestock from Frank Manor and Morgantown joined the pasture, making the pasture, already diverse and numerous, even more bustling. The daily work of the pasture workers has become increasingly busy. This is the scene he most wanted to see. Only with abundant poultry and livestock in the pasture can the workers be busy without a pause. Only with abundant poultry and livestock can the pasture provide the territory's residents with ample meat and leather. Only then can it meet the residents' daily needs for meat. Only then can it completely solve the large shortage of leather needed by the territory. If the pasture's labor truly becomes too heavy, the foreman guy, naturally would like last time, request him for more manpower. Since the pasture is in operation, it is obviously within their tolerable range. It's important to note, now the pasture has more than 200 people. Lin went to the next door mutated wild boar farm. The forest pigs that had just been fed were lying on the slightly cool ground, snoring amid the swaying of somewhat curly tails. Looking at their plump bodies covered with bristle-like pig hairs, Lin couldn't help but click his tongue. Due to the empowerment of a small magic array and magic ore, these forest pig sizes seem to change almost daily. Lin roughly estimated. The weight of the adult forest pig before him reaches at least 700 to 800 pounds. Their size and weight appear to be less than adult warhorses. However, these forest pigs have been bred for how long? It's essential to know that waiting for these forest pigs to empower and complete breeding could reach a weight of 3,000 pounds. even heavier than some top-quality purebred warhorses from the Badan Empire. The only regret Lin felt was that his territory does not have many forest pigs, only 150 heads. We must find a way to purchase more forest pigs from beyond the territory. Another idea emerged in Lin's mind. He has a vast primordial forest, as well as extensive farmland and woodlands in Morgantown. He can completely arrange soldiers to form hunting parties to capture wild boars. This can make up for the shortage of forest pigs needed for the empowerment and breeding. He can also have merchants search for more forest pigs and transport them to his territory. Two methods combined. If there's a wild boar knight corps composed of 1,000 mutated forest pigs, given the huge size and weight of the forest pig and the thickness of pigskin, perhaps, without crafting armor for them, it would suffice to resist ordinary arrow shots. With the addition of the forest pig's hard and sharp tusks, once it directly charges at enemy cavalry or rushes into the enemy infantry's formation, it would deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. Lin looked at the guard behind him. You go back to town and tell George. Ask him to relay to Mr. Boar to pay attention to forest pigs while purchasing grain. As long as they can be transported to my woodland, I am willing to buy at a high price. The guard quickly responded upon hearing this. Without any unnecessary words, he turned and left the farm, running towards the direction of the town. After observing the forest pigs around the farm, he walked to the back of the farm. Under Flint's guidance, several mutated wild boar farms are being constructed. Within days, the foundations have been excavated. Building workers are laying the red brick walls. Sitting in the shadowed corner, Flint seemed to sense something. His gaze shifted to Lin not far away. Flint quickly stood up and walked towards Lin with large strides. Coming before Lin, Flint spoke. Lord, you're here again. Lin nodded and responded, Lord Flint, waiting for these 5 farms to finish expanding. Perhaps I will need you to continue leading them for construction. In Lin's hand, 5 magic oars appeared. Seeing the magic oars appearing out of thin air, Flint's eyes widened instantly. In shock, he said, Lord, is this space magic? How is this possible, compared to the magic oars in Lin's hand? Clearly, Flint cares more about the suddenly appearing magic oars. Lin smiled indifferently without any response. He naturally knows Flint is referring to the backpack he unlocked not long ago. Seeing no response from Lin, Flint curiously watched Lin. He couldn't help asking, Lord, are you really just an ordinary lord? We won't even talk about the small magic array used for empowering wild boar breeding. But space magic. It should have been lost long ago. Even some great mages I know and some hidden magic clans don't know how to perform space magic. Lin smiled mildly and spoke. That's a secret, Lord Flint. Listening to Lin's words, Flint couldn't help but sigh, not continuing to question further. Taking the magic oar from Lin's hand, Flint explained. Lord, there are far too many magic buildings to be constructed, coupled with the limited construction speed of these workers. To continue expanding the farm will take a long time. Moreover, the blacksmith apprentices in the blacksmith workshop need my teaching. The promised defense-reinforced armor has yet to begin forging. I can't stay here all the time. Previously, just managing the blacksmith workshop, Flint felt the daily labor was fairly relaxing. Since Lin requested him to construct special buildings, build magic arrays, Flint felt every day was full of endless tasks. Indeed, getting Jin from the Lord is not so easy. Lin nodded and spoke. Lord Flint, you can manage the progress yourself. The construction progress can be a bit slower, but must not stop. Whether it's the blacksmith apprentices in Flint's blacksmith workshop or the special building construction before him, they are all crucial to him. Receiving Lin's affirmative instruction, Flint responded. After talking with Flint for a while, Lin walked to the building workers laying walls under Flint's gaze. He took the plastering knife from the building worker's hand with his right hand and picked up a piece of lime mortar, holding a red brick in his left hand. Plaster, place, level alignment, knock it firm. Lin skillfully began the labor of wall building. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Piece by piece, the skill experience slowly increased. Lin found that by imagining the required items for production or construction in his mind, it's just limited to creating ordinary items, constructing buildings, or scientific technologies. like the empowerment magic array in the current construction of the mutated wild boar farm. Until now, no memory or knowledge related to it had emerged or fused in his mind. However, Lin doesn't really mind. As long as there are heavenly artifacts, as long as he can imagine the needed items and gain corresponding memories and knowledge through continuous labor. Even if this world has elves, sea sirens, witches, he could completely rely on scientific technology to produce muskets and cannons, blast them into the roar of steel and gunpowder. Even if special constructions required knowledge related to magic, he could have Flint or personnel knowledgeable in magic to do it for him. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Lin devoted himself entirely to the construction and wall building before him. He finally took steps towards the expansion site of the mutated wild boar farm. Walking on the red brick road back to the town, Lin's gaze scanned the vast fields on both sides. Under the sunlight full of heat and warmth, the crops appeared vibrant and colorful. After walking for a while, Lin stepped off the lime road and stood at the edge of a winter barley field. His gaze surveyed the winter barley before him. At this time, the heads of winter barley gradually emerged from the leaf sheaths. Some of the better-growing barley had even entered the grouting stage. Each grain began to grow and get full, and gradually transitioned from the milky ripeness stage to the wax ripeness stage over time. During this period, the weather condition was crucial for the growth of barley. Adequate sunlight and suitable temperatures were more conducive to the plumpness of the grains and the accumulation of starch. Lin's thoughts moved as he opened the weather forecast panel for a glance. In the coming half-month, no rain or cooling was expected. This is the advantage of a temperate maritime climate. No severe cold in winter, no extreme heat in summer. The climate is mild and suitable for agriculture and animal husbandry development. These winter barleys, by July or August, will enter the maturity period. The grains gradually harden, and the color changes from yellow-green to golden yellow, with the ears and stalks gradually wilting, until the grain moisture content reduces to a certain level. He could organize the farmers to begin harvesting this winter barley. Lin continued to step forward, walking along the lime road. He arrived at the planting area of spring barley. Unlike winter barley planted throughout the winter, currently, spring barley was in the heading stage. With the care of Gavin and Wilbur, additional fertilization, watering, irrigation, weeding, and so on, the growth of these spring barleys was still very good. After the flowering and grouting period of July and August, around September, these spring barleys would also enter the harvesting period. There is a 1-month time difference between the maturity of winter barley and spring barley. Just right, providing farmers in the territory with time to harvest. After harvesting winter barley, they can directly engage in the harvest work of spring barley. Looking at the row upon row of barley swaying like waves in the breeze, Lin nodded with satisfaction. This barley is the hope of the territory, only waiting for these barleys to mature, harvested, and stored in the warehouse. The daily grain needs of the townsmen in this territory can be temporarily resolved, no matter what kind of war the Karidi Empire beyond the city walls was undergoing. As long as his walls didn't fall, Iswang's city remained unbreached. This territory could always continue to develop peacefully. Lin continued to walk by the fields filled with crops. The potato plants grew vigorously, with dense leaves and thick vines. The height had already reached 30 to 40 centimeters. Additionally, the plants were already beginning to store nutrients for tuber growth. But to wait for the potatoes to mature would take more time. Under suitable growing conditions and sufficient fertility, they needed to go through the crucial potato tuber swelling period in July and August. The leaves of most potato plants would turn yellow, and the vines would wither. By then, the potatoes would be essentially mature and ready for harvest. Walking on the potato ridge for a round of inspection, confirming the potatoes were growing normally, Lin then moved to the next field. Arriving at the cotton field, plants with triangular buds came into Lin's view. Lin stepped in, finding the buds were cylindrical with a layer of fuzz on the surface. At this time, the cotton plants were growing rapidly, entering the budding stage. By July and August, cotton would enter the flowering and boll stage, then go through the maturity stage in September. Around October, cotton could be harvested. Neither cotton nor potatoes can be marketed and bought on a large scale like barley from outside the territory. It relied entirely on him using the energy stone to exchange at the special seed store. Cannot conduct large-scale farming production in the short term. Can only rely on several plantings to obtain more seeds. To increase seed scale. Even though the time cycle required is somewhat lengthy, 2 years or 3 years. But compared to the large consumption of energy stones needed, Lin felt it was worth the wait. Lin inspected a large area planted with vegetables, confirmed no pests or diseases were present, then walked out of the field, stepping onto the lime road. Under the glow of the setting sun, heading back towards the town. The townsmen, after finishing a day of work, were also leaving various industries, heading in the same direction towards the town, returning to the Lord's Square. The cart team brought by Boar was nowhere to be seen. Boar had completed the trade exchange with George and sorted out the soldiers collected grain and gold pounds from merchants under his guild's name. Lin did not stop walking and headed straight back to the castle. Amidst the salutes from the townsmen, Lin returned to the castle. Inside the reception hall, one by one, the tall oil lamps had already been lit by the maids. Kisi, who was setting the dinner, respectfully called out, "Master, you're back." Lin, gradually walking in, replied casually. His gaze slipped past Kisi and looked at Janet standing at the back. Janet's eyes were brimming with resentment as she quickly lowered her head and softly called out. Lin stepped past the two of them and walked directly to the Lord's throne, comfortably sitting atop. Kisi followed and reminded, "Master, you'll need to wait a while for dinner. Do you need me to prepare hot water for you?" Lin nodded in response. "Go ahead. I've been busy all day and I'm covered in sweat." Kisi smiled slightly. "Okay, Master, I'll go arrange it now." Kisi's gaze turned towards Janet. Standing aside, Janet's face instantly froze. She understood and responded, I'll go now." As the words fell, Janet quickly retreated. Seeing how quickly Kisi had guided her into becoming a maid, Lin couldn't help but praise, "Kisi, you've taught well. From now on, all the maids will be managed by you." Kisi, hearing this, was just about to respond. A big question surfaced in her mind. The ordinary maids who serve daily life, or like Janet, those who also warm the bed, would there be many? Without Lin saying more, Kisi naturally wouldn't ask more. Kisi answered, "Okay, Master." Lin pondered for a moment and said nothing further to Kisi. With a thought, he opened the resident information column and began screening through it. Even though he knew Morgantown's free people and the peasants of Frank Manor were engaged in the simplest planting or breeding, Lin still wanted to select people with talent, skills, or those of high levels. Talent is the most precious human resource at any time. As thoughts swirled in Lin's mind, from the 9 great skills to the 7 skills of the night, then to talent, skills, and even high attribute levels, he did not overlook anything. From these 6,000 people, Lin only managed to select 8 with 3rd-level planting, 5 with 3rd-level breeding, 9 with 3rd-level cooking, among others, talents only. Add up to less than 50 people. Apart from those with 3rd-level skills as talents, there were over 300 with 2nd-level skills. They could actually be transferred from their current positions and assigned to the corresponding positions. Initially, Lin thought, among these personnel, there were quite a few soldiers from Frank Manor and mercenaries from the Bladewind Corps. Some systematically trained knights. To systematically teach children in the Territory school the 7 skills of the knight. Especially within some mercenary corps. Often, there would be some knights desolate from losing their territory or familial decline, or those eager for wealth and honor, hoping to use the power of the mercenary corps to restore their past glory. After a round of screening and searching, Lin was not at all surprised by what he found. Neither the mercenaries of the Bladewind Corps nor the soldiers of Frank Manor were nothing more than ordinary folks. Finding another knight like Wesley from a fallen noble family. Certainly, it's not easy. Only step by step can it be done slowly. As Lin was screening, Kisi had already led the maids to start setting up today's dinner. Kisi walked to the steps below the Lord's throne platform and reminded, "Master, you may have dinner now." Upon hearing Kisi's reminder, Lin responded. With a thought, he closed the resident information column. Standing from the Lord's throne, he walked towards the dining table. Seated at the main seat of the dining table, under the service of Kisi and a few others, Lin began to enjoy today's dinner. The sky turned into a black curtain that enveloped the entire world. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Inside Duke Songyu's castle, in the Duke's master bedroom, supported by two maids in thin robes, Coleman Songyu, bare-chested, stepped out of the private chamber. No command needed from Coleman, as two maids held clean silk cloths to wipe the water droplets from his body. Their movements were light and meticulous, because the robes on the maids were too loose. With every arm movement, the round whiteness in front of them flickered faintly, despite the whiteness being something he had long been accustomed to and played with many times. Yet this fleeting view still stirred his inner unrest. His eyes fixated on the alluring snowy scenery. After watching for a few minutes, Coleman could no longer suppress the agitation within him. He stretched his arms and wrapped them around the waist of the maid beside him. The maid, more than understanding, leaned her body in closer. Feeling the softness of the maid's front imprinting on his chest, Coleman's eyebrows couldn't help but lift upward. His right hand slowly moved from the maid's waist downward to the prominent curves. The maid's face turned rosy, her breath quickening. The maid's body shifted, her head resting on Coleman's shoulder as she gently said, "Grand Duke, it's getting late. How about we serve you for your rest?" Hearing the maid's words, Coleman immediately withdrew his right hand that had slipped under the maid's robe. Despite the maid's body becoming hot and feverish, he smiled and declined. "Not today. Dr. Nadia Griffin specifically instructed that on this day every week, I must visit her office for a health diagnosis and recovery." The faces of the two maids were filled with disappointment. "So that's it. No wonder the Grand Duke is going for a bathing ritual." Coleman nodded, responding, "Of course. Being diagnosed by the doctor is a dignified and serious matter. Naturally, it calls for a bath." Seeing the reluctant expressions of the two maids, Coleman once again reached out his right hand, giving a slap on the maid's hot behind. A crisp sound echoed in the bedroom. Coleman grinned mischievously. "What? Just one night without sleeping with you two, and you look so disappointed? Can't bear to be away from me?" The maid who got slapped instantly turned beet red, her eyes filled with flickering and desire. Coleman comforted, all right, help me get dressed quickly. Don't delay Dr. Nadia's treatment time." The two maids responded promptly and hurried to help Coleman dress. Under the watchful eyes of the two maids, Coleman walked out of his bedroom. He walked through corridors and downstairs, heading towards Dr. Nadia's diagnosis and treatment room on the first floor. As he walked, Nadia's curvaceous figure appeared in Coleman's mind. Unlike the two maids who tend to his daily needs and warm his bed, the two maids were gentle and attentive, leaving no detail overlooked. But Nadia Griffin was like a lotus, visible but out of reach. Moreover, Nadia's status was somewhat special. She was a doctor personally brought by Mitchell Carolyn, which further filled Coleman with anticipation for Nadia. More than what was within easy reach, he favored women who required effort and scheming to obtain. Arriving on the castle's first floor, Coleman headed straight to Nadia's diagnosis and treatment room. Standing at the suite's door, Coleman extended his right hand and knocked on the wooden door. Before he could speak to identify himself, a calm voice from behind the door said from Nadia, "The door's unlocked. Come right in, Duke Coleman." Coleman's eyebrow arched as he pushed the double doors gently with both hands. With a creaking sound, the wooden doors slowly opened under Coleman's push. Only the side of the room lit by a few oil lamps entered his eyes. Coleman stepped into the suite, closing the doors he had just opened, and he deftly latched the door, locking it from the inside. Coleman turned, surveying the suite once again. The light wasn't particularly bright. Several corners of the suite were outside the oil lamp's glow, shrouded in darkness. Yet the contrast between light and dark gave Coleman a sense of a unique environment. On the table, there were 3 candles on a candelabra. The warm yellow light flickered continuously. A palm-sized incense burner was burning at that moment. A wisp of fragrance after another floated out continuously. Coleman instinctively took a few sniffs. The aroma was rich, with a hint of sweetness. Coleman guessed correctly. What was burning in the incense burner would be frankincense, often used in religious ceremonies. Coleman looked around, but did not see the figure he wanted to see in the suite's main hall. He couldn't help but call out, "Dr. Nadia?" Just as Coleman's voice fell, the figure he'd been longing for stepped out from a nearby room. Still wearing cascading black hair, draped over her fair shoulders. Her coldly beautiful face, brows like distant mountains of ink, wearing a tight-fitting off-white robe. It perfectly outlined her slender waist, amplifying her front and back curves. Especially under the candlelight on the table, it accentuated her mysterious aura. Seeing Nadia this way, Coleman couldn't help but swallow. As one of the three great dukes of the Caridi Empire, it's said that no one but the emperor of the empire has a more exalted and noble status than him. He had tasted many women, some from noble families, poised and graceful young ladies, or elegant and enchanting palace dancers, or even the simple, innocent farm girls. As long as he wished, he could indulge in the tenderness these women offered him. A woman like Nadia before him, this was the first time he had seen. Nadia glanced at Coleman, speaking in a calm and confident manner. "Good evening, Duke Coleman. If you're ready, we can start the diagnosis." Coleman inhaled the comfort of the frankincense, responding, "Of course I'm ready. Just not sure how Dr. Nadia would like me to cooperate for the diagnosis." Nadia began to step towards Coleman, eventually stopping beside the table. She extended her elegantly long arm, explaining, "You can lie down on this chaise lounge." Coleman followed her gaze and finally noticed a walnut chaise lounge placed there. Coleman nodded and said, "Of course, Dr. Nadia." He took a step and walked over to the chaise lounge, bent down to sit, then leaned back, lying on the wooden chair. Coleman's line of sight changed. From bottom to top, he looked at Nadia standing beside him. The roundness tightly wrapped in front of Nadia, along with the flat abdomen, showed a significant rise and fall, almost ready to burst forth. Nadia stood beside, seemingly unaffected by Coleman's gaze. She turned her body, facing away from Coleman, to retrieve diagnostic tools placed on the table. Watching Nadia bend her waist, the noticeably high-arched area at her back grew even more pronounced. Coleman's body gave a slight shiver. Although Nadia's movements were simple, the visual impression it left was far beyond that of a maid cloaked in a loose robe, with her figure faintly visible. A gentle voice emerged from Nadia's lips. "Duke Coleman, today I will be applying the fire jar for you. By utilizing changes in the temperature within the fire jar, it will cause local blood stasis on your skin. This can help in unblocking meridians, balancing blood and energy, alleviating pain, and treating certain ailments. Furthermore, I will be massaging your body for relaxation, aiding your sleep." Observing Nadia's curvaceous silhouette, Coleman smiled and said, "Dr. Nadia, proceed with the diagnosis and treatment as you see fit." Nadia responded, "All right, I need you to wait a moment." Coleman responded with a quick, "Of course, Dr. Nadia. The night is long. We can take our time," providing ample time for Coleman to indulge in admiring Nadia's figure. Nadia finally turned around. "Duke Coleman, I need you to remove your clothing for the application of the fire jar. Would you like to do it yourself, or shall I assist you? You might find it a bit awkward, but I must remind you, I am a doctor. Everything done now and afterwards is for your diagnosis and treatment." Seeing Nadia's calm expression, Coleman laughed. "Certainly, Dr. Nadia. I have always respected the medical profession, and I respect you as well, Dr. Nadia." "Then please, trouble yourself, Dr. Nadia." Nadia, her expression unchanged, nodded in response. She bent down, stretched out her arms, and began removing Coleman's clothing. Because Coleman was lying down, Nadia had to lower her body. Nadia's long black hair fell from her shoulders, continuously brushing lightly against Coleman's cheeks. With Nadia so close, Coleman's eyes were fixated, compared to the previous 6 or 7 meters of direct view. Now it was less than 50 or 60 centimeters. Coleman could even hear the slight breathing from Nadia's nostrils, and smell the fragrance from Nadia's body, a scent he had never encountered before. Watching the mild trembling of Nadia's front due to her bodily movements, Coleman's breathing involuntarily accelerated. His right hand moved slightly, subtly placed beside Nadia. As Nadia untied the silk robe from him, his hand kept brushing against Nadia's right leg. Feeling the softness and comfort on the back of his hand, Coleman's heart rippled. Such a feeling was truly delightful. The robe on Coleman was finally removed. Nadia placed it on the table surface. Seemingly unaware of Coleman's little actions, she said, "Duke Coleman, next. I'll apply the fire jar for you. This process will involve some pain, and you'll need to endure it." Hearing this, Coleman nonchalantly remarked, "Dr. Nadia, I am the Duke Sangyu. Though my title is inherited, I once fought alongside Charlemagne VI in battle. Not to mention the fire jar. Even knife and sword wounds wouldn't make me blink. Nadia responded, "That's excellent, Duke Coleman." Coleman casually made a sound of agreement. Nadia once again turned her back to Coleman, busying herself on the nearby table. As a piece of paper was set alight, the previously dim suite saw its brightness slightly increase. Nadia turned around, cautioning, "I'll begin now, Duke Coleman." Seeing the flaming ceramic jar in Nadia's hand, Coleman's heart tightened. "Go ahead, Dr. Nadia." Nadia nodded and without hesitation, pressed the fire jar on the waist. Feeling the intense burning pain from the fire on his waist and the distinct pulling sensation, Coleman's eyes widened instantly. His mouth just parted before he closed it urgently, biting hard on his molars. Even a moment's delay, a cry of pain would echo in the suite. Nadia beside him didn't pause, continuing to speak earnestly. "Duke Coleman, a total of 6 fire jars are required for effective treatment." Coleman forced a smile. "Dr. Nadia, just proceed." What could a fire jar possibly feel like? Nadia gave no reply, lighting the paper inside the fire jar once more. Watching Nadia prepare to press the fire jar on his body again, Coleman's eyes widened. Fortunately, the suite was somewhat dim. Otherwise, the grimace on his face would surely be noticed by Nadia. As Coleman forced himself to endure, the application of 6 fire jars finally completed. Coleman involuntarily opened his mouth, breathing heavily. Nadia reminded him, "Duke Coleman, the fire jars contain some medicinal powder. It will take 10 minutes for the effects to enter your body before they can be removed. Only then can the treatment be effective. During this 10-minute wait, I'll begin a localized massage from your hands and arms." Coleman's brow arched instantly. Compared to the fire jar treatment, a full-body massage from Nadia was what he anticipated most. Under the scrutiny of Coleman, Songyu's gaze, Nadia took out a small porcelain bottle, opened the lid, and slowly poured it with her right hand. A stream of nearly transparent liquid flowed from the porcelain bottle, landing in Nadia's fair left hand. As the transparent liquid appeared, a fragrance more intense than the spices burning in the incense burner continuously swirled in the suite. It was like lavender, yet like rosemary. While pondering in his mind, Coleman heard Nadia explain with a calm voice, "Duke Coleman, this is lavender essential oil made by soaking lavender in oil. Using it for auxiliary massage can moisturize the skin, enhance treatment effects through skin absorption, relieve pain, and relax muscles." Watching Nadia's moist red lips continuously open and close, Coleman responded, "No problem, Dr. Nadia." Nadia reminded, "Then I will begin. Duke Coleman, please forgive my intrusion." Nadia bent down and slowly sat on a small wooden chair beside Coleman. Her hands rubbed against each other repeatedly. In this way, the lavender oil in her hands was spread more evenly, also making her hands warmer. Nadia reached out her hands and gently held Coleman's right hand. She then began a rhythmic and purposeful massage. Feeling the warm, comfortable, and soft touch, Coleman's eyebrow lifted slightly. Is this what it feels like to touch Dr. Nadia's hands? Softer than he imagined. Coleman said nothing. His eyes simply locked onto Nadia. Watching Nadia wholeheartedly massage his palm and arm. Watching Nadia's delicate and fair face. Watching as Nadia's arm movements caused that full and round curve in front to sway back and forth. Watching as Nadia's curve became increasingly prominent behind her from sitting on the wooden chair, almost bursting out. And feeling the comfort from his body and arms. Coleman lay with complete enjoyment on the wooden chair, gently closing his eyes. Nadia's gentle voice softly reminded him in his ear, "Duke Coleman, if you're tired, just rest for a while." Coleman did not open his eyes, only replied softly. Uncertain how much time had passed, Coleman slowly opened his heavy eyelids, looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, and feeling the surface he was lying on, which clearly wasn't the lounger. With a start, Coleman sat up with sudden awareness. His eyes scanned around quickly. He found himself in a room both unfamiliar and familiar. The familiar decorative style, the familiar scent, and the familiar déjà vu. Coleman realized he was still in Duke Songyu's castle. He forgot which room this was. His mind was filled with puzzling thoughts. Wasn't Nadia treating him with the fire jar and massage? Did it end so quickly? Why wasn't he awakened and brought to a room? Where did Dr. Nadia go? Full of confusion, Coleman pondered. Suddenly, a sound of rippling water came from behind a nearby door. like a hand stirring the water, continuously falling. He was very familiar with such sounds, having often watched maids frolic in hot water in the bathtub. Was someone bathing behind the door? Perhaps from sleeping too long. Coleman's mind was filled with dizziness. This dizziness was peculiar, not unpleasant or uncomfortable. Instead, more like the light-headed joy after a little too much to drink, a very pleasant feeling. Standing up from the bed, Coleman walked slowly towards the nearby closed door. As he was about to reach for it, perhaps due to a draft, the closed door swung open on its own. The scene outside the door gradually came into Coleman's view. In the center of the suite's living room, illuminated by oil lamp and candlelight, stood a large bathtub. Within the tub, a fair figure was soaking. Perhaps because of the steam from the hot water in the tub, it lightly misted the exquisite face of that fair figure. Under the glow of light, it sparkled with a crystal sheen. As the arms continuously raised and lowered, droplets of water fell from the air, splashing into the tub's surface, creating a crisp sound of water splashes. The rounded and fair curves at the front shimmered mysteriously beneath the veiling steam. The cascade of long hair was casually let down, either soaking in the water or draped over the body. This fair figure was, of course, Nadia Griffin. Coleman, stepping out of the room, took in such a scene. His Adam's apple moved, and he couldn't help but swallow. Nadia in the bathtub also noticed Coleman. However, she showed no fear or shock. Instead, with a smile, she extended an invitation to Coleman. Duke Coleman, you fell asleep during your treatment. To ensure you slept comfortably, I brought you back to the room. Now, would you like to join me for a soak? Listening to Nadia's gentle voice, Coleman's eyes lit up, his mouth full of curious inquiries. Dr. Nadia, is this really possible? You are the doctor brought by His Highness Mitchell after all. Despite such inquiries, his footsteps kept moving, slowly approaching Nadia in the bathtub. Nadia's smile became even more enchanting. Duke Coleman, don't you understand? His Highness Mitchell sent me to care for you, whether it's physical healing or mental treatment. Coleman curiously asked, physical? Mental? Nadia responded softly. In simple terms, His Highness Mitchell has gifted me to you, Duke Coleman. As long as you wish, you can do anything with Nadia. As Nadia spoke, she extended her meticulously fair right hand towards Coleman by the bathtub. As Coleman's brows raised slightly, she gently grasped his left arm. The warm, moist, and soft touch directly passed through his left arm into his mind. Looking at Nadia soaking in hot water, the soft, snowy white before her. Beneath the roundness, as the hot water stirred, those long, fair legs appeared and disappeared. Coleman swallowed hard. So, Dr. Nadia, should I come in? Nadia's voice was enchanting. Of course, Duke Coleman. Feeling the pull and guidance from Nadia on his left arm becoming more evident, Coleman no longer hesitated. He stepped forward with his right leg into the bathtub. Warm hot water enveloped his right leg. With the right leg steady, Coleman continued to step in with his left leg into the bathtub. Driven by the pulling force on his arm, Coleman slowly squatted down, sitting his body, soaking in the hot water. Just as Coleman was about to speak, he saw Nadia slowly moving closer to him. With her fair back, she leaned against his chest, looking at the neck and shoulders so close, long and white, without a wrinkle, and the smooth warmth spreading from his chest. Coleman's breathing quickened. His hands almost uncontrollably reached forward, embracing Nadia's waist. The sensation of her slender waist and the contours of her vest instantly transmitted. As if sensing Coleman's action, Nadia's head slightly tilted back, her cheek rested against Coleman's. A soft and seductive voice sounded from Nadia's rosy lips, clearly transmitted into Coleman's ears. Duke Coleman, you can be bolder. Coleman no longer hesitated. With a slight turn of his arms, he shifted Nadia's body aside, his face directly leaning to Nadia's lips. His left hand crossed over Nadia's abdomen, reaching upwards to the snowy white he long coveted. When covering the snowy white before Nadia, feeling its fullness and comfort, Coleman's body couldn't help but shudder. Playing with it slightly at the high-arched area before Nadia, Coleman's left hand slowly traveled downward. A faint sound came from Nadia's mouth right before him. Coleman no longer made any excess movements. His arms exerting force, lifted Nadia, placing her before him. Meanwhile, on the other side, A horse-drawn carriage led by 4 horses slowly came to a stop under the reins of the driver. The coachman seated at the front turned his head to glance to the left. There stood a tall white building. At the top of the structure, a huge cross shaping the outline of a human body. Having verified the location, the coachman quickly dismounted from his seat. He took a carved and polished wooden ladder from the side, setting it beside the carriage. Having done all this, the coachman reminded the luxurious carriage before him. "Your Highness, we have arrived." As soon as the coachman's voice fell, a deep and powerful sound echoed from within the luxurious carriage. Upon getting a response, the coachman dared to open the carriage door. With the coachman's assistance, a tall and robust body bent over, stepped out of the carriage. His golden hair flowed like a lion's mane, combed from the front to the nape. Clad in a long silk robe embroidered with patterns, tightly fit across his muscular body. When he stood straight, those 2 meters tall, his robust body resembled a standing lion. After he walked out of the carriage, the 4 war-horses ahead visibly shook their manes as if relieved. The coachman bowed, head down, not daring to meet the eyes of the robust man before him. The robust man was none other than the eldest son of Charlemagne VI of the Caridi Empire, Mitchell Carolyn. After glancing at the coachman, Mitchell focused his gaze forward. Within the transparent white building, lights from oil lamps and candles were evident. Mitchell spoke indifferently. "Wait for me here." Upon hearing this, the coachman's heart tightened, quickly responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Mitchell pondered briefly, then stepped toward the church ahead. Until the corner of his eye confirmed Mitchell had walked far away. The coachman still dared not relax at all, knowing well, he was the very Mitchell Carolyn once nicknamed the Spear of the Empire. Mitchell's gaze was fixed on the building ahead. Above the building loomed a cross, with a human figure bound to it. Engraved on the walls were the bodies of women with wings. Mitchell glanced, and then withdrew his gaze. A disdainful snort escaped his lips. After walking a few dozen meters, Mitchell arrived at the tall and heavy front door of the building. It seemed to be made of oak, its surface carved with intricate and exquisite religious symbols. From the era of light to the life deeds of the saints, every detail was vividly depicted. No need for Mitchell to knock. The massive door suddenly opened from within. A gap appeared, wide enough for one person to pass through. A middle-aged priest in a white robe poked his head out from behind the door. After confirming Mitchell's figure and face, the middle-aged priest explained, "Your Highness, the Archbishop is in the lounge. Due to certain reasons, I cannot escort you there." Mitchell smiled gently. "Father Scathack, it's good enough that you informed me the Archbishop has returned to the main cathedral. Afterward, I can find him myself." The middle-aged priest named Scathack nodded. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but soon he closed it again. Seeing Scathack's hesitant expression, Mitchell smiled and said, "Father Scathack, you can rest assured. Regardless of whether I gain the support of the church, the favor promised to you will never change. To make you the bishop of the church in Bordeaux City of the Caridi Empire." Upon hearing the word bishop again, a noticeable anticipation flashed in Scathack's eyes. He responded, "Thank you, Your Highness, in advance." Scathack stepped aside to allow Mitchell to enter. As Mitchell stepped into the church, Scathack quickly closed the heavy oak door and locked it. Scathack's gaze turned towards the depths of the church, explaining, "According to my understanding of the Archbishop, he should be instructing the illusion breakers right now. Your Highness, you can directly head to the Archbishop's lounge to find him. However, Your Highness, tonight, I was never in the church, and you never saw me. In fact, with my identity, I couldn't possibly meet you." Mitchell nodded satisfactorily. Of course. Having received Mitchell's affirmative response, Scathack concurred. He no longer spoke, heading towards a nearby wooden door. He disappeared into the shadow beyond the wooden door. Mitchell withdrew his gaze, his steps moving deeper into the main cathedral. Perhaps because it was late at night, the church's interior revealed no sign of anyone. The high vaulted ceiling stretched upward, giving an impression of infinite expanse. Under the glow of oil lamps and candles, Mitchell could clearly see the intricate frescoes on the dome. They depicted stories from the Oath of Light and scenes of heaven. Mitchell walked down the wide and orderly aisle. On either side of him, neat rows of wooden benches lined the aisle. along with the slightly flickering light of the oil lamps and candles, adding an air of mystery and solemnity to the already tranquil church interior. Mitchell did not stop walking, continuing deeper into the church. In the Archbishop's lounge, a young boy, his face covered in grime, stared wide-eyed at the middle-aged man in a purple vestment. The young boy nervously asked, "Lord Archbishop, can you really provide food for me and my sister? As long as I come to you, can you give us food every day?" Looking at the boy who only reached up to his waist, Uli Perik smiled gently, revealing a look of pity and kindness. He extended his pale right hand, blue veins visible, and gently placed it on the boy's head. Uli spoke softly, "Of course, Yosis. The God of Light will always watch over his followers. As long as you are willing to become a servant of the God of Light, he will not let his servants go hungry. Little Yosis, are you willing to become his servant?" Listening to Archbishop Uli's words, Yosis' eyes were full of excitement. As long as he sought out Archbishop Uli in the dead of night, as long as he received the Archbishop's favor, he could receive food. What surprised Yosis was that Archbishop Uli told him he could receive gifted food every day, which meant he and his sister would never have to worry about not having enough food again. Thinking of the previous scenes when he shivered from hunger, Yosis quickly spoke. "Lord Archbishop, I am willing." Yosis is very willing. "I can even introduce my sister to you, so she can also become a servant of the God of Light." After finishing his words, Yosis looked up, eyes bright as he gazed at Uli. Uli shook his head, smiling as he said, "Rather than introductions, the God of Light values your bond with him more. Your sister has not yet formed a bond with him." Upon hearing this, disappointment appeared on Yosis' face. Uli's tone changed. "However, as long as you are willing to become his servant, it won't be long before your sister also hears his call and becomes his servant." Yosis nodded with joy. "That would be wonderful, Lord Archbishop. To become his servant, do I need to do anything?" Uli nodded with satisfaction. "Little Yosis, now I understand why he brought you to me. You are more mature and sensible than most of your peers. To receive his protection, naturally you must offer up everything you have. Your family, your relatives, even your body, your soul. Of course, it's not just you, we are the same." As Uli spoke, his hand that was placed atop Yosis's head slowly moved to his neck. That pale hand gently massaged Yosis's nape, relaxing him. Feeling the comfort spreading across the back of his neck, Yosis responded, "Lord Archbishop, as long as I can get food, as long as my sister can be fed, I am willing to offer everything to him." Uli nodded. His hand moved again to Yosis's back. While gently guiding Yosis, he led him towards the nearby washroom. Soft words came from Uli's mouth. "Well done, little Yosis. To become his servant, the first step is to cleanse your body thoroughly." Looking at the open washroom door right ahead, Yosis asked with some confusion, "Lord Archbishop, are you going to bathe me?" Uli responded without any surprise, "Of course, little Yosis. I am doing what is best for you. Don't you want to become his servant quickly and get food? You surely don't want your sister to continue enduring hunger, do you?" Hearing this, Yosis said hurriedly, "Of course, Lord Archbishop, thank you." Uli smiled and said, "Such an innocent and obedient child." His right hand moved again, roaming towards the slightly protruding curve. As Uli's hand settled upon it, ready to knead gently, a sound of footsteps reached his ears. Uli was startled and quickly moved his hand, turning his head towards the restroom door. A cold and threatening shout suddenly erupted from Uli's mouth. Yosis, tightly pressed against him, shivered in fear. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Uli. At this moment, Uli's face was full of a stern expression. Where was there a trace of the tenderness and kindness from a moment ago? Yosis, in a small voice, asked, "Lord Archbishop, what happened?" Uli naturally heard Yosis's querying voice, but he did not respond. He even moved his arm and pushed Yosis away slightly. Looking at the door of the restroom left forgotten and open, Uli had no intention of approaching it. He continued to reprimand, "This is the Archbishop's restroom. I don't care who you are. Leave immediately. Intrude, and you will suffer his punishment." Even though there was no sound outside the restroom at this moment. But Uli confirmed, there was indeed a presence standing behind the doorway wall. Uli could distinctly hear a powerful heartbeat beyond the wall. Just after Uli's voice dropped, A loud man's voice rang out at the door. "Apologies, Archbishop Uli. I happened to pass this place, saw the open door, and walked in on my own." Uli was about to speak. A few footsteps sounded. A towering and burly figure appeared at the restroom door. Seeing the figure almost occupying the entire door frame, and that unfamiliar yet familiar face, Uli's face froze. He asked in surprise, "His Highness Mitchell?" Uli thought of something. He lowered his head to look at Yosis, who stood beside him. "Yosis, I will convey your admiration and worship of the God of Light. Now, you can leave." Yosis's face was full of confusion. He inquired, puzzled, "Lord Archbishop, did you not just say I should offer my everything and become his servant? I am already prepared. We can cleanse now, offer my body and soul." Upon hearing this, Yuli's expression changed sharply. He hurriedly shouted, "Yosis, what nonsense are you talking? I said, you can leave now." Feeling Yuli's anger, Yosis hesitated with reluctance. "But, Lord Archbishop, I have not yet received food." Uli forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. "What food? To get food, you can only wait for charity. Now, Yosis, you can leave." Yosis's face was full of terror. He dared not utter any more useless words. He quickly responded twice, hurriedly stepping towards the restroom door. Just as Yosis made strides, about to leave the restroom in that instant, a sturdy and powerful hand was placed in front of him, blocking him inside the restroom. Yosis, full of confusion, looked toward the towering man before him. A sense of fear emerged in Yosis's heart. In the restroom, Uli also looked at Mitchell with confusion. Watching Mitchell push Yosis, entered the room. In front of the towering and burly Mitchell, Yosis, barely 1 meter tall, was like a puppet, completely at the mercy of his thrusting movements. Uli's face was filled with vigilance. He inquired, puzzled, "His Highness Mitchell, it's already late. The evening prayers in the church have ended long ago. Do you have something to discuss?" Mitchell placed his right hand on the back of Yosis's neck, smiling as he spoke. "Archbishop Uli, I specifically came to see you. As you know, the Karidi Empire is currently facing a struggle for the throne among the princes." Uli fell silent, waiting for Mitchell to continue. "As the eldest son of Charlemagne VI, I have the right, and it is only logical for me to become the future emperor of the empire. But now, Caesar Caroline, my younger brother, wants to seize the throne. This is a betrayal to the Carolingian clan and also to the Karidi Empire." Uli still did not speak. Mitchell continued speaking. "Therefore, in order to maintain the peaceful development of the Karidi Empire and to stabilize the coming chaotic world, I hope to receive the support of the church. I especially hope to gain the support of you, Archbishop Uli, who is responsible for the church in the entire Karidi Empire region. The church has always emphasized peace, order, and harmony, and naturally does not wish to see the entire Karidi Empire engulfed in war." Uli spoke in a deep voice. "If His Highness Mitchell receives support, will the struggle for imperial authority not occur?" Mitchell replied calmly, "It will still occur. However, with more support, I can swiftly conclude this war. If both sides' military strengths are evenly matched and it turns into a protracted war, then the entire Karidi Empire will be divided, even giving the neighboring Elfini Empire a chance to exploit the situation." Uli looked at Yosis, who was being held by Mitchell, his brow furrowed. After a brief silence, Uli spoke in a deep voice. "Although I am an archbishop, I am only one of the 5 great bishops of the Karidi Empire. Moreover, I am not in charge of the church's military actions. I am sorry, Your Highness Mitchell, I might not be able to help you." Mitchell knowingly nodded, appearing somewhat disappointed. "Is that so then? All right, Archbishop Uli. It's late. I won't disturb you any longer." Uli's eyes narrowed slightly as he casually responded. He watched Mitchell push Yosis away almost in a manner of abduction. "Young man, who introduced you to receive food here? Just tell me, and I promise you'll have endless food every day." Listening to Mitchell's words, Uli's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly spoke. "Your Highness Mitchell." Mitchell, who was about to step out of the restroom, stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Uli, a radiant smile on his face, and asked inquiringly, "Archbishop Uli, is there something else?" Uli's face was full of hesitation, and finally, he sighed softly. "Your Highness, although I am not responsible for the church's military actions. But I think I can contact the other 4 great bishops and have an in-depth discussion with them. As you just mentioned, the church does not wish for war to cause the Caridi Empire to fall into flames. Nor do we want the war to impact the church's regular operations or the lives of its followers. Listening to Yuli's words, Mitchell's face brimmed with a smile. That would be wonderful, Archbishop Uli. If possible, I hope to have a face-to-face meeting with the 5 great bishops. The territory of the Caridi Empire is vast, and there are still many areas without a church, unable to widely spread the church's religious teachings. If cooperation can be achieved, I think we can fully develop and construct churches in every town and village in the Caridi Empire. Listening to Mitchell's words, Yuli's eyes lit up. An evident expression of delight appeared on his face. Uli smiled and said, "If His Highness Mitchell had informed Uli of this earlier, there wouldn't even be a need for you to come. Uli would personally visit you." Mitchell sighed and said, "Archbishop Uli, being one of the 5 great bishops, naturally requires my personal visit to show sincerity." Uli nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, rest assured, Your Highness Mitchell, I will contact the remaining 4 great bishops as soon as possible to arrange a meeting." Mitchell replied, "Then I'll trouble you, Archbishop Uli." Mitchell released Yosis from his grip, bid farewell to Uli, and strode out of the rest room, confirming Mitchell's footsteps gradually moving away, eventually disappearing beyond his hearing range. The smile on Yuli's face gradually faded. Why did Mitchell suddenly appear in the main cathedral? Moreover, using Yosis as leverage to threaten him? Compared to the benefits that collaboration with Mitchell could bring to the church, it was insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Benefits are everything. If this collaboration is successful, it will undoubtedly allow the church to expand once more throughout the Caridi Empire. And all of this would be credited to him, Uli. Uli felt that his position could rise even higher. Yuli's heart was filled with anticipation. A rustling of footsteps reached Yuli's ears as he was immersed in his fantasies. He snapped back to reality and turned around, only to see Yosis still standing in the restroom. Seeing Yosis's helpless expression, Yuli's lips curled into a smile. He gently said, "Young Yosis, are you still willing to become a servant of the God of Light? If you are willing to offer your body and soul, He will bestow upon you blessings and grace. You and your sister will receive food." Looking at the person lying next to him, a perfect body with curves, lying naked with her back to him, Lynn raised an eyebrow slightly. Despite resting overnight, Janet's cheeks still showed a flush of red. Clearly, she had not yet recovered from last night's exertions. He reached out and tapped the high arc of Janet's back. Janet didn't even open her eyes. She just mumbled a tender whisper from her lips. Satisfied, Lynn got out of bed, put on a comfortable and fitting silk robe, and left the room. Since bringing Janet back to the castle, the once dull nights had gained some interest. For instance, with Janet warming his bed and keeping him company, even though she was reluctant in every way. As Lynn's maid, she had to either choose death or compliance. Janet chose the latter. Arriving at the reception hall, served by Kisi, Lynn finished a nutritious breakfast. Only then did he, along with Red and a few guards, leave the castle and head toward the Lord's Square. During these 3 days, he had been fully immersed in the expansion of the mutated wild boar farm. Given the limited war horses in the territory, he had to seek other solutions, using empowered bred wild wolves or forest pigs as replacements. It's also not easy for him to purchase forest pigs on a large scale. To acquire more forest pigs, one must find alternative ways. Passing through rows of red brick houses, Lynn reached the Lord's Square. On the limestone road outside the town, the sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. He saw Wesley leading a troop of soldiers toward the Lord's Square. The townsmen working on either side watched in curiosity. A large cavalry troop stopped at the Lord's Square. At the forefront, Wesley quickly dismounted and approached Lynn. Standing before Lynn, Wesley bowed in salute, respectfully addressing him. Wesley, with 100 soldiers, reporting in. Lynn acknowledged. "Do you know why I specifically asked you to bring 100 men?" Wesley frowned slightly, shaking his head. "Master, Wesley does not know." Lynn, disinterested in keeping Wesley guessing, got straight to the point. "I need you to lead them outside the territory to hunt forest pigs alive. regardless of size or physique, as long as they're forest pigs, capture them all alive and bring them back. Wesley was a bit surprised. Outside the woodland, Lynn confirmed, "Yes, any questions, ask now." Wesley quickly explained, "Master, you misunderstand. I mean, are we to capture forest pigs outside the city walls?" Lynn nodded yes. Outside the city walls, within Morgantown's boundaries. Upon receiving clear instructions from Lynn, Wesley had no hesitation and promptly responded, "Master, Wesley has no issue." Lynn continued, "Ensure you have the necessary weapons and iron cage tools. I'll be waiting in the territory for your good news." Wesley, with a firm expression, "Yes, master." After dismissing Wesley and watching him lead the soldiers toward the handicraft workshop district for the needed tools, Lynn withdrew his gaze. Since there was currently no way to purchase forest pigs from merchants, he could only arrange for soldiers to search and capture extensively outside the territory. Anyway, the entire Morgantown was sparsely populated, with vast wastelands and forests. As long as enough manpower, resources, and time were invested, they would eventually capture some forest pigs. He would have preferred to rely on merchants to gradually transport forest pigs to the territory rather than dispatch soldier teams outside. But things were different now. He was the only lord in all of Morgantown, although he hadn't yet begun planning and developing Morgantown's fields and forests. The entire land of Morgantown was his hunting ground. Wesley could lead the soldiers out for maneuvers and hunting. If they encountered enemy attacks, they could quickly retreat to the woodland using the warhorse's advantage. After settling his thoughts, Lynn headed toward the pastures outside the town. He needed to continue to grind construction skills. As Lynn committed himself to grinding experience, time passed swiftly. A day went by in the blink of an eye, informing the surrounding construction workers that they could finish for the day and return to town. Cheers of relief erupted from the workers. Since their lord came to the construction site, their work hours had become increasingly punctual. The construction workers looked at Lynn with admiration and respect. Whether they finished half an hour early or late, it wouldn't significantly impact the mutated wild boar farm. Finishing half an hour early brought unexpected joy to their monotonous routine. Walking on the limestone road back to the town, Lynn observed the excited smiles on the townsmen's faces, and their loyalty on his interface continued to rise. If he could increase the townsmen's loyalty without affecting construction progress, why not? Lynn returned to the Lord's Square. Crowds of townsmen headed to the nearby cafeteria to enjoy their deserved dinner and forthcoming night. Lynn approached a bench, sitting down slowly. His gaze swept over the townsmen who had already eaten dinner. Their faces were filled with smiles and satisfaction. That was the satisfaction brought by a stable food source. Watching their expressions, Lynn's earlier thought resurfaced. It had been a few days since bringing back the free people and peasants from Frank Manor and Morgantown. Enough time had passed for them to adjust to the life rhythm of this territory. Now, he aimed to recruit another 1,000 soldiers. Even if there weren't enough armor and weapons to equip them temporarily, Rose could still lead them in initial drills and physical training. Most of the townsmen in his territory were composed of peasants, malnourished, frail, and weak. To train them into qualified soldiers, not only did they need Rose to lead extensive physical training, but their living standards also needed improvement. Otherwise, given their physique, they couldn't even hold a long spear or long sword for long before exhaustion. Lynn glanced at a nearby guard. "Go to the city walls garrison, inform Lord Rose. I want to expand the army again. Have him bring men to the town to select soldiers." The guard promptly responded, "Yes, Lord, I'll go now." At Lynn's instruction, the guard quickly withdrew. The guard galloped away into the darkness beyond the town, riding horseback and holding a torch aloft. Lynn's gaze shifted, turning to the other guards. "You all, gather the 6,000 townsfolk currently responsible for the construction of red brick houses and the clearing of the overgrown wasteland." The other guards also quickly responded and withdrew swiftly. Although it was nighttime, finding all 6,000 people to bring back wasn't difficult because of the clarity regarding their life levels and temporary resting areas. Watching the guards around him leave, only Red remained standing by his side. There was a slight relief in Lynn's heart. His mind held a steadfast thought. So long as there was a sufficient population and enough grain, then we must spare no effort in recruiting soldiers and expanding the army. Only with strong military strength can this territory be secured and everyone's lives preserved. When the enemy army bears down on us, all that awaits is enslavement or death. The guards sent to convey the orders left hastily and returned just as swiftly. A team of armored horsemen, illuminated by the light of torches in their hands, charged swiftly toward the Lord's square. Perhaps it was because the number of horsemen was overwhelming, the momentum too grand. The townsmen strolling and resting in the Lord's square, their expressions tense, gazed at these armored soldiers in confusion. When they saw these cavalry dismount from their steeds and rush directly to the Lord seated on the bench, a slight sense of relief washed over their hearts. Evidently, these cavalry were dispatched by their Lord. At the forefront of the horsemen, clad in heavy standard plate armor, Rose strode forward, arriving before Lynn. Rose bent down to salute. "Master," Lynn acknowledged with a sound, directly addressing Rose bluntly, "report the number of soldiers in the camp." Upon hearing this, Rose, without any hesitation, answered, "Master, excluding the territory guards and those lost in several battles. There are now 2,742 soldiers in the camp. Among them, there are 297 heavy cavalry, 300 heavy infantry, 348 light cavalry, 500 archers, and 1,297 light infantry." Listening to Rose's report, Lynn nodded and said, "I will have the guards summon personnel from Morgantown and Frank Manor. I need you to select 1,258 from the over 6,000 people to become soldiers. These soldiers will initially be led by you, proceeding with corresponding directive training, physical training, and basic weapon training. Whether they are cavalry or infantry, these soldiers must first and foremost possess a robust and powerful physique." Rose promptly responded, "Yes, master." In the exchange between Lynn and Rose, squads of townsmen were led by guards to gather. Ultimately, over 6,000 townsmen converged in the Lord's square. The faces of these townsmen showed confusion, tension, or murmurs arose intermittently from their mouths. They had learned from the guards that, by the Lord's command, all were being gathered. But as to the reason, they remained in the dark. Seeing the varied expressions on their faces, Lynn stood up from the bench. He walked over to the nearby speech platform. The townsmen, upon seeing that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, collectively fell silent. Standing atop the Lord's square with over 6,000 people, aside from the intense crackling of burning sounds, the Lord's square was completely silent. All eyes widened as everyone fixed their gaze on the Lord striding onto the flat platform, awaiting the words he was ready to deliver in his speech. In the middle of the platform, Lynn's gaze swept over the crowd of faces. He opened his mouth, addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lynn, the Lord of this territory." Hearing the Lord speak that name, the facial expressions of the townsmen shifted drastically. It's not that the name was particularly special. On the contrary, the name was quite ordinary. However, they understood what this young lord, bearing that name, had brought them. Whether as free people of Morgantown or free people of Frank Manor, they had never imagined that after being captured and enslaved by a lord, they could still have 3 meals a day. Each meal, including meat, was far better than the strenuous effort they put into securing 3 meals a day amid various toils. As long as they could live with enough food and drink, even if it meant becoming Master Lynn's slave. After Lynn's speech, imbued with righteous fervor, was delivered, the faces of the townsmen showed a flush of excitement. Their gazes towards Lynn were filled with admiration. Lynn's gaze shifted toward Rose standing not far away. Rose instantly caught on, nodded, and led a team of soldiers into the orderly ranks of townsfolk. What they needed to do was to select, as much as possible, the relatively robust and strong young or middle-aged men. Lynn did not leave, but continued standing on the platform, focusing on the soldiers' selection activities. The number of soldiers in the woodland continued to grow. Once Rose completes the training of these recently recruited soldiers, he needed to conduct a detailed division of the soldiers in the entire military camp. First, the armored cavalry phalanx. Both men and horses were clad in heavy armor, possessing strong impact force. In his view, the number and quality of armored cavalry could directly determine the outcome of a battle. with high-speed impact, tearing apart the enemy's defenses, dealing devastating blows to enemy infantry formations and archers. However, it is very difficult to have a large-scale armored cavalry force. The cost of equipment and training is high. Both soldiers and warhorse mounts require large amounts of money and resources to maintain. Moreover, to unleash the terrifying power of armored cavalry, the terrain requirements are extremely high. Narrow valleys, forests, or marshlands, even a dug trench, would greatly limit the performance of armored cavalry. Despite the pros and cons, he still needed to do his utmost to create heavy cavalry. Next, the heavy infantry phalanx. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. They can resist enemy cavalry charges and infantry attacks, and they can use the length advantage of the winged spear to attack the enemy. Apart from the winged spear, he later needs the blacksmith workshop to forge war axes, nail hammers, etc. Next, the archer phalanx and crossbowman phalanx. A standard longbow with a draw weight of 130 pounds is sufficient to conduct coordinated shooting at long distances, providing arrow rain coverage, effectively weakening the enemy's living forces. Although training a qualified archery squad requires a lot of time and resources, the bow and arrow are one of the few long-range attack weapons. Its importance is evident. Following that, the crossbowman phalanx. Not much different in nature from the archer phalanx. All utilize the ability of long-range shooting to weaken and reduce the number of enemy soldiers. But the difference is, the shooting range of the Juga crossbow is shorter, but the power is greater. Short-range shooting can penetrate armor, having a certain lethality against enemy heavy cavalry and heavy infantry. If the Juga crossbow could be produced on a large scale, training a crossbowman is far simpler than training an archer. This is also why he instructed the bow and arrow workshop to fully produce the Juga crossbow. By improving the level of scientific and technological advancement, producing technological products beyond this era, to thus shorten the accumulation time between him and other lords, even surpassing them. This is the advantage he has with the heavenly artifacts. Next, the light infantry and light cavalry. Both light infantry and light cavalry have very high mobility and flexibility. Because of their lighter equipment, they can quickly insert and maneuver through the battlefield, conduct reconnaissance, harassment, and pursuit tasks. All of these are the troops he can currently form or expand in scale. The one Lin most anticipates is the production of gunpowder in the territory, the manufacture of matchlock guns and cannons. By that time, he could also form a matchlock gun squad and a cannon squad. Lin also understands, with the current technology of the territory, aspiring to produce these is somewhat wishful thinking. It can only be done step by step slowly. As Lin pondered in his mind, time was rapidly passing. More than an hour later, Rose returned to Lin's side with strides. Master, 1,258 soldiers have been selected. Lin snapped back to reality, glanced at Rose. Quickly, his gaze moved past Rose to look not far behind him. Men with fairly healthy physiques stood neatly. Among these people, there were neither mercenaries from the Blade Wind Corps nor peasants from Frank Manor. Through the light of the bonfire, Lin could clearly see the surprise and anticipation on their faces. They all wanted to become soldiers of this territory. Moreover, most of the townsmen's eyes were full of hope for the future. Becoming soldiers, joining the battlefield, charging into battle to build a name. Lin nodded and said, "Very well, take them back to the military camp. Starting tomorrow, everyone will enter into training. I will urge the blacksmith workshop and textile workshop for the missing armor and weapons. Equip these soldiers as soon as possible." Rose's face was stern, responding quickly, "Yes, master. Then I shall take my leave." Lin waved his hand as a gesture. Seeing this, Rose spoke no further. He withdrew from Lin's side, went to the newly selected soldiers, started giving orders, leading them to the military camp at the mountain pass. Amid a somewhat chaotic pace, under the curious and envious gazes of townsmen, Rose led them away from the town, disappearing into the darkness outside. After dispersing the unselected townsmen, Lin rose from the bench and headed back to the castle. 4,000 military camp soldiers, plus 200 territorial guards. Once Rose completes their training and equips them with the corresponding weapons and armor, this will already be considered a significant military force. If they were equipped with Juga crossbows, riding on empowered forest pigs or wild wolves, their combat strength would greatly increase. Suppressing his thoughts for now, Lin returned to the castle. In the reception hall, in front of the dining table, Kisi had already brought a few maids, waiting by the side. Summon the townsmen and wait for Rose to select the soldiers. Compared to the previous time of returning to the castle, it was indeed a bit later. Seeing Lin not far away, Kisi quickly went up to him. Her voice was gentle, reminding him, "Master, dinner is ready. You can have your meal. And I have prepared hot water for you. After dinner, you can take a bath." Lin nodded in response and said, "Okay, let's sit down and have dinner together." He let Kisi and Red sit down, and the three started to enjoy today's dinner together. While eating dinner, Lin was listening to Kisi's report on matters occurring in the territory today. "Master, while you were working at the ranch, Colin, the foreman of the woodworker workshop, came looking for you. He said that the large city defense equipment you requested earlier has all been completed. He wants to ask you about the next work task for the woodworker workshop." Lin chewed on the greens in his mouth and nodded. Half of the staff was pulled from the woodworker workshop to build the Noel ship at the shipyard. Afterwards, labor was replenished. The woodworker workshop restored its previous work efficiency. This was naturally a good thing for him. The higher the work efficiency of the woodworker workshop, the more he can continue to arrange other work tasks for them to execute. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Lin spoke. "I know. I'll arrange for Colin tomorrow." Kisi nodded, continuing to speak. Avery, the foreman of the stonemason workshop, came to the castle from the city walls. He said the construction of the outpost fortress near the woodland outside the territory has been completed, including the main fortress and the surrounding defensive works. Now you need to arrange for soldiers to garrison the outpost fortress. "I understand this. I will inform Rose and have him arrange soldiers to garrison it." Kisi responded, "All right, master." After finishing, Kisi's eyes moved, seemingly pondering what else needed to be reported. Kisi confirmed, "Master, currently there are only these two matters. Everything else is proceeding orderly." Lin nodded and continued eating the meat on his plate. The development in the territory naturally couldn't be limited to just these two issues. For instance, the ongoing expansion of the red brick house residential area, the reclamation of weed-covered wasteland, or Wesley leading a team of soldiers hunting and capturing forest pigs, expanding the mutated wild boar farm, and the need to find sulfur for making gunpowder. Further, the immediate preparation required for improving the iron smelting furnace, from optimizing production of pig iron to producing higher quality steel. Just a casual thought brought these issues to his mind. There were still too many things in the territory that needed him to arrange production. Lin didn't feel anxious because of this. On the contrary, he had gotten used to the current state. No matter how many things were in the territory, he could only handle them one by one calmly. Lin moved his body, leaning against the wooden chair's backrest, taking a post-meal rest. Kisi, already with several maids, began tidying up the tableware on the dining table. Waiting for all the tableware to be placed on the dining car, the maids gently pushed it, preparing to leave. Kisi asked Lin, "Master, would you like to start soaking now? However, I might not be able to help you with the massage anymore. Yamini, the foreman of the fabric workshop, told me there's a batch of completed linen robes and pants that I need to check and receive. Shall I arrange for another maid to perform the massage for you?" Lin immediately thought of Yamini's report to him when he was at the fabric workshop. He nodded, his gaze shifted, looking behind Kisi. A graceful-bodied young maid was pushing the dining car, preparing to go to the kitchen. Lin's lips curled slightly. Let Janet take care of it. Janet, pushing the dining car in hand, was startled when she heard Lin call her name from behind. Quickly pretending not to hear, she hastened her steps, leaving the reception hall. Kisi seemed to have noticed the subtle change in Master Lin's expression. She followed Lin's gaze and just happened to see Janet's back. Kisi smiled slightly and said, "Master, I'll go arrange it right away." Having finished speaking, Kisi retreated and left the reception hall. Lin also rose from the main seat at the dining table, walked towards his private chamber. Entering the private chamber, standing before the bathtub, Lin shed his attire and directly stepped into the bathtub's hot water to soak. Even though it was already mid-June, the warm water soaking still brought Lin intense comfort. especially after a day of intense work. He could clearly feel the tension, labor strain, and muscle soreness being eased and relaxed. As Lynn comfortably enjoyed soaking in the bathtub, a sound of knocking on the wooden door was heard. With a linen cloth soaked in hot water covering his eyes, exuding steam, Lynn indifferently spoke. The knocker outside naturally heard Lynn's response. The heavy double wooden doors of the private chamber were gently pushed open, making a slight creaking rubbing sound. Taking 2 steps, entering the private chamber, Janet closed the heavy wooden door. She turned her body, her gaze sweeping over the entire private room. With the aid of the not-so-bright oil lamp in the private room, she could clearly see. In the middle of the private room, a large bathtub was placed. Strands of steam wafted slowly from the hot water's surface in the bathtub. Inside the bathtub, a black-haired man lay soaking. Janet naturally knew. This black-haired man was the lord of this land, Lynn. Although she was full of reluctance, Janet couldn't resist Lynn's orders in any way. She started to move, steadily approaching Lynn. Coming to the side of the bathtub, gazing at Lynn's body soaked in the hot water in the bathtub. His sharply defined, lean body was faintly visible. The prominently protruding Adam's apple at his neck and the sculpted collarbones below. Janet's heart grew increasingly tense. Having shared nights with Lynn, she had, of course, seen Lynn's body. But how could the view in bed compare to the hidden allure of a figure in the bathtub? Janet's long, slender fingers clasped together unconsciously, fidgeting. Warm up your hands first, then you can start the massage. Hearing Lynn's calm voice, Janet became even more nervous. She used to be the manor lord of Frank Manor. Usually, she would have the maid massage her. How could she know how to give a massage? Lynn's questioning voice rang out again. Don't know how to massage? Janet's voice was full of tension as she responded. Lynn extended his arm from the hot water, taking the linen cloth before him. His gaze shifted to look at Janet standing beside him. Lynn explained, start with relaxing the body, from the head to the forehead, then the temples, cheeks, and neck. With light pressure and kneading, relax the muscles of the face and neck. Then move to the limbs and back. Give it a try. I can teach you slowly. Listening to Lynn's words, Janet was filled with hesitation. She bit her lip and moved closer to Lynn. Standing beside Lynn, Janet placed her hands in the bathtub to warm them up initially. The comfortable sensation of the hot water and the lavender scent floating on the water's surface wafted into Janet's nose. Janet was a bit surprised. When she was the manor lord, she liked having maids add lavender to the bathtub. The familiar fragrance slightly eased her tense heart. Once her hands were warmed by soaking, Janet moved behind Lynn. Looking at Lynn's head, Janet's eyes were full of resentment. Who destroyed her Frank Manor? Who shattered her ambitions for the future? Who also possessed her body? Once would have been enough. Every night, she had to go to Lynn's bedroom to warm the bed and stay with him. The most critical part was, Lynn's physical strength was simply too strong. How could someone who had never experienced such dealings bear it? Joao and Frank Manor's soldiers couldn't stop Lynn's iron army. As a woman, what more could she do? Janet sighed inwardly, extending her long, slender fingers to place them on Lynn's head. Following Lynn's earlier instruction, she began the relaxing massage. In terms of massage, Janet was indeed a novice. One could even say she had no massage technique or experience. Lynn didn't mind gradually teaching Janet how to massage, as he continued to instruct her, guiding Janet through the process. Janet had already massaged his head and neck. Janet naturally remembered what Lynn had said earlier. From the head to the neck, then the limbs. And finally, the back. Janet hesitantly asked, now, should I massage the limbs? Lynn casually responded, yes. Apart from Lynn's head and neck shoulders that remained above the water, the rest of his body was soaked in the hot water. Janet nervously asked, but how should I massage you? Hearing Janet's hesitant words, Lynn was amused. He explained, naturally, by removing your clothes, entering the bathtub, and then massaging. Hearing Lynn's words, Janet's eyes widened instantly. Take off my clothes and enter the bathtub. Lynn laughed. Why? Are you scared? It's not like it's the first time you've seen it. Janet fell silent instantly. But in a pitch-dark room, being completely candid, how could it compare to being naked, face-to-face in a bathtub? Janet's heart was full of struggle. Janet's arms began to move, starting to undo the linen robe she was wearing. Listening to the rustling sounds coming from behind her, Lynn remained silent, still leaning in the bathtub, waiting quietly. With the soft sound of bare feet stepping on the floor, a fair and long figure appeared in Lynn's sight. The Snow White in front of her stood high. As she stepped forward, it trembled slightly. The slender waist that could be gripped tightly, the voluptuous hips swayed rhythmically, sketching an enticing curve. Janet stepped onto the bathtub steps. Stepping forward, she entered the bathtub. Under Lynn's gaze, she slowly crouched down and sat opposite Lynn, soaking in the hot water. Looking at Lynn's eyes, staring straight at her, Janet only felt her breathing quicken slightly. Janet opened her mouth and reminded, "Then I'll start the massage." Lynn nodded, "Go ahead." Following Lynn's instructions, Janet extended both hands and gently lifted Lynn's right hand. She began massaging from the finger joints, moving gradually up the arm. At first, massaging just the palms and forearms was fine. Janet maintained a sufficient distance from Lynn. After finishing the forearm, when Janet started massaging Lynn's upper arm, she could clearly feel Lynn's right hand occasionally graze against his chest in front of him. Was Lynn doing it on purpose? Already inwardly tense, Janet felt even more nervous to the extreme. Janet sneaked a glance at Lynn, finding him simply leaning against the bathtub's backrest, enjoying the moment with his eyes closed, waiting for her massage. Was it just accidental contact during the massage? Janet had no choice but to continue massaging Lynn. Massaging the left arm, she continued with the right arm, until she finished the right arm and started massaging Lynn's legs. Her eyes suddenly widened. She thought Lynn was just enjoying her massage, but at this moment, Lynn's body had clearly changed. Janet was just about to speak when a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist. Without any chance to react, she was lifted face to face by Lynn and placed in front of him. Lynn's face grew larger and larger in Janet's eyes. Finally, it pressed against her cheek. A warm, strong right hand began to roam over her body. Janet vaguely heard Lynn's voice. "Your massage technique is terrible. Let me give you a massage next." Feeling Lynn's right hand massaging her, Janet's body suddenly stiffened. A rush of hot breath burst forth from her mouth. After breakfast, Lynn left the castle early. Walking through the town, Lynn made his way towards the ranch. Just upon reaching the Lord's Square, in his vision, on the limestone road among the lush green fields, a long line of horse-drawn wagons was approaching the town. Lynn stopped his steps and sat down next to a bench, waiting for the wagons to arrive. After a dozen minutes, the creaking sound of wheels rolling over the lime road surface filled the air. A series of wagons pulled up in the clearing a dozen meters in front of Lynn. At the front of the caravan, a middle-aged man with a walrus mustache, dressed in a merchant's robe, dismounted from his horse. With agile steps, he strode briskly towards Lynn. Standing before Lynn, Hunter bent slightly, revealing a habitual smile. "Master Lynn, Hunter greets you." Lynn responded, "Mr. Hunter, it seems it's been a while since we last met." Hunter remarked with some sentiment, "Indeed, Master Lynn. You've been tirelessly working for the matters of the territory. And Hunter here, unfortunately, hasn't had much luck. Despite several trades during this time, I've never managed to catch you, Master Lynn." Listening to Hunter's flawless words, Lynn couldn't help but look at him admirably, praising him for his continuous hard work for the territory's development, and emphasizing that as a lord, he hasn't hosted Hunter, his business partner, in quite some time. Even if there was a hint of dissatisfaction, it sounded completely palatable. Lynn smiled slightly. "It's truly unavoidable, Mr. Hunter. As you see, my territory is in its early stages of development, and if I'm not personally overseeing things, who knows what unexpected events might occur? Just like the brewing workshop, if I don't keep a close watch, the Lexus gin produced won't meet the demands of Mr. Hunter's tavern." Hearing Lynn's words, Hunter's face was full of embarrassment. He apologized. "Sorry, Master Lynn, it was rude of Hunter." Lynn smiled slightly without speaking, since Hunter dared to criticize his negligence. Then he dared to leverage the Lexus gin Hunter needed as a threat, arranging George to be on standby in the town to receive all merchants arriving at the territory. Was already the greatest sincerity he could offer. The territory has a vast amount of affairs that await him, as the Lord, to assign personnel to execute and complete. If the merchants arriving at the territory feel uncomfortable about this, They could simply give up coming to his territory for trading. Now he was no longer as he was before. To encourage more merchants to transport more goods to his territory, he had to exchange fine salt or other merchandise at prices lower than the market value to the visiting merchants. Because back then, his territory had nothing. He needed grain, meat, cloth, iron blocks. The territory already has more than 100,000 acres of arable land planted. Barley, potatoes, vegetables, cotton, linen. Just wait until August or September when all the crops on the arable land mature. Not to mention anything else. In terms of grain, self-sufficiency can be achieved in the short term. For meat, Guy is currently leading workers to breed and raise poultry and livestock on the ranch.
After at most 2 or 3 cycles of breeding, the meat production within the territory can significantly increase. As for iron blocks and the like, with his 3 open-pit mines, he no longer needs to worry about a shortage of metals. Now he has enough confidence to deal with the merchants on equal terms. Let's not talk about the price for now, at least in terms of attitude in trade. Lin must ensure they maintain the respect and reverence due to a lord. He wouldn't hesitate to drive all those who come to his territory away. Seeing that Master Lin did not seem inclined to blame him, Hunter exhaled a warm breath and smiled while speaking. To Lin, Master Lin, this time, I am also delivering a batch of grain to you, a total of 50,000 pounds of barley. Lin nodded and responded, All right, Mr. Hunter. I can have George exchange it all for the Lexus gin you need. Hunter lowered his head in response. Besides the Lexus gin, I also need to purchase some beer from you, Master Lin. As soon as the words were spoken, Hunter's words suddenly took a turn, and he continued speaking. I almost forgot to tell you, Master Lin. Besides this batch of grain, I've also brought you a batch of pigeons. Lin's eyebrows raised involuntarily, and he was somewhat surprised. Pigeons. He clearly remembered. The matter of the pigeons, he had only mentioned it to Boer. How did Hunter know that he needed pigeons now? Seemingly aware of Lin's confusion, Hunter quickly explained. Master Lin, there was a cross-regional merchant who brought this batch of pigeons to Fisherman's Wharf. Coincidentally, last time you mentioned to me about building an intelligence gathering center in my tavern. So I thought, since intelligence needs to be gathered, it naturally needs to be transmitted as well. I spent a large sum to purchase them. Listening to Hunter's explanation, Lin nodded. It sounded somewhat coincidental, but indeed reasonable. Lin spoke to Hunter inquiringly. Mr. Hunter, how many pigeons are there in this batch? As you said, I really need a batch of pigeons for communications. Hunter smiled and said, there are a total of 10 Woolian pigeons. They were bred and selected by Mr. Wu Lion from Claymont Kingdom, using the wild pigeons from the church for modification and breeding. These pigeons have been trained as Woolian pigeons and can fly at least 300 miles to relay messages. As for the purchase price, Master Lin, it is indeed somewhat expensive. Each Woolian pigeon's price is as high as 10 gold pounds. As Hunter spoke, Lin was led to the back of the carriage convoy. After a glance from Hunter, the carriage began to untie the linen canvas tied to the carriage. Even before it was fully untied, Lin could already hear the cooing of birds. The driver untied the linen canvas from the carriage, and a strong smell of bird droppings hit him in the face. In Lin's eyes appeared pigeons, pacing and hopping in iron cages. The pigeons were medium-sized, not too big, but their wings were full. Their overall feathers were white with a touch of azure. But their eyes, a blend of black, yellow, and red, only the size of mung beans, exuded an inexplicable intelligence. Lin's mind stirred, and a text panel appeared before him. Woolian pigeon, bred from wild pigeons, capable of middle to short distance flights of about 400 miles, suitable for communication and intelligence transmission. Looking at the text in front of him, Lin nodded in satisfaction. Although 400 miles aren't too far, it's still an extremely effective tool for intelligence transmission. If they were to be housed in the pigeon nest for empowered breeding, their flight range might increase significantly. As for the 10 gold pounds Hunter mentioned, the price is indeed very high. But right now he doesn't care at all. Withdrawing his gaze from the pigeons, Lin looked at Hunter. Mr. Hunter, just as you said, at 10 gold pounds per pigeon, I'll take them. Receiving Lynn's affirmative response, the smile on Hunter's face became even more pronounced. He quickly said, I am very grateful to you, Master Lynn. You should know that he paid gold pounds to the cross-regional traveling merchant to purchase these pigeons in advance. If Master Lynn wasn't prepared to take them, he'd have to bring them back to Fisherman's Wharf and dispose of them as quickly as possible. If these pigeons were left in his hands, 100 gold pounds, even for him, is no small sum. With these 100 gold pounds, he could fully expand the tavern further, or purchase more alcohol for storage. With the transaction confirmed, Lynn's gaze turned to George not far away. Before Hunter's carriage arrived at Lord's Square, George had already arrived in advance, waiting. It was only because Lynn was present that he chose to wait quietly, acting as an assistant in the subsequent transaction handling, always keeping an eye on Lynn and Hunter. George immediately caught the hint. He organized a group of townsmen and began preparing to unload the carriages. Lynn turned again to Hunter, asking him, Mr. Hunter, you mentioned earlier that these pigeons were brought by a cross-regional merchant. Hunter, somewhat unsure of the meaning behind Lynn's words, nodded in response. Besides these pigeons, he also brought a batch of poultry and livestock. However, those poultry and livestock were pre-ordered by Viscount John of Carcassonne City and have all been delivered to his castle. Lynn nodded in understanding and continued. Aside from the poultry and livestock, has that merch and sold any forest pigs, living forest pigs? Hunter raised his eyebrows, repeating Lynn's words. Forest pigs, Master Lynn, you mean wild pigs? Hunter continued, as for wild pigs, I haven't seen many. As you know, Master Lynn, if there's a lone wild pig, the nearby townsfolk would have hunted it for meat long ago. If it's a herd of wild pigs, ordinary people wouldn't dare confront them head-on and would be too busy avoiding them. Only a team of hunters would dare to form a group to hunt them, and even then it's mostly for slaughter. Getting a living wild pig is indeed not easy. Lynn nodded in response. The scenes of wild pig attacks, when there were only a few wooden houses in his territory, seemed to vividly remain in his memory. Hunter continued, however, since Master Lynn has needs, later I will pay attention to the merchants at Fisherman's Wharf who transport and sell various livestock. If someone is selling, I will buy it for you immediately and transport it to your territory. Lynn nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Hunter. If he wants to obtain more forest pigs, he can only hope for Wesley to leave with the team of soldiers. Unloading and loading was still ongoing as Lynn and Hunter continued to chat casually. Hunter seemed to have thought of something and said to Lynn, There is one thing. I don't know if Master Lynn has received the information. Lynn said, Mr. Hunter, please feel free to speak. Hunter nodded and did not conceal any more. The Archbishop of the main cathedral of the Cairdy Empire has announced support for siding with Prince Mitchell, and declared to the world, by divine will, the eldest inherits the Emperor's throne to ensure the Empire's prosperity. Glory be to the Lord's name. Listening to Hunter's words, Lynn's eyebrows slightly raised. This information was something he had not yet received. However, he was not too surprised. In this world, the Church already possesses large tracts of land and a large number of followers. They also have their own military forces. Mitchell wants to win this imperial power struggle and become the Emperor of the Empire. He will naturally seek to enlist the Church's strength. The only thing Lynn is curious about is what kind of benefits and interests Mitchell promised to enlist the Church. As for the so-called by divine will, the eldest inherits the family estate to ensure the family's prosperity. Glory be to the Lord's name. It's just an attempt to justify getting involved in the secular imperial power struggle. Even if the Church does not support Mitchell, they will join Kaisai's faction under Caesar's enlistment. After all, interests outweigh everything. Whether for individuals, the Empire, or the Church, it is always the case. After chatting casually with Hunter for a while, George finally brought the townsmen to move the barley and pigeon cages from the carriage, then loaded barrels of Lexus gin and beer onto the carriage compartment, using linen rope to secure it, to avoid falling off the carriage during transit and causing unnecessary damage. Until all this was completed, George walked over to Lynn and Hunter with his steps. "Master, all the drinks have been loaded onto the carriage." Hearing George's words, Hunter stood up from the long bench next to Lynn. He smiled and said, "Then Master Lynn, Hunter will not bother you anymore." Lynn responded, "Safe travels." Hunter bent down and bid farewell to Lynn, then walked toward the carriage team not far away. Under Lynn's gaze, Hunter mounted his horse and led the carriage team out of the town. Retrieving his gaze, he sent George back to work. Lynn stepped toward the direction of the pasture. 10 pigeons, not many, but not few either. For use within Morgantown and Kakasong City, it is completely sufficient. Before putting the pigeons into use, he must have Flint quickly set up the pigeon nest. Thus, to empower the breeding of these 10 pigeons and enhance their flying ability. Reaching the pasture gate, Lynn directly called for Guy. When Guy, gasping for breath, ran from the pasture to the gate and saw the Woolian pigeon in the pigeon cage beside Lynn, his face clearly hesitated. Guy asked in confusion, "Master, these are?" Lynn replied, "Carrier pigeons. The building for breeding carrier pigeons hasn't started construction yet, so I'll leave you in charge of feeding them for now." Guy's face was full of hesitation, and he said somewhat bitterly, "Master, I'm only skilled in breeding and nurturing poultry and livestock. I have never had experience breeding carrier pigeons." Lynn explained, "Normal feeding will suffice. Wheat, barley, peas, all can be used as food. What's very important is providing them with clean drinking water. These pigeons were bought at a high price, so be sure to take good care of them." Looking at Master Lin's serious expression and explanatory words, Guy understood that Master Lin had already made the decision. He asked curiously, "How much did it cost?" Lin stared at Guy and answered, 100 gold pounds. Upon hearing this, Guy's eyes widened instantly. 100 gold pounds. Once thinking about the precious nature of carrier pigeons, Guy's shocked mood gradually became calm. "You must know, only the royal family, nobility, and certain large families and great merchants have the financial ability and capital to use carrier pigeons." The hesitation on Guy's face disappeared, and he said earnestly, "All right, master, I will exert my utmost to raise these carrier pigeons well." After handing the pigeons over to Guy and giving some instructions, he then left the pasture gate and walked toward the expansion site of the mutated wild boar farm next door. Under the gaze of the construction workers, led by Jode, Lin picked up the plastering knife placed next to him and continued to invest in the construction of the farm. Construction experience +1. Construction experience +1. Construction experience +1. Bit by bit, the experience keeps increasing. Taking advantage of the break time while the construction workers were carrying lime mortar, Lin's mind moved, opening the Heavenly Artifacts panel to take a look. Construction. Level 3, 246/1000. Plus several consecutive days of focusing on construction skills have allowed his experience to increase rapidly. But to be promoted to level 4, he still needs to work hard. For Master Lin spending every day at the construction site, Jode and a group of construction workers are already used to it. They even noticed that after Master Lin got involved in building the walls, he became completely immersed in it. As the Lord, Master Lin is even more diligent and persistent than the construction workers. Since the Lord can achieve such commitment, as townsmen, why should they be lazy? Inspired by Lin, the originally stable-paced construction of the breeding site began to speed up quickly. Until approaching dusk, Lin finally put down the plastering knife he held and walked away from the expansion site. Red, accompanying him, took out a water jug, removed the wooden stopper, and handed it to Lin. Red reminded him, saying, "My lord." Upon hearing, Lin glanced at Red and reached out to take the jug. He drank heartily without holding back. The slightly cool and slightly sweet well water was gulped down by Lin in a series of gulps. Nearly drinking half of the jug, he contentedly handed it back to Red. Feeling the body heat gradually dissipate, he couldn't help but let out a hot sigh. The Kerdi Empire has already entered summer. Although the weather is good, the temperature is gradually rising. Even now, although he is only wearing a thin silk robe, with strong moisture absorption and emission and good breathability. He still can't avoid being covered in sticky sweat after physical labor. Those construction workers even took off their robes, wearing only long pants, busy in the sun-exposed expansion site. Seeing such a scene, Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow. If these construction workers work for a long time in the high-temperature sun, it can easily lead to heat stroke. Not just these workers responsible for expanding the breeding site, but also those building the red brick house and clearing weedy lands. Due to the hot weather, with excessively high temperatures, there's a risk of large-scale heat stroke. We must prepare preventive measures against heat stroke for the townsmen. For example, boiling a lot of mint water. With this thought, Lin had already made up his mind. After instructing the guards to inform the construction workers they could wrap up, Lin stepped away from the breeding site, heading back towards the town. Walking on the lime road, illuminated by the setting sun, in the awe-filled gazes of many townsmen, Lin returned to the Lord's Square. Approaching him was Flint, standing only 1 meter tall. Flint seemed to feel Lin's gaze and stepped up to greet him. Coming in front of Lin, Flint slightly bowed. Lin responded, "Sir Flint, if I need you to expedite the forest pig breeding site construction." "What would you need from me?" Flint's thick brows lifted slightly, a bit surprised that the Lord would suddenly ask this question. After a brief moment of contemplation, he explained. "Skilled construction workers who can build walls, 100. No, 200 people. My lord, if you give me 200 people, I guarantee 5 breeding sites can be completed within a month." Lin responded, "I'll give you 400 people. I want the forest pig breeding site completed within 20 days and ready for use. Then start building the pigeon nest." Upon hearing this, Flint's eyes circled a few times before he replied, "No problem, just as the Lord says, in half a month." Lin responded, "Tomorrow, 400 skilled workers with construction experience will be dispatched to the breeding site." After giving instructions, Lin let Flint leave, heading back towards the castle. Whether it's pigeons or forest pigs, they need specialized buildings to enable breeding. As for the 400 construction workers, he could comfortably allocate them from the 3,000 townsmen engaged in the red brick house construction. Even if the expansion of the red brick house residential area gets delayed, there's no impact. There's no worry about townsmen sleeping in open areas, catching cold, and getting sick. In fact, it will feel cooler. Having determined the plans in his heart, he returned to the castle amidst respectful greetings from a squad of guards at the castle gate. Climbing the steps, he entered the reception hall. QC was leading maids in lighting tall oil lamps at the corners. Upon seeing Lin, QC immediately smiled and reminded, "My lord, you're back. Dinner is still being prepared, you can rest for a while." Janet, holding a fire starter in her hand, naturally heard QC's voice. Her gaze rotated, looking over. Happening to meet Lin's gaze, Janet felt nervous, quickly retracting her gaze. Janet discovered that the more she physically engaged and deeply communicated with Lin, the more she couldn't face Lin's gaze. That feeling, just like prey being stared at by a hunter, ready to be devoured at any moment, yet unable to escape it. Lin responded, taking large strides across the reception hall, sitting on the Lord's throne. Watching as the previously dim reception hall gradually became brighter due to the maid's constant bustle. While waiting for the chef to prepare dinner, Lin's mind was racing, contemplating the future development plan for the territory. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the mountain forest shrouded in the night, a cavalry team was moving steadily under the illumination of torches. The cavalrymen rode under tall, majestic warhorses, clad in silver-white chain armor. On the chest of the chain armor, as well as the shields they carried on their backs, were prominent white cross symbols. Under the glow of the torches, they seemed particularly striking. Perhaps due to the winding forest path, or perhaps out of concern for the dignitary in the carriage. The forced pace of the team was not fast, which could even be described as a brisk walk. Inside the lavishly decorated carriage, a round man leaned against the soft leather seat, eyes closed, seemingly resting. He wore a dark wool robe, with simple embroidered patterns at the cuffs. On his shoulder, a finely crafted shoulder cloth. The ends of the shoulder cloth bore symbolic white tassels. just as the round man was resting. A cavalryman rode his warhorse to the right side of the carriage. The cavalryman, wearing a standard helmet, lifted his mask upward, revealing the middle-aged man's face, slightly bearded. The middle-aged man respectfully spoke to the round man. "Lord Bishop Simo, once we pass through this forest, we will reach Morgantown. You can rest for a night in the town, and we will continue our journey tomorrow." The man inside the carriage slowly opened his eyes. He gazed around somewhat confusedly. After confirming their location, Simo exhaled a breath of warm air. "Captain Samuel, accelerate our pace. The carriage jolting has tired me. I need to quickly find a soft, comfortable bed to rest on." Hearing Bishop Simo's weary voice, Samuel promptly responded. "Yes, Lord Bishop. I will immediately have them increase the speed, heading to Morgantown." Simo casually responded to show his acknowledgement. Samuel wasted no words, clamping down hard on his warhorse. The warhorse, pained, neighed loudly before dashing forward. Samuel's authoritative shout echoed. Speed up, make haste to Morgantown. We must not delay Lord Bishop's rest." Loud responses echoed from the chain-armed guards. They all shook the reins in their hands, urging their horses forward with increased speed. What was initially a rhythmic clack-clack of hooves had now become a continuous thunder of galloping hooves. Amidst this roar, startled resting birds and beasts scattered, emitting sounds of flapping wings and fleeing. In a courtyard behind a building, the less than 1.7-meter tall Earl, still donned in standard plate armor, gripped a 5-meter-long winged spear. Earl's posture was like a pine rooted in a rock crevice. His tightly held winged spear seemed lifelike, trembling slightly. As he took a sharp breath of cold air, his chest armor quickly puffed up. The winged spear drew a fierce arc in his hand. Its speed and power seemed to tear through the air, producing a whooshing sound. A 5-meter, 15-pound winged spear seemed weightless in Earl's hands. His steps were steady, one after another, treading on the bluestone slabs in the courtyard. But each step lifted a layer of dust into the air. The guards on the edges watched Earl's fierce movements, their faces full of envy and admiration. Being soldiers under Centurion Earl Menz, they were well aware of Earl's ferocity, especially when charging into battle on horseback. Earl, relying on the warhorse's speed and the lance's sharpness, could pierce through an enemy's shield with a single spear, even penetrating through 3 or 4 enemies' torsos in succession. Even now, watching Earl practice with the winged spear, they couldn't help but feel impressed. During Earl's practice, time passed quickly. A quick rhythm of galloping hooves was heard beyond the building. With the urgent tightening of reins, the horses galloping abruptly stopped, closely followed by the sound of running footsteps. Midst the puzzled looks of several soldiers, an armored soldier passed through the building's hall to the courtyard. Seeing Earl, the messenger soldier quickly reported, "Lord Earl, an unfamiliar cavalry has arrived in Morgantown, currently being halted at the town's entrance by our comrades." Upon hearing this, Earl immediately halted his winged spear. He frowned at the messenger soldier, speaking in a deep tone. "Unfamiliar cavalry." The messenger soldier quickly replied, "Sir, they claim to be the church guards from Kakasong City. There is a church bishop on the carriage." Listening to the order guard, Earl frowned even more. "The church cavalry from Kakasong City. Lord only asked me to guard this small town with 100 soldiers, but he did not instruct him on how to handle the situation if outsiders arrived." Earl pondered for a moment, then instructed the messenger soldier, "Ride swiftly back to the territory and report this to Lord. Ask him to make a decision." The messenger soldier quickly responded, "Yes, sir, I will return to the territory right away." As soon as the words fell, the messenger soldier retreated and left. Throwing the winged spear in his hand to a soldier not far away, Earl strode toward the courtyard exit. Even though he had not received other instructions from the Lord, but as a centurion and currently the highest ranking officer in Morgantown, he naturally had to handle such an unexpected situation. A group of soldiers who can only follow orders without any authority might not handle the situation well. If it were just a group of refugees, that'd be fine. Take them in Morgantown and send them back to the Lord's territory the next morning. This could add some labor force to the Lord's territory. However, the one who arrived in Morgantown now was the Bishop of Carcassonne City, along with a team of church cavalry. The situation was quite different, although he was not good at communication or using various strategies. Unlike the complicated strategizing, he preferred a straightforward charge. Whoever was stronger let strength speak. He was far from making the foolish move of creating enemies for Master Lin. Exiting the courtyard, he mounted the warhorse. Earl led a team of cavalry to the entry and exit point between Morgantown and Carcassonne City. At that moment, at the entrance of Morgantown, Samuel, sitting on his high horse, had a furrowed brow. His gaze swept over the spiked barricades and the soldiers wearing chain armor and wielding exotic long spears behind them. As the personal guard captain of Bishop Simo, Samuel had lived in Carcassonne City for decades, but he swore he had never seen such standard plate armor on soldiers in front of him. What puzzled him most: had a few manor lords in Morgantown become so powerful? Suppressing his confusion, Samuel took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I'll say it again. The person in the carriage is Lord Bishop Simo of Carcassonne City's church." Even Jonas Frank, upon seeing Lord Bishop, would have to show respect. Now immediately unblock the road. Otherwise, Lord Bishop Simo's wrath is not something you can withstand. Hearing Samuel's words from the horse, the people had serious looks on their faces. Little flag officer in charge of 10 people stepped forward, looking Samuel directly in the eye, responding, "Without instructions from Lord Earl, no one can enter Morgantown." Samuel was just about to speak. A disdainful voice came from behind. "Lord Earl, what nonsense is that? In front of me, Simo Tucker, he dares to call himself Lord. Clear the road, arrange the most comfortable room, the youngest and most beautiful girls to serve me. Then have the manor lords of Morgantown roll over to see me first thing in the morning." The little flag officer's face changed slightly, looking past Samuel in front of him to the carriage behind. He knew the words came from the rotund man inside the carriage. Seeing that the soldiers guarding the entrance still took no action, an impatient snort came from Simo's mouth once again. "Samuel, clear the road, enter Morgantown. Anyone who dares to block or resist, kill without mercy." Samuel hurriedly answered, "Yes, Lord Bishop." He looked at the church guards beside him and said, "Clear the road, enter the town." More than a dozen church guards dismounted and approached a barricade. The little flag officer's face turned dark as he quickly drew the longsword he had in hand. The order he received from Officer Earl was to guard the entrance of Morgantown. No one could enter without permission. If the church guards in front of him forcibly broke through, they could only engage in close combat, because military orders are as firm as mountains. Behind him, heavy infantry also gripped their winged spears tightly. With a solemn expression, they stood ready. The sound of galloping hooves reached the little flag officer from behind. The little flag officer seemed to remember something and turned to look, seeing Earl leading a squad of heavy cavalry toward the checkpoint. His face instantly relaxed. Earl reined in his warhorse, dismounted quickly, and the little flag officer went up to meet him. He quickly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, Earl said in a deep voice, "I understand, I'll take it from here." The little flag officer quickly answered, "Yes, Lord Earl." Earl walked toward the checkpoint and instructed the soldiers guarding it, "Open the checkpoint and let Lord Bishop enter the town." As soon as Earl's words fell, a chorus of responses sounded. Seeing the soldiers lifting the barricade to open the entrance with just one command from the young man, Samuel was a bit surprised. The church guards mounted their warhorses again, with Bishop Simo's carriage in the middle of the formation. Under the watchful eyes of Earl and his soldiers, they entered Morgantown. Earl, without looking sideways, said quietly to the little flag officer beside him, "Deploy all the soldiers to guard the front and rear entrances of Morgantown. Without permission, no one is allowed to leave Morgantown." After giving the instructions, without waiting for the little flag officer to respond, Earl Menz mounted a horse, riding the warhorse, and pursued the church cavalry wagon team ahead. Upon reaching Samuel's side, Earl Menz flashed a smile and spoke, "My lord, I am Earl Menz, the garrison officer of Morgantown. I have already arranged for a room for rest. However, we may not be able to satisfy the Lord Bishop with young and pretty girls." Seeing the youthfully smiling face of Earl Menz, Samuel asked irritably, "In such a large Morgantown, can't we even find a few young girls?" Earl Menz shook his head and spoke up. Samuel interrupted, "Call me Samuel." Raising his brows, Earl Menz continued, "Lord Samuel, perhaps you are not aware. A change had occurred in Morgantown not long ago." Samuel looked at Earl Menz with some surprise. But soon he suspected something. "Are you referring to the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps riot?" Listening to Samuel's words, Earl Menz was taken aback. Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. Why would Samuel suddenly bring up such a long-past event? It should be known that after the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps ravaged, a significant event happened in Morgantown. The destruction of the Morrison Manor, Janet becoming the Manor Lord of Frank Manor, the downfall of the three great estates. Even more recently, the fall of the Frank Manor. Samuel, standing before him, was unaware. Earl Menz internally harbored doubts. What is the reason for this? Because Morgantown is too remote? Or because, as an important figure in Kassong City, Bishop Simo simply doesn't care about Morgantown? These are the only possibilities Earl Menz could think of. This is good news for him or for the Lord. The less Bishop Simo knows after arriving at Morgantown, the safer the Lord is. Earl Menz dutifully replied, "Yes, Lord Samuel." Due to the riot by the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps, even though the Dukas clan came to suppress the bandits, they ultimately returned empty-handed. To ensure the safety of Morgantown, the security in town has become stringent. Especially for outsiders, identity checks are conducted thoroughly. This was why we had the scene earlier. Samuel said nothing, instead casting his gaze to the sides of the road. A sense of unease surfaced in Samuel's heart. Throughout their journey, they had hardly seen any townsmen. The doors of the houses were tightly shut, windows securely closed. Aside from a few braziers along the main road, burning firewood. Apart from the occasional house, with oil lamps and candles lit inside. If it weren't for Earl Menz beside him, and the team of standard plate armor soldiers behind him, Samuel might have suspected this to be a ghost town. Just as Earl Menz had said, did the bandit ravage lead all the townsmen to choose to stay behind closed doors? During the conversation between Earl Menz and Samuel, they arrived in front of a 3-story building. With a slight smile, Earl Menz explained, "Lord Samuel, Lord Bishop, this is the best house in the town. It is already in the early hours. If you don't mind, you all can rest here temporarily. Later, I will notify our Lord to come and meet the Lord Bishop." Seated on the warhorse, Samuel's gaze swept over the house in front. 3 stories high, the structure was relatively new. The interior was illuminated by oil lamps. Red-orange light illuminated the first floor hall of the house. Even standing outside, one could see the fairly lavish decorations in the hall. Samuel withdrew his gaze, turned toward the carriage and inquired, "Lord Bishop, how do you find this location?" Simo, sitting in the carriage rubbing his temples, asked with closed eyes. "Out in the wilderness of Morgantown, apart from here, can you find a better place?" Samuel was at a loss for words, awkwardly responding, "Can't find one at the moment, Lord Bishop." Simo snorted coldly, "Then why waste words? Arrange for people to move in, prepare hot water, I need a soak and bath. Sitting in the carriage for so long, my body is covered in filth." Samuel hurriedly replied, "Yes, Lord Bishop." Under Earl Menz's watchful eyes, Simo, rotund in shape, slowly exited the carriage. With a round face, a round body, a round head. If not for the limbs, Earl Menz felt this so-called Bishop Simo was no different from a ball. Simo seemed to sense Earl Menz's gaze. His eyelids lifted, looking at Earl Menz. Upon seeing Earl Menz quickly lower his head, not daring to meet his eyes at all, Simo's eyes filled with disdain and contempt. A mere sycophant trying to pass as a lord. With Samuel's support, Simo entered the 3-story building in front. Behind them, a group of church guards followed closely, leaving behind a few other guards, to lead the carriage and horses toward the courtyard and stables behind the building. Watching the guards already stationed to watch over the building's entrance, Early smiled and turned away. The moment he turned around, the smile vanished from his face. In his mind, he kept pondering the words he had just spoken to Samuel. He knew the whole picture and naturally understood the many gaps within. For Samuel and Seamus, who knew nothing, it was different. Judging from Seamus's disdainful attitude and words towards Morgantown, he seldom visited small, remote, and poor towns like Morgantown. The thing Early was most grateful for was the cavalry team Seamus led from Kakasong City arrived at Morgantown at night. After several days of travel and toil, they urgently needed a comfortable, quiet, and safe place to rest. If it had been daytime, with the broad daylight, they could have seen everything about Morgantown. Early then had a thought, a hint of doubt surfaced in his mind. Since Seamus despised Morgantown so much, why did he bring nearly 20 fully armed heavy cavalry soldiers here? Clearly, it was not related to a change in Morgantown. Early shook his head and walked towards his resting quarters. Ahead, a patrol of soldiers confronted Early. Early directly called over the squad leader, assigned personnel to keep watch on them. If any unusual situations arise, report immediately. The squad leader hurriedly responded, "Yes, Master Early." Early nodded and proceeded to his resting quarters. So far, he had done everything that needed to be done. Now all he had to do was wait for instructions from Master Lin in the domain. Inside a 3-story building, in a master bedroom cleaned thoroughly and illuminated by candlelight, Seamus was sitting comfortably in a tub filled with hot water. Perhaps due to the comfort of the hot water, his eyes were slightly closed, and his round face showed an expression of enjoyment. After soaking for a short while, Seamus sighed somewhat regretfully. What a pity. It would be great if there were young, beautiful girls while bathing. But the next second, he consoled himself. Morgantown, could such a small place have young, beautiful girls? Once the business is over, back in Kakasong City, there's plenty of time to enjoy. The reason he came to Morgantown was naturally because he couldn't avoid coming here. And that reason was fine salt. Seamus never dreamed of it. In the far southern, remote, and desolate part of the Kerdi Empire, within Morgantown's boundary, there was actually a mineral salt mine, and there was a workshop capable of processing and producing small, uniform, high-quality fine salt. No matter whose territory this open-pit salt mine was in within Morgantown, it didn't matter. Seamus Tuck was the church bishop of the Kakasong district. Not just Morgantown, within the entire Kakasong district range. As the church bishop, he had some supervisory responsibilities over the economic resources in his jurisdiction. To put it nicely, he was to oversee the mining of mineral resources, preventing over-extraction or resource wastage. But to put it bluntly, he aimed to gain economic interest from the salt mine mining and fine salt production. The Lord had already invested in the mining and production. Now he just needed to intervene as the church bishop and reap the benefits without the labor. As for whether the Lord excavating the salt mine would disagree with his involvement, Seamus never considered this issue. Because, as a church bishop, he was backed by the church spread across the entire Goronia continent. Seamus's mouth lifted into a smile filled with anticipation. Knock, knock, tilde, knock, knock, tilde. Just as Seamus was imagining the scene of frolicking with several young women in the room, a knocking sound untimely broke out. Startled, Seamus's entire body shuddered, with layers of fat rippling like waves. His face filled with rage, he snapped. Outside the tightly shut door, Samuel's voice responded. "Lord Bishop, it's me, Samuel." Hearing Samuel's response, Seamus's anger flared even more. "Who allowed you to knock and disturb me while I'm bathing? You're interrupting my spiritual guidance from the God of Light. Slap yourself 10 times. Seamus's words fell, and there was a momentary silence outside the door. Soon after, Samuel hesitantly responded, "Yes, Lord Bishop." Hearing the crisp sound of slaps from outside, Seamus's anger slowly subsided. After Samuel finished slapping himself, Seamus coldly inquired, "What's the matter?" Outside, Samuel did not immediately respond, seemingly enduring some pain. Samuel spoke in a somewhat broken voice outside the door. "Bishop, Lord Bishop, I feel something is off with Morgantown." As Seamus casually wiped off the grime from his body, he responded with indifference. "Off? In what way?" "Speak." Samuel quickly explained. "Lord Bishop, I have a feeling that apart from these soldiers, there's no one else in this small town. You might not have noticed, but all the houses in the town were completely dark. Even if Morgantown is remote and poor, it's impossible that all the townsmen immediately go to rest as soon as night falls, right?" Upon hearing these words, Seamus impatiently replied, "Samuel, are you assuming I'm blind?" Samuel's puzzled voice came from outside. "Lord Bishop, what do you mean?" Samuel doesn't quite understand. Seamus took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his anger, and continued. "After entering Morgantown, I saw a few houses with oil lamps still glowing. I even saw the figures of children and their fathers in the alleys." Samuel from outside seemed to have fallen into silence. Seamus continued, "Moreover, Morgantown might be remote and poor, but the town still has 3,000 to 4,000 residents. Unless they went to rest, could they have vanished into thin air?" After hesitating for a few seconds outside, Samuel remarked, "But Lord Bishop, Simu has replied impatiently, all right. Instead of having this energy, you might as well find me a few women in the town. Even if there aren't young, beautiful girls, even prostitutes will do. It's a lot better than sleeping alone." Samuel naturally detected the irritation in Seamus's words. He sighed lightly and said, "Then Samuel won't disturb you any further, Lord Bishop. Rest early." Seamus scolded, "Get out of here quickly." Samuel dared not say another word. He instructed the 2 guards at the door to take good care of the Lord Bishop, and then left the entrance of Seamus's bedroom. Stepping down the stone stairs, he arrived at the hall on the first floor. Samuel's gaze scanned the area. Apart from the church guards taking turns watching the door, the other dozens of guards had already gone to the vacant rooms to rest. They donned plate armor and rode horses, far more tiresome and laborious than Simo, who sat within the carriage. Samuel stepped out the gate, listening to the respectful salutes from the guards. He nodded slightly in response. After completing all this, Samuel stepped along the street in front of the houses. At this moment, Samuel had only one thought in his mind. This quiet town is just too silent. There was no church night watcher striking a bell to mark the start of a new day. Nor did he hear the crowing of roosters at dawn, or the noises from penned pigs, cattle, sheep, and poultry. On his walk, he hadn't even heard a single dog's bark. Now, as he walked back and forth in front of the building, he could hear the metallic clang of iron boots on the stone slab pavement. Samuel understood clearly. All this must be related to the standard plate soldiers guarding the entrances of Morgantown. If they were captured and interrogated strictly, the truth would undoubtedly surface. However, watching the street lit by the furnace's glow but empty, if capturing them led to resistance, it would result in direct confrontation. From the initial meeting moments ago, the unfamiliar standard plate soldiers he saw greatly outnumbered the church guards Simo brought. They certainly wouldn't be a match for these soldiers. They could likely be suppressed. A chilling thought emerged in his mind. If something had truly happened in Morgantown, causing the townsmen to vanish like into thin air, and then they forcefully entered this town, wouldn't that be marching to their doom? If that's indeed the case, then they're in trouble. Looking at the empty road ahead, Samuel turned his body and headed back to the 3-story building. The only thing they could do now was to patiently await daybreak. Wait for Simo to finish resting and promptly leave Morgantown. Meanwhile, on the other side, a soldier rode a warhorse, holding a torch in his left hand and the reins in his right, charging swiftly on the gravel road beneath the night sky, stirring up gravel and creating a cloud of dust, passing through sprawling woods beyond a built-up outpost fortress, leaping onto the already constructed red brick road. The warhorse headed towards a towering wall in the dark distance. Before reaching the wall, the soldier shouted urgently, "Open the gates quickly, I'm a Centurion Earl's messenger. I have an urgent message for the Lord." Seeing those tightly shut iron gates remaining closed, the messenger continued shouting, Open the gates quickly. After the sound of unlocking, with a heavy opening sound, one of the two iron gates slowly opened. The messenger's face lit up with joy, speeding up the warhorse's gallop. Just as the messenger passed through the city gates, a burly figure on a warhorse chased after him. The messenger glanced back in confusion, only to recognize the pursuing rider, Wesley. Wesley didn't ask the messenger to slow down, he merely rode alongside him. An urgent report from Morgantown. Upon hearing Wesley's question, the messenger respectfully replied. Simo Tucker, the church bishop of Kakasong City, has led a team of riders to Morgantown. Wesley's brow furrowed instantly. I'll accompany you to see the Lord. The messenger responded, Yes, Lord Wesley. Echoing the sound of hoofbeats in the forest, the two silhouettes headed towards the town. Passing through sprawling fields with planted crops, they arrived at the Lord's Square in front of the town, then passed through a row of red brick houses. Wesley led the messenger to the tightly closed gates of the Lord's castle. Not waiting for the guards to inquire, Wesley, still on horseback, spoke first. I'm Wesley, report quickly to the Lord, there's an urgent message to convey. The castle guard frowned, responding. Lord Wesley, it's already late at night, the Lord is asleep. Wesley's tone remained calm, continuing. I have stated an urgent message needs to be reported to the Lord. The castle guard hesitated for 2 seconds, speaking. Please wait a moment, Lord Wesley. I will proceed now. Wesley acknowledged, watching the castle guard enter through the side gate. Eventually, his figure disappeared behind the iron gates. The guard returned through the side gate. He respectfully explained to Wesley. Lord Wesley, the Lord has summoned you inside. Wesley didn't say much, dismounting rapidly, leading the messenger into the castle. Walking along the winding path, Wesley and the messenger reached the stairs to the second floor's reception hall. Both briskly ascended. Wesley briefly searched with his gaze, quickly settling on the far end of the reception hall, the Lord's throne. Lynn, draped in a silk robe, sat there. Wesley hurriedly walked up with the messenger. He glanced at Lynn on the Lord's throne and quickly bowed, speaking with an apologetic tone. Sorry, Master, for disturbing your sleep. Lynn looked at Wesley, then at the messenger behind him, clad in standard plate armor. Listening to Lynn's words without a hint of blame, Wesley felt a sense of relief. He responded, moved his body, and presented the messenger to Lynn. The messenger didn't waste any words and directly said, Lord, Bishop Simo Tuck from Kakasong City Church has arrived in Morgantown with a team of cavalry. The church bishop specifically requested to see several manor lords in Morgantown. Under Earl's negotiation, citing it being too late, arrangements have been made for them to stay in Morgantown. Earl said he could ensure tonight's peace. But what to do after dawn would require instructions and orders from you, Lord. Listening to the messenger's words, Lynn slightly frowned. He asked the messenger how many cavalrymen. The messenger quickly responded, 20 riders. Lynn nodded slightly. Even with 20 fully armed heavy cavalrymen, with Earl leading a team of heavy cavalry stationed in Morgantown. Even if any unexpected situations arise, they have the ability to suppress it. What was surprising to him was, why did the church bishop from Kakasong City suddenly come to such a remote town as Morgantown? Lynn pondered in his mind. Was the church bishop visiting someone in Morgantown he had connections with? Lynn dismissed the thought. If that were true, those manor lords wouldn't have fallen under his iron hoof and long spear. What other reason could there be? As a church bishop personally coming to Morgantown, and only bringing 20 cavalrymen, it's obviously not to start a war. As he pondered, Lynn's eyes suddenly lit up. He had already guessed the answer. Lynn looked at the messenger and instructed, return to Morgantown and inform Earl to bring the church bishop back to the territory. I will personally receive them. With the Lord's instructions, the messenger didn't hesitate. He responded and quickly bowed before retreating. In the reception hall, only Lynn sitting on the Lord's throne remained, and Wesley standing below. Wesley hesitated for a few seconds, then asked, Master, is there anything you need me to do? Lynn pondered for a few seconds and said, "There is something I need you to do." Wesley's expression turned solemn. "Master, please just instruct me." Lynn responded, "I need you to deploy 50 soldiers from the barracks every day to the outpost fortress at the forest edge. They will take turns conducting surveillance, maintaining facilities, collecting and transmitting intelligence. If small groups of enemies attack, they must be fully intercepted." Wesley nodded. "Yes, Master. I will inform Rose tomorrow morning to make personnel arrangements." Lynn replied, allowing Wesley to withdraw and rest. He rose from the Lord's throne and walked towards the bedroom. In Lynn's mind, he was still pondering the messenger's report. Entering the bedroom, on the large bed, a graceful figure lay sideways. He extended his right hand to pull away the thin linen cover on the body. That snow-white curvaceous and full body came into Lynn's view. Lynn raised an eyebrow slightly. Perhaps the woman on the bed felt the cool air on her skin. She gently moved her right hand, searching for the cover beside her. But after searching a large area, she still couldn't find the familiar cover. She slowly opened her eyes, full of languor and sleepiness. Lynn, standing at the edge of the bed, gazing unabashedly at her figure. Janet's eyes instantly cleared, and she let out a shout. Janet's body curled, quickly grabbing a pillow to cover in front of her. But Janet's size is limited after all. With Janet holding it for cover, she still couldn't hide the rounded whiteness in front of her, and the visual impact of those long legs. Lynn moved, sat on the large bed, and lightly lay on it. He spread his arms and pulled Janet, with eyes full of resentment, to his side, holding her. Lynn's left hand caressed over Janet's abdomen, placing it on the high curve in front of her. "Let's sleep, there's still some time before dawn." Feeling the squeezing and kneading sensation from the front, Janet couldn't help rolling her eyes. How can one sleep like this? The distant eastern horizon showed a hint of pale white. After putting on the armor parts placed by the bed, Samuel strapped the longsword to his waist and strode out of the resting room. In the living room, he glanced around. The soldiers lying on chairs and tables were still sound asleep. He could even hear their heavy snores. Seeing this, Samuel's heart eased a little. Evidently, nothing had happened that night. Samuel was still a bit uneasy and went to the door. After a respectful greeting from several guards, Samuel inquired, "Did your colleagues tell you about any anomalies during the shift change last night?" The guards exchanged glances, responding calmly, "Lord Samuel, there were no anomalies last night. Indeed, the whole town was quiet, and until now we haven't seen a single townsman." Listening to the guards, Samuel's initially relaxed mind became heavy. If it were a normal living town, it wouldn't be possible not to see anyone by daylight. Free people normally go to the fields early for labor. Craftsmen head to the workshops, forging and crafting. Merchants prepare goods for sale. Servants from affluent families venture out for supplies. And even the church's regular timekeeping and morning prayer bells. Despite a night's rest making him momentarily forget the crisis, now upon waking, they still had to face this issue. Samuel inhaled fresh air and spoke solemnly to the guards beside him. "Wake everyone, assemble and await orders." The guards promptly responded, "Yes, Lord Samuel." Samuel turned and stepped towards the stairs. A night of rest had provided them with ample recuperation. It gave the Lord controlling the town enough time to ponder and respond. Assuming the worst, contemplating the issue. An unknown Lord, given the pending war, might launch a military action and seize Morgantown. Such an act would naturally be kept hidden from outsiders, especially from someone like Simo with his church bishop identity. Perhaps what awaited them was silencing forever. Ascending the stairs, walking through the corridor, Samuel headed towards the bedroom where Simo resided. The clinking sound of iron boots on the stone floor instantly awakened the two drowsy guards at the door. They wiped drool from their mouths and turned to look. Seeing Samuel approach, a slight relief appeared on their faces. The guards addressed him, "Lord." Samuel acknowledged without rebuke. Guarding work is naturally tough, especially since they wore the church plate armor. As the captain of these guards, he always turned a blind eye as long as no incidents occurred. Samuel raised his right hand, knocking on the wooden door before him. The crisp sound echoed through the second floor. Samuel softly called, "Lord Bishop, it's dawn, you can rise now." After the sound dissipated, there was no response from behind the door. Samuel frowned slightly, glancing at the two guards beside him. The guards quickly explained, "Lord, everything was normal yesterday." Samuel withdrew his gaze and raised his right hand again to knock. However, just as the crisp sound echoed, Simo's angry voice came from behind the door. "Heard it, heard it." Hearing the outburst, Samuel relaxed a bit. As the guard said, everything was normal. The closed wooden door in front of Samuel was abruptly opened. Simo, clad in a white vestment with a shoulder cape, came into view. Samuel quickly bowed and respectfully greeted. The two guards beside him also bowed. Watching Samuel's bow, Simo's expression showed no improvement. He reprimanded, "Samuel, I warn you again. If there's no urgent matter, don't knock on my door anymore. Whether I'm in Kakasong City Church or outside. I am the bishop of Kakasong City Church. I hold the highest and absolute authority in Kakasong City Church. There's no need for me to conduct morning prayers and masses like mere clergy and believers." Listening to Simo's reprimand, Samuel bowed even lower. Simo snorted coldly, turned his body and walked towards the nearby stairs. His inquiries faintly echoed from his mouth. "Is today's schedule arranged? When will the manor lords of Morgantown come to see me?" Samuel, following closely behind, hesitated. But ultimately he responded, "Lord Bishop, I don't know." Simo's right foot, poised to step down the stairs, instantly halted. Due to his rotund physique, he struggled to turn his head and look at Samuel. "Samuel, did I hear correctly? You said you don't know." Samuel nodded, continuing, "Yes, Lord Bishop. As Samuel mentioned yesterday, if Samuel guessed correctly, Morgantown's townsmen are likely gone. Or rather, there's a great possibility that the manor lords of Morgantown have also left." Given Simo's identity as the bishop of Kakasong City Church, although not comparable to marquis or count, at least he holds the status and authority of a viscount. Early dawn yesterday, Bishop Simo already arrived at Morgantown. He informed Earl, responsible for guarding Morgantown's entry points. If Morgantown's manor lords were still present, they would have already arrived at the residence where Simo stayed. Simo's brows twitched as he couldn't help but say, "Samuel, are you still asleep, or haven't you slept all night? What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning?" Samuel felt a wave of helplessness in his heart, just about to continue explaining. There came the sound of horses' hooves and footsteps from downstairs. The guard responsible for watching the gate came running up the stairs. Reaching the landing at the staircase's turn, seeing Simo and Samuel above, his face changed slightly, and he hurried to report. "Earl has brought a company of heavy cavalry waiting at the door," he says. "He wants to take you, Lord Bishop, to see the lord of this territory." Hearing this, Samuel's eyebrows immediately rose. Indeed, just as he suspected, Morgantown was no longer as they had known it. Previously controlled by several manor lords, it was now solely occupied and commanded by a lord they had never heard of. Those standard plate armor soldiers were the best evidence. Simo's expression also shifted. He was somewhat surprised and said, "Did I just wake up and mishear? A minor lord of Morgantown wants Simo, the church bishop, to go for meeting." The guard immediately lowered his head, daring not to say another word. Simo scolded, "What a useless bunch." He grasped the handrail of the staircase with his right hand and started to walk down. Descending the stairs, he reached the hall and went straight to the door. As he crossed the house's threshold, he saw on the street outside figures clad in black and gray standard plate armor, holding strange long spears, riding warhorses. Simo was visibly taken aback. So many fully armed heavy cavalry. Last night he saw only 20 or 30 cavalry and infantry. But now there were at least 50 or 60 cavalry. Simo's expression turned arrogant again. His gaze swept over the numerous cavalry. Finally, his gaze settled on Earl. "I said, the manor lord of this territory should come to pay respects to me. Do you not understand?" Listening to Simo's words, Samuel stood behind him like sitting on pins and needles. Admiration for Simo more than anything. This was truly Bishop Simo. Even when facing heavy cavalry, whose military strength far exceeded theirs, Bishop Simo never showed a trace of fear. Earl, who pushed his mask up to his forehead, smiled slightly and explained, "Lord Bishop, our Lord has important matters to attend to. He specifically instructed me to escort and ensure your safety, Lord Bishop, along with your companions." It wasn't until then. Even the self-assured Simo noticed something was amiss, for he saw all the heavy cavalry mounted on warhorses, each holding a long, peculiar spear in hand. The feeling was that, at any disagreement, they would launch a charge. Samuel stepped forward to stand beside Simo. "Lord Bishop, since this lord is so courteous, I suppose it wouldn't hurt for you to go and meet with him." Simo frowned and looked at Samuel beside him. Samuel shook his head helplessly. Simo naturally understood the meaning behind it. I want to see exactly what kind of lord could have slighted Simo Tucker. Whatever Simo said, Earl didn't care. He smiled and said, "Lord Bishop, please follow me." Simo didn't say another word, just snorted coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the heavy cavalry led by Earl, Simo boarded the carriage and sat inside. Samuel, along with the church guards, mounted their horses. Earl announced to all, "Return to the Territory." The heavy cavalry at the front immediately urged their warhorses, heading out of Morgantown. The surrounded carriage and church guards could only follow along and leave. After dashing out of the small town, the horses galloped on the relatively wide gravel road. The speed of the horses began to increase gradually. Listening to the sound of galloping in his ears, watching the heavy cavalry ahead moving towards more remote areas, Samuel's heart became increasingly tense, despite having 20 heavy cavalry clad in church plate armor. But Earl's cavalry exceeded 5 or 60. Just a few glances, and he recognized that the horses these heavy cavalry rode were pure-blood warhorses from the Barren Empire. Whether it was their stamina, speed, or endurance, far surpassed the ordinary warhorses they rode. Plus, in their hands were winged spears at least 4 or 5 meters long, not to mention engaging in a head-on charge. Even if they tried to scatter and flee, they wouldn't stand a chance. Now they had no choice but to be escorted forcibly to the territory Earl mentioned. Now they were like sheep entering the tiger's den. This tiger's den was one they stormed into. This cavalry team, nearly 80 or 90 strong, galloped swiftly into a forested area. The thunderous hooves startled the birds and beasts in the forest. Samuel's gaze swept around briefly. He faintly saw a figure flit by in the forest. Even if it was for just a moment, Samuel was very sure he didn't see wrong. In this remote wilderness forest, there was actually an arranged scout outpost. The outpost naturally exists to watch over the territory or manor, or perhaps watertight. An inexplicable sense of curiosity arose in Samuel's heart. He was very curious about what kind of lord could achieve such a level. After passing through the slightly dark and deep forest, the group's vision instantly became clear. A large patch of wasteland with yellow-green mixed weeds, a path of red brick about 4 to 5 meters wide, split it apart. At the exit of the forest, there was an outpost fortress made of bricks and stones. From the materials of the outpost fortress, the surrounding defensive structures, Chevaux de Frise watchtower, and some excavated foundation soil. One could tell the construction time of this outpost fortress wasn't that long. Samuel watched soldiers quickly running out from the outpost fortress. They moved the Chevaux de Frise in front of them, making way for a passable road. Apart from these soldiers, Samuel clearly saw that there were archers atop the outpost fortress walls and watchtowers, closely watching them. If not for Earl leading the way, they might have already been turned into a sieve. Horses galloped on the paved red brick road. The crisp and pleasant sound of galloping hooves became more evident, resembling a wave. The even road allowed the horses underneath them to increase their speed again. Samuel's gaze continued scanning the surroundings. An almost towering to the clouds building came into Samuel's view. The red brick and stone structure, nearly over 30 meters tall, filled him with astonishment. In the carriage, Simo also saw the watchtower. He turned to Samuel by the carriage side and inquired, "Samuel, what is that monstrosity?" Samuel glanced at Simo and responded, "My lord bishop, that is a watchtower." Being a knight, Samuel naturally knew. That was a watchtower. Although, such a tall watchtower he was seeing for the first time. Listening to Samuel's explanation, Simo snorted disdainfully. In a patch of wasteland, what's the use of building such a tall watchtower? To spot where there are wild boars or rabbits. Flashy but useless. Samuel was about to say something, but his eyes suddenly contracted. At the end of the red brick road, where their horses were galloping, there was actually a tall city wall. The city wall stood like a natural barrier at a break in the continuous mountain range, directly severing the wasteland from the world beyond the forest. Although there's still some distance to the city wall, but Samuel compared it with the height of the nearby mountain ranges. He preliminarily estimated that the height of the wall was at least 10 meters, maybe even taller than he estimated. He knew that even the city walls of Kakasong City were only about 8 meters tall. Samuel seemed to realize something. He looked back in the direction from which they came. Samuel immediately understood the meaning of the watchtower's existence. The outpost fortress at the forest exit, the towering watchtower and this wall. They happened to form a corner. The existence of the watchtower could provide a lookout for the city walls obscured by towering mountains, acting as eyes. Understanding the intent behind it, a sense of admiration surfaced in Samuel's heart. This wasn't just, as Simo said, for hunting to observe rabbits and wild boars. This had extremely important strategic significance. This was the southern borderland of the Kerti Empire. Whether in manpower or resources, it would be a huge test. The city wall and watchtower before them had been successfully constructed. The curiosity in Samuel's heart grew even stronger. He had never heard of, within the scope of Morgantown, there being walls taller than those of Kakasong City. As the carriage headed toward the city walls, driving on the red brick road, Simo, seated in the carriage, finally saw the towering wall ahead. His eyes opened wide. Simo snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "It's just a bit taller than the walls of Kakasong City." Rose leaned with both hands on the parapet, staring straight at the cavalry unit below. Upon seeing Earl at the forefront of the cavalry unit, he called to the soldiers behind him, "Open the city gate." A series of commands were relayed down the wall. The heavy iron gate sounded as it opened. Under the gazes of Simo, Samuel, and the church guards behind them, the several-meter-tall heavy iron gate slowly opened inward. Its sound made their hair stand on end. Just hearing this sound, they could feel the great difficulty in pushing open this door, let alone during a siege, facing the defending city while soldiers attack. The church guards' cavalry slowly entered behind the city wall. When Samuel saw another circle of city walls after the first, his eyes couldn't help but widen again. Was this a Wang city? Walls beyond the walls for defense. What a grand construction. Such defense fortifications, not to mention Kakasong City. Even in the entire Kerti Empire, he had never heard of any city possessing a Wang city, such as these impregnable defense works. The doubt in Samuel's heart grew stronger. Whether it's the outpost fortress, the watchtower, or the city walls in Wang City before him, all require a substantial amount of manpower and resources, and even financial power. Samuel finally understood why, in such a large Morgantown, no trace of any townsmen could be seen. It must be this lord who has taken all the population and labor from Morgantown and the surrounding areas to his territory. Samuel couldn't think of any other possibilities. Samuel's gaze shifted. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be numerous strange standard items stationed on the city wall. Even though he squinted repeatedly due to the angle at which those items were placed, he couldn't clearly see them. As Samuel observed his surroundings, the heavy sound of the iron gate closing echoed again. Samuel turned back to take a glance. The thick iron gate was slowly closing by the soldiers. Samuel shifted his gaze. A burly figure strode over from the stairs not far away. Samuel withdrew his gaze, watching from a distance as the burly man joined Earl. After a few exchanges, the burly man strode toward Samuel. "Gentlemen, I am Rose, the commander of this defense fortification. Next, I will lead you into the territory ahead." Samuel nodded without saying a word. If it were Morgantown, relying on 20 heavy cavalry and with utmost effort, perhaps there might still be a slight chance for 1 or 2 cavalrymen to escape. They had entered beyond the city walls, and the iron gate was tightly shut. This impregnable, like defense fortification, with so many soldiers in total. Just counting the heavy cavalry beside them, the soldiers stationed on the walls. There were at least 200 to 300 people. Such a large number, relying on them 20 church guards and a church bishop. It's nothing short of a fool's dream. Now they are like fish in a barrel. Rose called upon a group of soldiers to take over Samuel's carriage and cavalry troop from Earl. Passing through Wang City, they continued towards the small town. As for Earl and his cavalry, they naturally needed to return to Morgantown to continue their guard. Samuel's gaze was still sizing up his surroundings. As a knight, he naturally had to constantly observe and familiarize himself with his surroundings. This had become instinct for Samuel. Under Rose's guidance, everyone passed through Wang City, taking advantage of different angles and the light of the sky. Samuel finally saw clearly what those strange standard items placed on the city wall were exactly. They were a number of catapults and heavy crossbows. Even with just a casual glance, he saw at least a dozen of them. This is just on one side of the city wall. If all the catapults and medium crossbows atop the city within a city were added together, plus the red brick houses lining the roadsides that were obviously soldiers' dormitories from just a glance, Samuel couldn't help but take a deep breath. Having standard plate armor, heavy cavalry, outpost fortresses, and city walls, that's already quite something. How come even large machines of mass destruction like these on the city wall are countless? What on earth is the situation with Morgantown, possessing such sturdy defense works and such a large number of soldiers, a lord with such formidable strength? They had never heard of it in Carcassonne City. In the carriage, Simo seemed finally aware that something was amiss. He turned to look at Samuel outside the carriage, speaking in a deep voice. "Samuel, I sense something off." Listening to Simo's words, Samuel's face was full of bitterness. "Lord Bishop, I already told you last night when we entered Morgantown." Simo frowned, immediately retorting, "What you mentioned being off, could it be the same as what I meant?" Samuel helplessly lowered his head, not daring to continue speaking. As things stand, it's too late to say anything. They could only take it one step at a time. They traveled through the woodlands, the sound of hooves resonating through the forest, until they passed through the woods. Their surroundings brightened, their view widened again. After their eyes adapted to the bright light ahead, their eyes were filled with astonishment. In a vast swath of cultivated fields of crops like a green ocean, swayed back and forth in the breeze like waves. The air was filled with the distinct faint sweet scent of blooming crops. When they reached the edge of the fields, Samuel carefully inspected a few samples. The land was plowed into ridges and furrows. Certainly winter barley plants were planted on the ridges. The planting distance was systematic and the growth uniform. Each barley stalk had about the same number of ears. Even just a glimpse gave Samuel a sense of inexplicable comfort. As they continued forward, Samuel discovered the fields didn't only grow barley. There was an abundance of vegetables, linen, even some blossomed crops he couldn't identify. Samuel's curiosity was evident. Forming an army with strict discipline and constructing mind-blowing defense works, these could be overlooked. Some geniuses with extraordinary talent in military matters could indeed achieve such feats. For instance, Mitchell Carolyn, known as the Spear of the Empire. At the age of 20, he dared to lead an army of 50,000 cavalry to Kaizia County, suppressing the Earl of Becker, who wanted to break free from the Cairdy Empire. Although there were twists in it, eventually Mitchell succeeded. Unlike Mitchell's military prowess, the lord they had yet to meet ahead had construction ability, military prowess, and research and production capability. Amazingly, there was also the ability to cultivate and plant. Able to cultivate and plant crops that flourish so well. This planting method was unheard of. Even if it was unheard of, Samuel could sense from these thriving crops, in 1 or 2 months at the most, this territory would enter the harvest season. Forcing himself to suppress the shock inside, he, Simo, and the other church guards came to this territory under duress. They were not here for cultivating a sense of wonder. Samuel gazed into the distance, seeing clearly the massive town ahead. His eyes once again showed a look of astonishment. Rows of residential areas built with red bricks. Smoke gently rising from the chimneys and spreading towards the sky. Water wheels rotating continuously under the push of the river water. The lifted river water enters the canal, bringing irrigation for the crops in the cultivated land. At the center of the buildings is an incredibly vast and towering castle. Samuel confirms that he did not see wrongly. That is indeed a castle. Samuel feels more like it's a city. Even though they haven't approached closely and cannot clearly see the details of the city. But just by glancing from afar, its scale, its silhouette is not inferior to Kakasong City. The carriage convoy travels on the lime road, crosses a large patch of cultivated land, and finally arrives at Lourdes Square in front of the town. Samuel eagerly surveys the city's outline ahead, looking at the red brick houses seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Looking at the neat, well-swept square beneath his feet. Seeing the townsmen, who initially had casual and natural glances, suddenly filled with vigilance toward their arrival. The city he is now in is a newly emerging city. Perhaps the population in the city is not very large, and the production is not yet perfect. However, it has already formed a certain scale. Building a new emerging city in the southern borderline area, more remote than Morgantown. Samuel finds it hard to believe. He scans around and then retracts his gaze. At the forefront, Rose dismounts and strides toward them. Rose indicates to Samuel and Simo in the carriage, saying, "Lord Bishop, we have arrived at the town. Next, we need to walk to our Lord's town." Samuel nods slightly. A voice full of dissatisfaction comes from Simo in the carriage. "What, your lord such a big shot? As the bishop of Kakasong City Church, it's already something to come to this remote territory. Now I also have to walk there." Simo's voice continues. "Go tell your master I, Simo Tucker, have already shown my sincerity. If your master wants to show me, Simo, so-called lordly majesty, I think the God of Light would never permit his followers to be insulted. The Church of Light would also never let their district bishop suffer neglect from a lord." Upon hearing this, Rose instantly furrows his brow, just about to speak. A voice full of humor sounds from behind him. "Apologies, Bishop Simo, for the lack of formal welcome. Please forgive us." Rose quickly turns his head to look. Upon seeing it was Lin, his expression slightly relaxes. Without any hesitation, he strides forward to greet him. Rose speaks to Lin, Master Simo said. Before Rose could finish, Lin nods and says, "I have already heard, leave the rest to me." Receiving Lin's assured response, Rose wastes no words. Following behind Lin, heading towards Simo and Samuel again. As Lin approaches Simo and Samuel, both of their gazes are observing Lin from top to bottom. Young handsome, yet speaks quite maturely. It's far from the mysterious Lord image they imagined in their minds. The Lord who could build a new emerging city in this wild land. At least should be the type of decisive, resourceful, middle-aged man over 30. The young man before them looks not even 20. From the guard following behind the young lord. The awe expressed in the eyes and on the face of Rose, who brought them to the square. Samuel can naturally confirm this young man is the lord of this territory. He moves slightly, dismounts from his warhorse and nods slightly as a gesture. Simo, however, remains indifferent. He still sits in the carriage, his gaze through the window staring directly at Lin, questioning. "Was it you who abducted all the townsmen of Morgantown, causing last night an absence of women, leaving me lonely in a stranger's bedroom for the night?" Upon hearing this, Lin's eyebrow raises slightly. Is the inquiry from Kakasong City Church bishop so peculiar? After learning the facts, rather than first questioning his reasons, he's angry no woman served him and kept him company as he slept. What kind of logic is this? Yet upon reconsidering, as the bishop of Kakasong City Church, Simo stands high above, possessing his own pride. how the lowest level of townsmen in Morgantown lives. What does it have to do with him? Facing Simo's almost condescending gaze, Lin's expression remains calm. He responds with detached words, "Bishop Simo, you might have misunderstood." Simo raises an eyebrow. Misunderstood? What misunderstanding? If it wasn't you who abducted the townsmen, leading the town to appear lifeless. Lin shakes his head and explains, "Bishop Simo, what I mean is, not only the townsmen of Morgantown, all the peasant TS from the 5 manors within Morgantown's range have been brought back to my territory. They have become townsmen of my territory." Simo and Samuel's eyebrows instantly raise. Just as he had guessed, the entire Morgantown no longer had any other manorial lords. A curious thought appeared in Samuel's mind. The young lord before him had brought back all the labor force from Morgantown to his territory. How many people are there in this territory before him? 10 or 20,000, or 30 or 40,000. Even the population of Kakasong City is only about 50,000. Compared to Samuel's curiosity, Simo's eyes were full of surprise. He said, "Have you wiped out all the manorial lords in Morgantown?" Lin smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying. "Then Bishop Simo, I am the lord of this territory." Lin. Simo's eyes slightly narrowed, repeating Lin's words. After repeating it several times, Simo reached out his left hand and opened the carriage door beside him. With the help of the coachman, he stepped down the temporary steps and walked down from the carriage. After a few steps, he stopped a few meters in front of Lin. Simo looked directly at Lin in front of him, speaking bluntly. "Lord Lin, there has been an expansion and annexation among lords in Morgantown. It has nothing to do with me, Simo Tucker. However, the excavation of salt mines and the sale of fine salt within Morgantown. That relates to me, Simo Tucker." There was no surprise on Lin's face. From the very beginning, Grayson in Kakasong City sold fine salt and was arrested by the clergy of the church. Then merchants continuously came to his territory to trade and exchange fine salt, and returned to Fisherman's Wharf in Kakasong City by longboat. The clergy of Kakasong City finally came to his territory to inquire about the quarrying of salt mines. This timing was later than he had anticipated. Open-pit salt mine excavation, as long as there is enough labor and digging tools, can be smoothly carried out. It's just used for town people's lives within the territory. Outsiders naturally cannot know. Once it involves trade between people. Fine salt as a primary living resource in the scarce and expensive Morgantown. As long as a person with intentions pays a little attention, it is not difficult to know about the existence of salt mining and trading within Morgantown's range. It was not because someone revealed his information and that of his territory that led to Simo coming to his territory. Both Simo and Samuel, the curiosity and confusion in their eyes could not be hidden. Lin slightly nodded, but he did not take Simo's words. Instead, he changed the topic, speaking calmly to Simo. "Bishop Simo, since you have come from afar, why not have a discussion in my castle? Coincidentally, my territory's distillery has distilled and brewed a rather good gin." Listening to Lin's words, a look of confusion appeared on Simo's face. "Are you referring to Lexus Gin?" Lin nodded in response. Seeing Lin's action, Simo's face filled with amazement. "Lexus Gin is brewed on your territory." Beside them, Samuel began to explain. "Lord Lin might not know, but our bishop has been extremely fond of Lexus Gin in recent months. Almost every evening, he would go to the Riverside Rest Tavern at Fisherman's Wharf for a few drinks. Unexpectedly, Lexus Gin is a product of your territory, Lord Lin." Lin smiled slightly. "Boss Hunter of Riverside Rest is indeed my liquor partner. To be precise, the exclusive agent." Lin shifted the topic again. "Since Bishop Simo is so fond of Lexus Gin, then Bishop Simo has come to the right place. If Bishop Simo doesn't mind, you can come to my tavern for a few drinks." As he spoke, Lin moved his arm, making a gesture of invitation. Perhaps due to a craving for Lexus Gin. This time he did not refute Lin. His throat moved, swallowing involuntarily. His gaze shifted and looked at Samuel beside him. Seeing Samuel not saying anything, just nodding to him, Upon witnessing this, Simo didn't waste any words and began to step toward Lin. On the red brick road, Lin and Simo were walking side by side. Behind them were Red Rose and Samuel. As for the other church guards, they had been stationed on Lord's Square. They had now entered Lin's territory. With only 20 church guard cavalry, even if fully armed, it wouldn't make any difference. Their lives are already in Lin's hands. Rather than having them around, provoking Lin's resentment, it would be better to stay put and leave them on sight. The townsfolk in the small town, upon seeing Simo and Samuel dressed in church vestments, were full of doubt on their faces. Upon seeing that it was their lord leading them, they quickly withdrew their gaze. As long as Master Lin is there, in their eyes, it all seems reasonable and normal. They all performed a respectful salute, bending down their bodies. Simo, observing the expressions and movements of these townspeople, lifted his chin, feeling quite pleased. Everyone arrived at the tavern. Simo glanced around at the simple decorations of the tavern, saying nothing. After Samuel pulled out a wooden chair from the round table for him, he sat down without hesitation. Lin didn't mind, came to the opposite side of the round table and sat down. Holding a wine glass in his left hand and a bottle of gin in a glazed bottle in his right, he came over to Lin. Red put down the wine glass, preparing to pour wine for Lin and Simo. Lin stretched out his right hand and took the gin from Red's hand. Under Simo's surprised gaze, he began pouring wine for him. While pouring, Lin said calmly, "Bishop Simo, you can try this batch of gin. It was just distilled and produced 2 days ago. The longer the gin is stored, it becomes richer and more mellow. However, freshly made gin will have a different taste and flavor. Compared to Boss Hunter's tavern drinks, it should be fresher." Only his eyes stared directly at the golden liquid, continuously flowing from the glazed bottle into the glazed cup. Even just smelling the familiar aroma of gin and seeing its color, Simo couldn't help but swallow again. If the person opposite him were not a stranger he had just met, he would unceremoniously take the bottle and glass from Lin's hand and enjoy it on his own. After filling the glazed cup on the table for Simo, Lin raised the wine glass before him. "Bishop Simo, please." Watching Lin's action, Simo still said nothing and similarly picked up the wine glass on the table. In one gulp, he poured the nearly full gin into his mouth, feeling the fiery sensation of the drink spreading from his throat to his stomach. Simo's eyes were full of brightness, and unconsciously he let out a comfortable sigh. Lin, who similarly gulped down the gin, put down his glass and inquired to Simo, "Bishop Simo, this should taste the same as the gin you drank at Boss Hunter's tavern, right? How do you find the taste?" Simo nodded in response. "It indeed tastes the same, very nice gin." Listening to Simo's words, Lin moved his hand and continued to refill his glazed cup. Simo raised his eyebrows slightly at the sight. Although they were brought from Morgantown to this territory, as if being escorted all the way by a squad of heavy cavalry, Lin's welcoming them in Lord's Square alone, now pouring wine personally, was enough to slightly change his dissatisfaction with Lin. The lord before him seemed young, but in manners and hospitality he had unique insights. Watching Lin refill the glazed cup once more, Simo's eyes were full of approval. Even showed a bit of liking. As a wine enthusiast, always making friends through wine, Lin not only understood hospitality, but also catered to his preferences, providing his favorite Lexus gin. As for previous indifference, Simo didn't care at all. Lin and Simo raised their glasses again, signaling across before both gulped down. Until several more cups later, Simo's round face showed a hint of redness. At the tavern 3 rounds, Simo's tone had changed. He burped and spoke to Lin. "Lord Lin, if I had known your territory had such mesmerizing gin, I would have visited long ago. You might not know I have a principle in my dealings. That is, as long as we can drink together, we are friends." Lin smiled slightly, saying nothing, reached out his right hand, and took another bottle of gin from Red's hand. Skillfully and expertly, refilled the glazed cup for Simo opposite. Watching the gin gradually fill the cup, Simo's smile became more obvious. Simo burped again and continued, "But friends are friends. Regarding the salt mine excavation and fine salt sale, we must clarify. Lin, who had filled Simo's drink, placed the bottle on the table. He looked directly at Simo, responding, "Of course. Bishop Simo can freely state how to deal with this matter." Simo exhaled the wine breath and said directly, "Since we are friends, I won't waste words with you. Morgantown is under the jurisdiction of the Kakasong City Church. Even if you have a sealing letter from Marquis Dukas, you are still subject to the district church's authority. Simply put, regardless of how much gold pounds profit Lord Lin you have from salt, mine production and selling fine salt, the district church needs to take a tenth of it. Of course, this tenth belongs to the God of Light. The district church only acts as a collector and custodian." Maybe worried Lin doesn't know what tithing is. Simo continued, "Tithing comes from the oath of light, based on records spoken directly by the God of Light. Not only you, but all other lords or merchants, even ordinary residents need to pay tithing." Lin nodded. "If it's for everyone, that's quite fair." Simo replied, "Indeed, Lord Lin. The God of Light is everyone's God of Light." Lin raised an eyebrow, looking directly at Simo, and spoke. "Bishop Simo, what if I refuse to pay the tithing?" Simo seemed a bit inebriated for a moment. He didn't understand the meaning of Lin's words. He continued the topic on his own. "If you refuse to pay the tithe, what should we?" As soon as he spoke, Simo's eyes instantly widened, filled with disbelief as he looked at Lin. "Lord Lin, what do you mean by this?" "The district church collects the tithe on behalf of the God of Light. Paying the tithe is a risk for the God of Light and a religious duty for everyone. Are you showing disrespect to the God of Light?" Samuel, standing behind Simo, listened to the conversation between Simo and Lin, his heart full of gravity. The young Lord Lin before them would not be as simple as other lords. Lin smiled slightly, speaking calmly. "Bishop Simo, there's no need to be so tense. I just want to know what I'll face if I don't pay the tithe." Simo had already sobered up from his earlier tipsiness. He stared directly at Lin, speaking with conviction. "First, excommunication. You will not be protected by the church, will be beyond redemption, and will be punished by God because of this. Secondly, commercial boycott. No matter what goods are on your land, they will not be able to enter the market. All merchants will unite to boycott you. Then, legal proceedings. The district church will sue you according to church law. Finally, military sanctions. If the situation is severe enough, the church will dispatch the Holy Temple Knight Corps to conduct military sanctions on your territory, or even reclaim the lordship of this land, even if this land was granted to you by Marquis Duca." Listening to Simo's account, Lin remained unfazed. He nodded and said, "Bishop Simo, the consequences you described might be severe for other lords, but for me, they don't pose any sense of crisis." Lin continued, "Firstly, I am not a believer of your Church of Light, nor do I have faith in this so-called God of Light. Since I don't have a church membership in the first place, why would I worry about excommunication? Secondly, given the current scale of the towns on my territory, whether it's the grain planted or items produced by handcraft, or even the gin you just drank, we can achieve self-sufficiency without intentionally selling them outside." Standing behind him, Samuel slightly nodded. There is such a vast area of farmland, encompassing all the labor within the bounds of Morgantown. With advanced planting techniques, even various advanced items he had never seen before. Such a piece of territory can already be described as a country within a country. Lin leaned slightly backward, resting on the back of the wooden chair. "Then there's the legal proceedings and military sanctions you mentioned, Bishop Simo. Bishop Simo, would the church really gather forces for a remote lord refusing to pay the tithe and conduct a large-scale crackdown? This is the advantage of having the territory located in a remote border area. It also verifies the saying, when the general is in the field, he does not follow orders to the letter. Not to mention the laws from the church. Even Marquis Duca, who conferred him the title of lord, could be ignored. Both he and Simo across from him understood this very well. The church spread across the Garonia continent. Whether in military strength or economically, politically, culturally, educationally, or socially, it has powerful strength. This doesn't mean the church will dispatch forces and launch a massive assault on his territory for not paying the tithe. No matter how strong the church's capabilities are in every aspect, it is still restricted by the military powers of the various empires on the Garonia continent. The church would have long controlled all the empires on the continent. Deploying soldiers, waging war, especially conducting expeditions, is extremely costly. Recruiting soldiers, supply provision, soldier salaries, weapon manufacturing and maintenance, transportation costs, etc. Simo's originally ruddy face turned livid. He naturally understood that what Lin said made sense. Aside from anything else, the outposts, the city walls he saw along the way, and the heavy cavalry and soldiers this territory possesses. To attack Lin's territory, how much church force would be needed? Even if he informed the church archbishop of the salt mine in this territory, the archbishop wouldn't dispatch a massive church army to suppress it just for a salt mine. The legal proceedings and military sanctions he mentioned are often just used as threats. For other lords, they have quite a good effect. But for Lin in front of him, he's clearly impenetrable like a rock, with some military strength of his own. He doesn't care about such threats. From what he just described, if the church wants to militarily sanction him, they might as well try sending soldiers. Samuel behind him had a face full of gravity. If Lin truly doesn't fear the church, then what does bringing the cavalry to Lin's territory to collect the tithe count as? Or seeking their own doom? Samuel's entire body became tense. If Lin decided to silence them, they wouldn't even have a sliver of a chance to resist. Sitting on the wooden chair, Lin looked at the somber expressions of Simo and Samuel. He smiled slightly and shifted the topic once more. However, I am still willing to pay the tithing that Bishop Simo mentioned. Hearing Lin's words, Simo and Samuel's faces were full of surprise. Just now, he had clearly and accurately expressed that even if he refused to pay the tithing, the church could do nothing to him. Lin actually took the initiative to propose that he is willing to pay the tithing. Simo found that he simply could not control the young lord before him. He hesitated a bit and asked, "Lord Lin, what do you mean by this?" Lin said, "Bishop Simo, I, Lin, am willing to pay the tithing on the extraction and sale of fine salt. However, I need to know clearly what will I get after paying the tithing. If in times of financial shortage and goods scarcity, he certainly would not pay the tithing to the church. With the work efficiency of the salt factory workers continuously improving, the daily stable output of fine salt is fast approaching 4,000 pounds. The salt factory produces 120,000 pounds of fine salt each month. The number of poultry and livestock in the ranch is rapidly increasing. In the fields, spring barley and winter barley, vegetables, and other crops can be harvested in August and September. The handicraft workshop district can also produce a variety of needed handicrafts. His territory will soon achieve initial self-sufficiency. He now needs to consider gaining the legitimacy of this territory and the recognition of the surrounding forces. The development speed of his territory is indeed fast. Whether in agricultural production, handicraft production, or scientific and technological development, compared to those great lords and nobility who have been accumulating for decades or even hundreds of years. The strength of his territory is still not worth mentioning. He needs more time to develop agricultural production, to enhance technological levels, to strengthen military power, and to gain the legitimacy of this territory and the recognition of surrounding powers. The church is one of the best choices, though the military strength of the church is relatively dispersed. Only in some important districts, provinces, and headquarters are there large-scale Holy Temple Knight Corps members. But the church has a very strong economic, political, cultural, and social influence throughout the continent, because the followers of the church are spread throughout the Garonia continent. Listening to Lin's affirmative words, Simo was full of amazement in his heart. He pondered for a moment in his mind and began to explain. First, in terms of economic rights, the church will recognize Lord Lin's exclusive mining rights to this salt mine. You can carry out large-scale mining or extend the mining time. If other forces want to compete with you, for the mining rights of the salt mine. The church will issue warnings to them or even impose sanctions, reducing the tolls and other artificial obstacles encountered by merchants during the transportation of fine salt from your territory. The church can mediate. Even priority trading rights in market or trade activities related to the church. In simple terms, from mining to sales, all will provide convenient conditions for Lord Lin. Leaning against the wooden chair backrest, Lin nodded slightly. This economic right is very useful for him, directly legalizing the mining and selling of fine salt on his territory. In the future, there was no longer a need as before. Merchants who come to his territory to exchange fine salt have to sell the fine salt to cities outside Kakasong City. Lin did not speak, waiting for Simo to continue speaking. Then I will praise and affirm you, Lord Lin, at religious ceremonies in Kakasong City. It can let the circle of nobles and ordinary citizens in Kakasong City know of your and your territory's existence and earn their respect. The church will also provide special religious ceremonies for you and your family, Lord Lin. For example, private masses, blessing ceremonies, etc. The God of Light, will bless you and your family. Simo suddenly recalled that Lin had just said he was not a believer in the God of Light. But the words were already spoken, so he could only carry on with a stiff upper lip. As for which heretic god Lin belongs to, as long as Lin is willing to pay the tithing, even if he believes in the demons of the abyss, it does not matter at all. Upon hearing this, Lin's eyebrows raised slightly. The church's blessing services and blessings didn't matter much to him. What he cares about is being able to expand the circle of nobles in Kakasong City. If knights among the nobility learn of his territory's existence and are willing to come to his territory, he can completely have them teach the children in the territory schools the 7 skills of the knight, thereby solving the problem of insufficient knights in the territory. Simo's narration continued. In terms of politics, if you, Lord Lin, have disputes with other lords or face political challenges, I can use my influence in the church to provide support for you, helping you solve problems, inviting you to participate in some church-related political decision-making meetings, thereby increasing your influence in the Kakasong district. If the Kakasong City Church thereafter has more land, it can be completely transferred to you, Lord Lin, for development and cultivation. Lord Lin only needs to pay 1/10 of the tithing. That's all. Simo summarized. Above are the rights the Kakasong District Church, and I can grant you after you pay the tithing, Lord Lin. Lin shook his head. Just these, it's not enough, Bishop Simo. Simo immediately frowned. Not enough. Lord Lin, you are only paying the tithing. What other conditions do you want? Lin looked directly at Simo across from him, calmly said, Bishop Simo, you seem to have forgotten again. The tithing you speak of, I can either pay it or not. Simo fell silent immediately. Only then did Simo ask, Lord Lin, what kind of rights do you want to have? Simo suddenly realized that the status between him and Lin had changed. He was the church bishop, but Lin was the lord. The person who should be bowing down should be Lin. However, after a round of negotiations and facing reality, his status and position were already below Lin. He needed to humbly inquire what Lin's demands for paying tithing were. Leaning back on the wooden chair, Lin leaned forward. He stared directly at Simo and got straight to the point. I need the district church to acknowledge that the entire ownership of Morgantown belongs to me. Ownership of Morgantown. This was the key reason why Lin knew Simo came to Morgantown and immediately had Earl lead him to the territory. Now he had become the strongest and also the only lord of Morgantown. He couldn't go to Marquis Ducas's castle in Bordeaux City to apply for corresponding legal documents to confirm and obtain ownership of Morgantown. He could obtain recognition through official declarations and religious ceremonies by the district church bishop Simo present. The whole of Morgantown could be considered his territory. Listening to Lin's words, Simo frowned tightly, seemingly pondering something. Simo spoke to Lin. Lord Lin, regarding the acknowledgement of Morgantown's ownership, it's a serious matter. I need to return to Kasong City for discussions before I can give you a definite answer. Lin nodded indifferently. Of course, Bishop Simo, I can wait for your answer. As long as you can agree to my final request, I can pay the tithing at any time for salt mine extraction and fine salt selling. Even with his current efficiency in producing fine salt, 120,000 pounds monthly. 1/10 is only 12,000 pounds. According to the current market price of fine salt, nearly 9 pence per pound. That translates to 108,000 pence, which is 450 gold pounds. For him, currently holding 3 major industries, it's practically nothing, purely based on the glazed glass products that Grayson wants to exchange. Calculated at 2 gold pounds each for purchase, buying 500 pieces of glazed products at once. That's a pure income of 1,000 gold pounds. Regarding the manpower, resources, and time needed to produce glazed glass products, do not count as cost. 2 gold pounds selling price is almost pure profit. Apart from glazed glass products, he can also sell gin to Hunter, fine salt to Boer, and so on. During the conversation, Lin's gaze shifted to Red. Red, understanding Lin, poured gin for both Lin and Simo across. Lin reached out to pick up the glass in front of him and spoke to Simo. Then I'll wait for the good news from Bishop Simo in my territory. Simo remained silent. Just picked up the glass on the table, gestured across space, and gulped it down. After swallowing the gin, Simo slowly rose from the wooden chair. Lord Lin, then I shall take my leave first. After discussions with church staff, I will notify you at the first instance. Lin stood up and responded. Then I won't see you off far. Simo didn't waste words, turned around and headed towards the tavern door. As he stepped out, weakness crept up his legs, causing his body to tumble towards the ground. Samuel, who had been standing behind Simo, quickly opened his arms to support him. Samuel nodded apologetically to Lin and helped Simo out of the tavern, despite both he and Simo drinking almost 3 bottles of Lexus gin. His strong constitution left him without a hint of intoxication. Instead, he felt fiery and comfortable throughout. Lin took steps, walked out of the tavern, and followed a distance behind Simo and Samuel. A thought crossed his mind as he glanced again at Samuel's attribute panel. Abilities: hunting level 3, planting level 2, construction level 2. 7 skills of the night: riding level 3, hunting level 3, swordsmanship level 3. Attributes: attack D, defense E, speed E, constitution D, energy E. Talent: Guardian's Blessing, enhances defense ability, reduces physical and magical damage. Skills: Glory Barrier, raises personal defense level, reduces damage received. Looking at Samuel's talent and skills panel, Lin was somewhat surprised in his heart. This seemingly ordinary-looking middle-aged man turned out to be a temple knight with extraordinary powers. His mind contemplated slightly, but ultimately he abandoned the idea of duplication. Samuel's talents and skills were similar to Joe Frank's guard and block. Who was stronger, he couldn't judge temporarily. Spending a talent duplication book and a skill duplication book to duplicate similar talents and skills, Lin deemed it unnecessary. He wasn't that eager to boost his own strength. Lin took steps, walking all the way to Lourdes Square. Eyes watching ahead, Simo had already got into the carriage. Under Samuel's leadership, a group of church guards mounted their war horses. In the sounds of hoofbeats and the rolling sound of the carriage wheels, the carriage and horse team gradually moved away, until disappearing from Lin's sight. Only then did he retract his gaze. He glanced at the time, then walked toward the currently expanding breeding farm, while accelerating the construction speed of the mutated wild boar farm. Increased the upgrade speed of the construction skill. Regarding whether Simo, who just left, would agree to his request to acknowledge Morgantown belonging to him. After all, there were still plenty of weedy barren lands in his territory that need cultivation. If it really doesn't work, to ensure safety, even letting Morgantown's farmland lie fallow for several planting cycles wouldn't matter.